and get it going. But let's get the first people up here pretty soon. Send a guest request right now. If you are MAGA, everyone type MAGA in the comment section right now if you want to be brought up. If you are voting for Trump and you have not been on my live before, we're going to start getting people here very, very soon, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Ain't no way, bro. I'm 24, man. I've been
You
watching for
voting
a
Trump?
while. Well, not a while, but on this stream. But
You
dude, that's
voting
crazy,
Trump?
man. Yeah, I'm definitely voting Trump.
Why so?
I think he, on like the overall ideology of freedom and issues like abortion, he points us in the right direction.
Okay. So he points us in the right direction on things like abortion and freedom. So do you think it's the right direction to limit people's freedom of speech and freedom of expression?
Definitely not.
Okay, so Trump saying that he would put people in prison for a year for burning the American flag, that's against the First Amendment, freedom of expression. Now, are you against that? Because that's a reduction in freedom.
Putting someone in American prison for burning the American flag, I'm really not completely against that if you're in this country.
But respectfully, that's against your freedoms.
But respectfully, that message is to tear down America. So why would you let
No, it
someone?
means that someone's arguing against how the current government is running.
I completely disagree. I think if you were just trying to get rid of
So
a
if
sour
someone
government, hold on, hold on. If you were
so if
trying to get rid
someone
of a
has their
sour
freedom of
government,
speech and says that they want the US government to fall, do you think that they should be put in prison?
no,
Okay, so how is that any different from burning the American flag?
that's a good point. I don't
Okay,
know if he
so
said that though. I'm not going to comment on
he
that too
did. He
much.
did. I can. It's actually in one of my recent videos I just posted on my main account. I can show you right now if you'd like him saying that.
Yeah, can you
He
actually pull
literally.
that up?
Yeah. So,
Not because I don't believe you, just for the sake of the live, get some good info out here.
well, people already know this. It's specifically just you.
Well, not because I've been watching a lot, and you would make claims, and I don't always see the source, so it's important
Yes, I got
to
you.
put it out there.
We want to come up with legislation that if you burn the American flag, you go to jail for 1 year. I don't.
Dang. Well, I don't think that's big enough of a deal to consider myself to go for Kamala.
Okay, so you're also pro freedom. Are you pro life?
Yeah, I'm pro life, but when you involve the law into it, like I see both sides of it.
Okay,
But
so
like for
do you think it
example,
should be illegal to get access to an abortion?
I like Trump's policy on abortion because he leaves it up to the states, and that points towards freedom. I'm
Do
not
you
going
think
to
it's
decide
murder?
for the whole country that abortion is okay. Instead, I'm going to let each state decide.
Is
And
abortion murder?
I mean, a murder, like technically you're taking a life, so technically yes, but I do
Okay,
think there
so
are
if it's
certain
murder, you think murder
exceptions.
should be left up to the state in certain contexts?
Yeah, 100%.
Murder should be okay. So what's the difference between this type of murder and other forms of murder that means this form of murder should be left up to the states,
Well,
but other
murder
forms
is
of
just
murder
very broad.
shouldn't?
The murder is very broad. You have like accidental manslaughter, and like you got to look at each
I'm
case
talking
individually.
direct murder,
What can you
like
repeat the question?
intentional unaliving of a human being.
Yeah, that should obviously be illegal in every state, but each
Okay, so
state
if it should
can
be
look at each
illegal in
case.
every state and you think that this is murder, then you think it should be illegal nationwide.
That's not true at all because I said
If you
my
don't
person
think it should be
because
illegal
I said my
nationwide,
personal I
then you
said my
think that
personal
murder should be
opinion.
left up to the
No, no, no,
states.
listen. I said my personal opinion does not mean I think it should be law. And that's where Trump is taking his personal opinion. He's pro-life, but he's letting the states decide.
So
I'm pro-life.
that means he wants murder to be left up to the states. Which again, my point would then be is that you can't distinct this type of murder from any other form of murder. That means this type of murder should be left up to the states, but other forms of murder should not be. And that's my fundamental issue with this is that you would think in any other context it is insane to say that you should leave murder up to the states.
You're agreeing that abortion is murder right now.
No, I don't think abortion in the first trimester is murder.
I
What I'm
think it's a
saying is that if you
50-50 issue.
do, what I'm saying is that if you do think it's murder, well, then under your own worldview, you're saying that murder should be left up to the states, which is radically insane. Okay?
It's
under
not,
your
because
own
I
world.
understand it's quite opposite of radically insane, because I understand my opinion does not mean it's fact. It's an opinion, right? So you're asking me my opinion, and then you're claiming that I think my opinion is fact. But I never said that. I think if someone has an abortion, there's obviously different reasons they had this abortion in different instances. Is it technically,
Do you think
according
that
to
what you said
definition,
isn't true?
do you think abortion is taking a life? Yes or no? Ending a life.
Yeah, human life, sure, and lethal.
So you
abortion
agree it's
context.
abortion. It's a murder.
I don't think it's murder until the fetus is sentient, which doesn't happen until, likely speaking, around the 18 through 26 week range.
Okay, so do you put any responsibility on the couple for getting together and making love? Like, why do we ignore that part in the conversation when they go into that in that engagement in their bedroom, and then they come out of it with a baby?
Because it's not
Why do we
sentient.
never hold that responsible?
Because it's not sentient. I don't care.
It's not sentient. So you're saying someone's freedom to just bang and have kids is okay? Like, how many abortions would you allow someone to have till you think like
Infinite.
till it's kind of weird, till it's like,
Infinite.
okay, a woman gets pregnant 12 times and she just keeps getting abortions
Yeah, in the first trimester, you can get as many abortions as you want.
at
Absolutely.
14 weeks. You really think a woman could have
Yes.
12, 14, 15 abortions and it's
Yes.
perfectly fine?
Totally fine.
Dude, that's odd, bro.
The only thing that would be is that there would be a risk towards their health. That's it.
A risk towards their health, bro.
That's it. Yeah.
Okay, so we're talking about policy here, right? And we're talking about how Trump deals with this. Why is it wrong to give that right to the states, though?
Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much, Ashley. Why is it wrong to give it to the states? Because
Yeah.
it's the case that under your worldview, if you think abortion is murder, you're leaving murder up to the states, which you can't distinguish this form of murder from any other form of murder to mean that this murder should be left up to the states, but other murder should not. And if you're talking on my worldview, you're going to restrict women's access to abortion, which I think is a bad
Why do we
thing.
have to talk about my worldview and your worldview? We're talking about what's best for this country and what's most fair and what's most just.
Yeah, well, when
We're not
having a-
talking about my worldview.
Yeah, we are. So when we have a
your
conversation with
worldview.
me and you, we're talking about what our worldviews are for what this country should look like. Okay, if you don't think that we should be talking about our worldview, then shut the fuck up and leave. Okay,
Relax,
because you
big
don't
dog.
care. I'm totally relaxed because you don't actually care about your own position. You do actually care about your own position, and that's why what you just said there was dumb. Appreciate the ICU. Thank you so much.
So the problem with our country is everyone thinks their worldview is right. So you're basically saying,
Of course,
I need
you
to
think
take.
your own worldview is right. That is like the most trivial statement ever.
Okay, so
Otherwise, you wouldn't hold that worldview.
abortion is taking a life, right?
Not always, but in the sense that you're referencing, it is.
So you think at any point, once
'Cause
that baby
I don't
is
care about
conceived,
human cellular life. I care about human sentient life.
but you're admitting it's a life, right?
At conception, life at conception, yes.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying is when you asked me, is abortion murder? I'm saying yes because you just admitted it's a life. So in my
Wait,
in my
Roots,
worldview,
Roots, I don't care about life.
hold on.
You care about a zygote? Go for it. It's a single cell organism. That's insane. To say that a single cell organism is just as valuable as me or you.
Bro, it's developing into a human being, bro.
Developing into one isn't one.
Okay, this is what I'm saying is you're going off topic about Trump's policy, which was to give it to the states. Why is it wrong to
Which,
give it
under
to the
his own
states?
worldview, is leaving murder up to the states, which is insane. That's so crazy.
So he's leaving murder up to the
Murder
states.
under his own worldview up to the states, yes.
Under Trump's worldview?
Yeah, under Trump's worldview, because you said he's pro-life. He's leaving murder up to the states.
Isn't that exactly what we need in a president? Someone who can acknowledge the
No!
other?
You
Dude,
don't leave murder up to the states if you're president. That's not how
you're-
it works.
okay, so let's
I
make
would
this
not
clear.
hope that my president leaves murder up to the states. I would hope my president wants to make murder illegal federally.
So we're talking about abortion. So you're admitting abortion is murder again.
Again, not under my view, under Trump's view.
Under
and if
Trump's
you agree,
view.
and if you agree with Trump's view, then it's murder left up to the states under your view, not mine.
So do you agree?
Now,
you
the
think-
reason why I think it's wrong is because he's restricting women's access to abortion. He's limiting women's rights by overturning Roe versus Wade, by putting people in the Supreme Court with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade, right? I think that's bad because it restricts women's rights. I care about women's rights. Do you care about women's rights?
I care about women's rights, but this is not a women right.
It is. It is women's rights.
It's not a women right at all.
Women's
to have an
rights to
abortion.
choose what they want with their body is absolutely the right of a woman.
It's
Now, I
much bigger than that.
guarantee
It's
you,
much bigger
if
than that.
if males would get pregnant, that this would be legal and there would be no concerns about it being left up to the states.
You ready? I'm
But
about to blow your mind.
because it's
I'm about to blow your
women,
mind.
you want to enforce what they should do with their own bodies.
All right, ready? I'm gonna blow your mind, bro. Let's say a woman makes it to about 30 weeks pregnant. You know, everyone agrees that this baby should be carried,
At 30
right?
weeks, there's an induction of labor. You understand that, right? It's not a non-lethal abortion.
Hold on, I'm not making
At
a point
30
on abortion.
weeks, it's a non-lethal abortion. It's an induction of labor.
Okay, so let's say everyone agrees this baby's gonna be had. The mother is happy having the baby. The abortion is not in play right now. This mother has a baby in her womb, and everyone is telling this mother, do not drink, do not smoke, do not do these things with the baby. It will hurt the baby. And then the mother says, well, don't tell me what to do with my body. It's my body, my choice. So according to your worldview and your logic, this mother with a baby in her womb who's about to be carried out should be able to smoke and drink and do whatever she wants that's going to cause defects upon that baby because it's her body, her choice, right? So don't tell her not to drink and
Roots,
smoke because you're
Roots,
taking away
not
women's rights.
understanding. What you're not understanding is that it's going to affect a sentient being. Okay? If someone gets an abortion prior to the context of sentience, that is never going to affect a person.
So you're agreeing there's a
absolutely,
right.
a woman should have a right to do what they want so long as it does not affect a sentient human being. Absolutely. So why do you want to restrict women's rights as it relates to an embryo that is non-sentient?
Because you said in
What
your
good
opinion,
reason do you have to do that?
because they were the one that made the action to go into the bedroom and make love and have this child unprotected.
I don't care.
So
Wait,
when
most abortions come from failed contraceptive. So I hope you know that most people are using contraceptive, and it is the case that you can still get pregnant if there is failed contraceptive.
most abortion comes from failed contraceptive, that's another factor you have to check there, dog.
Look it up. Look up most abortion. It's from the Guttmacher Institute.
I think the only way that happens is if they put a damn condom on their nose instead of their,
Roots, you know that condoms aren't 100% effective, right?
dude, they're like 99% effective. 100%.
Not in practicality.
What is practicality? We're talking
It
not in
means
the,
that
we're
people
talking the
don't
real world.
It means people don't use them correctly necessarily.
Okay, look, we're getting off track. All
But
right.
it doesn't mean that it's because of their fault. It's because of how our sexual education exists in our country and that we don't have proper sex education. Now, instead of sitting there and blaming women, which again, it takes two people to tango, you should sit there and you should say, how about we create conditions so that this is less likely to happen in the first place by broadening access to sex education, by broadening access to healthcare, by broadening access to these types of basic amenities that allow for people
Sex
to engage in safe
education.
sex.
That is a good point. Sex education. Why should we increase sex education to prevent these things? Why should we do that? Because what does it teach?
Because it teaches people to engage in safe sex.
Okay, so why do we teach people to engage in safe sex, Parker?
Because it is the case that it reduces the likelihood of STDs, of possible abortions that could negatively impact your medical health.
Okay, so your worldview is we need to increase sex education to prevent abortions from happening, correct?
So it's not just to prevent abortions from happening. Because under my worldview, again, I think people should have the choice to get an abortion prior to conception or prior to sentience. But if they do get an abortion prior to sentience, that can be negatively impactful to their bodies. So obviously we want to prevent unwanted pregnancies by specifically incentivizing people to go out and to use safe sex. Okay? Like engage in safe sex.
So don't you think allowing abortion, Roe v. Wade, incentivizes people to not have safe sex? Don't you see the contradiction here, bud?
No, it doesn't incentivize people to engage in
Yes,
safe-
it definitely
unsafe
does,
sex,
bro.
because it is the case that people still have negative impacts in terms of their body if they get an abortion in plenty of contexts. So
No
people
one is
don't
taking
want
abortions
to-
away from
Listen,
people who really need it
Roots,
for their health.
Roots. People don't want to become pregnant so that they can abort the baby. They become pregnant as like a
Because of
offhand
lack of sex education.
of No,
is
but
what you said.
not necessarily. I say it does happen at a higher rate because of lack of sex education, but
Okay.
it's not
Exactly.
solely due to that. Most abortions happen from failed contraceptives. So again, people are using the contraceptives, but it is the case that it doesn't specifically um, limit it in that context.
Okay. So Trump says, let's let the states decide what that limit is, and let's let the states decide their sex education, what they teach. And for some reason, you think this is bad. Instead, you are saying, no, we need to make it national law that abortion is allowed. And you think that's a more free ideology? What isn't that taking rights? That's taking more rights away than saying I think abortion is wrong. You're like you accuse the pro-life people for taking away women's rights, but yet you guys want to take away the rights of people who believe that that life is good and that life is sacred. And you're saying we don't care what you think. We don't care about, let's say it's 50-50. We don't care about 50% of the nation's population that believes that life is sacred because these people, and then you cite sex education. You say the main reason is because people aren't educated in terms of safe sex. So you're basically saying failure of safe sex is the number one reason people need abortions, and yet you're saying
No, that's not
we
what I
need to
just
allow
said.
that, and then that would incentivize it, bro.
No, what I said is that engaging in safe sex can limit the amount of abortions people have. Obviously, that can be the case. I didn't say it was the main reason why people get abortions. You're making that up. Secondly, if it was the case that it was a 50-50 sort of thing, it wouldn't be the case that Trump would have changed his position from a nationwide abortion ban to leaving it up to the states. Because it is the case that he loses on saying there should be a nationwide abortion ban. Okay? It is
So
not a 50-50 thing. It is predominantly speaking that people are pro choice.
nah, I mean, yeah, to a certain extent, like I believe that's a life. I believe you're taking a life at any point, but you still believe that it's, you have a certain amount of choice in you, a certain amount of
Lovey,
pro-choice.
thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. So I have a question, right? You think a zygote is a human person, correct?
I mean, it's a developing one.
So you don't think it's a person?
It's a person.
Okay. So I'll ask you the question.
I'll ask you the
Right.
question: how many continents are there?
7. Zoe, thank you for the $4.
How many NBA
44
teams
cents.
are
Thank
there?
you so much. Jesus Christ. Is this a human life?
I don't know what I'm looking at. That could be
Is
anything.
this a person?
It might be. It might be a lamb. It might be a frog. I don't know.
You don't know? You don't know
I
if
can't
that's a
tell. I can't
person?
tell by looking at that.
Let me ask you the question. If I showed you a picture of a person, would you be able to identify in typical that it's a person and not a lamb?
Most of the time, yeah,
Okay, so why in this context can you not?
because it's very early in the developing stage of a human.
So at that point, you have no clue whether or not it's a lamb or whether or not it's a person.
Correct. Let's wrap up the point here. There's no point you're making. You're just
Do you typically mistake
yapping on.
people for lambs?
People for lambs. If you show me when they are first conceived, yeah, I'm probably more likely to mistake the two, but
Yeah. So like the point I'm making is that it is the case that I don't typically mistake people for lambs, but in this context, you're mistaking a person for a lamb.
so everyone that engages in sex pretty much has the idea that this is going to bring the risk of conceiving a child. So when you pass Roe v. Wade and you say abortion is going to be accessible everywhere, it's basically taking away that responsibility of those people because you can never deny that fact that when those people went in the bedroom, they knew a possibility of it. But you're basically saying you don't care. You don't care that they made that decision. They made a conscious decision where they know that this contraceptive might not work. But, we're talking about incentivizing and decentivizing. It's like, bro, I mean, again, if you bring it back to Trump's policy, what is your problem with allowing the states? Like, let's focus on your prompt on the screen. What is your problem with allowing Trump to leave it to the states, where a lot of states go on the liberal side and then a lot of states go on the conservative side? It's so funny because you sit here and you tell me, Parker, that most of the country is pro-choice, but yet most of the states are leaning more towards pro-life.
Most of the states don't lean towards pro-life. There are just some states that do. About 12 states specifically restrict women's access to abortion in the context of Okay, so it restricts 1/3 of women's access to abortion in this country. That's 1/3 of the scenarios. That's not most. Okay.
So again,
Women in
what's wrong with
Republican
Trump's?
states still deserve rights.
So you think Trump should force? You think Kamala should come in and force everyone to allow abortion? Isn't that kind of messed up?
No, I don't think it's messed up to be able to codify Roe versus Wade and ensure that great victims have access to abortion and that people aren't negatively impacted in terms of their inability to be able to get access to an abortion, given that they exist in a particular state.
In what states don't allow great victims to get an abortion?
Places like Idaho don't allow for people to. In plenty of places like Texas, right? It is the case that people, even in the context of rape, aren't able to get access to an abortion.
You're telling me they can't just go to another state?
So it is the case that people can go to other states, but in some states they check to see if people have, and then might prosecute them based upon that. Or it is the case that even in the circumstances in which they can within their state, I mean within a different state, it is the case that it's hard for them to be able to go to other states to be able to do this in the first place, because you'd have to take off days for work, right, in order to be able to go that long, right, which isn't affordable for plenty of individuals. Christina, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. And Ryan, thank you so much for the $5.
So
Ryan,
grape
thank
is
you for
obviously less than
$2.24.
1%. It's obviously less than 1% of cases, right? No one is saying that they
Honestly needed to give myself a minute. You left so abruptly. I needed to restart the live because it wasn't sending out. And secondly, I had like a bunch of back pain. I don't know how to explain it. Like a lot of back pain. And it was like really bad. So I needed like a second to like stretch and stuff. And calm myself down before I came back. I feel a lot better now. A lot better now. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe it was like a pinched nerve or something. It was something like with my back. It was like super painful. But I think we'll be fine. I think we'll be fine. So don't worry, everyone. Do tap that screen. We are hydrating. Trust me. I have my water right here. I got it right here. I've been drinking a lot of water. I'm fine though. I'm fine. I feel good. I feel good. I feel a lot better now. I just needed I needed a second. I had a little bit of pain, but we're back, everyone. Do tap that screen. Do share the live, everyone. We're going to start getting people up here, everyone in a second. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Why'd you get kicked? I actually didn't get banned. I ended the live myself. I needed to restart the live and I had back pain and stuff like that. So that was mainly it. But yeah, everyone do tap that screen. Let's run it up to 100,000 likes. Share the live as well. Everyone, if you're MAGA, type it in the comment section right now. And we will bring you up here. We got a while on the live today, everyone. We're going to be on all night. We're going to be on all night. So we still got a while. Feels so much better now. So don't worry. Hey, what's up? How old are you?
23.
Are you voting Trump?
Of course.
Why so?
The economy was way better. A lot of personal reasons, but yeah, we can get into them.
Okay, so like the economy being better, does that mean that it was caused by them?
Well, I saw the other day you and Harry and whoever else gave the credit to Biden for inflation coming down. So kind of contradicts the statement about the president not even.
When did I do that?
Just the other day on your live, I saw you say, oh, yeah, Biden did a great job with taming inflation. But then before that, you were like,
I think you're mistaking me with someone else.
no, I saw it.
Well, I've never said that, so
All right,
unless
maybe
I was
Harry
relating
too.
to, unless I was like saying that like someone's view was that if something happened under the administration, it was caused by them. But like I wasn't saying that myself. I promise you.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, so why do you think the economy was good just because of the Trump administration?
Corporate tax rates.
Okay, what makes you think that the corporate tax rates being at the rate it was did anything good for the economy?
Yeah, it brings back companies to America, which naturally brings back jobs.
Could you have any source of that?
Do I have a source? It's economics. It's pretty
Yes,
simple. You
yeah, I studied
lower the corporate
economics.
tax
Now, would
rate.
you like to tell
I
me
mean,
what source
I
you
bet
got
you
for
I
that
could go
from?
search up right now. Yeah, how many companies moved in to the United States
Due to the
when
Trump tax policy, and you have no clue. So, like, if you don't have
What are you
any
talking
source,
about?
you're just assuming this to be the case.
You want to look it up?
Well, do you have a source?
I don't have a source in my back pocket. I'm sorry.
Okay,
You
so
can
then
look
why'd
it
you
up.
make the claim?
Because it's economics. All right. So what was the?
Yeah, and
so,
I promise you, I know more about economics than you do.
Okay. All right. That's fine. So what was bad about the
So,
corporate
like,
tax rate then?
thank you for that
What was bad
mustache.
about
Thank
cutting
you so
it?
much. Well, historic rates were higher, and we didn't really see large issues with the economy. So I don't know why you'd say it's like beneficial
Why?
to decrease the corporate tax rate to
Because
like
it brings back
15%,
jobs.
which is what Trump is advocating. Now,
No, he's
I
not
do think a
advocating
relatively low
15%.
corporate tax rate is okay because I mean other countries around the world in Scandinavia have similar tax rates to that, but the 15%, I mean, I don't see that to be necessary at all.
Okay. Scandinavia operates way differently than we operate. One,
How so?
two. Just the way that our government functions. But two,
Like, give me an
Trump
example.
never said
What
15%.
specifically?
I've no idea. I just
You have
know
no clue?
that
I see pain. Thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much. So if you have no clue, why'd you just say that?
Scandinavia and countries like Sweden, Switzerland, they operate way differently than
Switzerland?
take any Nordic country.
I promise you, you could not point to me where Switzerland is on the map.
I used to live in Switzerland, so
So you wouldn't say it was a Nordic. Is Germany a Nordic country?
sure.
Yeah, really.
I mean, if you want to
I
argue,
think I would just
about-
consider
if
Germany
you wanna
Western
argue
Europe.
about the geography,
The
of
Nordic
Europe, that's
countries I
fine.
typically refer to are Denmark, Sweden, Norway, Finland. Those
Okay,
are like
great.
the typical
Let's-
ones that
yeah,
I
let's
reference.
play
Now, when you're
gotcha.
saying Nordic countries and you say Switzerland, and you said you lived in Switzerland, I'm really confused.
Let's play gotcha about countries.
So
You want to talk
Germany
United
is
States and
Nordic?
the election, or you want to talk about countries and territories and?
Well, I mean, obviously the geography wasn't good, but you lived in Switzerland.
Of course, I did.
And could you point out to me like where Switzerland is on the map?
Of course, I could. All right.
So if you were able to point to me where Switzerland is located, is it north or south of Germany?
It's up your ass, buddy.
I'm just asking, north or south of Germany?
North.
Jesus Christ, it's not north of Germany. Jesus
All right,
Christ.
cool.
Yeah, I knew you couldn't do it. I knew it. I knew it. You were lying.
Of course, I was lying. I didn't fucking live in Switzerland.
Jesus Christ, dude.
All right, dude. Let's talk about Kamala and Trump. Let's not talk about freaking Europe.
Okay, what do you want to know?
So,
Think of this
policy-wise, what do you like about Kamala versus Trump?
Yeah, I prefer the policy as it relates to the holding pharmaceutical companies accountable, the capping of pharmaceutical drugs across the board. Bridget, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much for everyone. And I think that's a really good thing because I think
like-
that pharmaceutical companies are taking advantage of the public.
Wasn't that a
Is that a
Trump
good
policy?
example?
That's a good example. I like that one. Wasn't that a Trump policy?
So he had an executive order that was non-enforceable. Now, if you're telling me you do support it because Donald Trump tried to get it passed, well then why don't you support this?
No, I do support it. I just said I did
Okay,
support
so
it.
if you do support it and it's more expanded, that's not what Trump has advocated for. He hasn't advocated for it and expanded to all different types of pharmaceutical drugs. So if you do believe in it, well then my question would be is what policy do you not like about it? Because I can give you the $25,000 subsidy for new homes that to spur the building.
know what
of
I
new
don't
homes
like
and
about
to
it?
help people with affordability.
You know what I don't like about it? I don't like that that's not her policy. You go on her website and
That
there's
is her
not
policy.
a policy on her website.
Yes.
So how can you say, oh, this is something she's advocating for? We don't even know what she believes. I'm not a one-issue voter. I don't.
She
believe
just
in
recently
Trump
dropped
beliefs.
these.
I vote for policies. Where's her policies?
I just told you a few of her policies.
Where are you getting these from?
Her. She said it at a rally.
At a rally back in 2020 or recently?
No, like it was what, 2 days ago?
All right, cool. Is she gonna post it on her website?
I would think she'd have it posted on her website, but so far, but just look up Look up Kamala Harris economic policies released.
What about the tax on tips?
That was both Trump and Harris.
Yeah, I know. So that's something that she mentioned at one of her rallies, right?
Yeah.
Do you like that policy or do you not like that policy?
I don't have an issue with that at all. I just think that like the way that you define it is going to be a bit ridiculous sometimes. Like it's going to be left to Congress, and if Congress defines it to allow people like me to pay no taxes, I think it would be hilarious, but I think it's ridiculous.
Yeah, I agree.
Like, can you imagine people like me don't have to pay taxes because of no tax on tips? That's insane.
Well, I
man.
also read that I think 2/3 of like service workers won't even be affected by it because they don't make the minimum salary to even like qualify.
No. What I would say
Something?
is that that, along with the fact that a lot of people don't pay taxes on their tips already, because it is the case that Prashida, thank you so much. They just don't report it. They take
Yeah.
cash.
I mean, yeah, that makes sense. But for the ones that are like distributed throughout the business that you
Yeah,
just
like
add
the
on to your
subscription
credit
fee.
card, then that counts.
Okay, I don't know what you're saying.
I'm explaining the tax on tips. I'm not arguing with you.
Oh, I don't know what you're explaining about it. No, you can't really explain anything about it because you don't know the conditions of what the no tax on tips would apply to. Like you can just assume that it's applicable to like typical like circumstances as it relates to service, but you don't really know what the qualifications are going to be. You don't know
So
if
do you
there's gonna be a
dislike that
cap or
policy?
not.
Do you wish Kamala didn't say that?
Kamala?
Kamala?
No, I'm happy she said it.
Oh.
Yeah, because
Why are you happy?
because it shuts y'all up. Because you guys didn't care about the no tax on tips. You guys were just saying it because Trump said it.
You're so disingenuous. It's crazy.
I'm not disingenuous at all. I'm
You're
just
so
being real.
disingenuous.
How am I disingenuous?
With everything.
Alyssa, think of the dollar. How am
All
I
right.
Can you tell me what
All
I'm
right,
being
so that's two
disingenuous
policies.
with?
No, we're gonna see. We're gonna figure it
No,
out
can,
as we
can you
talk.
just tell me what you're being what I'm being
I
disingenuous
watch you every
with?
night. I don't have a source for how you're disingenuous. I'm just telling you that's
I'm not
what I
asking
see.
you for a source. I'm asking what you mean. And if you watch me every night, well then you should probably listen then.
I do listen.
Actively.
I actively listen.
Do you like critically think about what I'm saying?
And yeah, I really try and get in your head and figure out where you're coming from, but every time I just
Really?
have no fucking idea
Okay, what about?
how you think.
What? Give me like a scenario.
Okay, so you named two policies that she hasn't even outlined yet, that she's just merely said. So can you give me
What do you mean by outlined?
when you run for president, you have a website, and first of all, you give interviews. She hasn't given an interview.
She has
I don't
given
know.
an interview. Do you want me to show you an interview right now?
Oh, the interview with Tim Waltz that was pre-recorded
No.
to put out?
No.
What? Then what is it? So she talks for 2 minutes to some reporters on the street.
Sure. Well, I mean, you just look at it in terms of what we are talking about, for example, around children and the child tax credit and extending the EITC.
So
Parker,
when we do
Parker,
provide
you
them like
cannot
an
tell
exact
me.
source of that occurring,
Parker.
they then change the narrative. You see how quickly he moved the goalpost?
Parker, you
I
cannot
think
tell
that's
me.
really funny.
That's embarrassing that you're classifying that.
It's
as-
embarrassing how fast you move the goalpost.
I didn't move the goalpost at all. That's not
You're
an
like
interview.
she doesn't answer any questions. She doesn't take any questions. I show you a scenario of her taking questions, and
Thank God she took 3 questions on the street for like 5 minutes. That's not a sit-down interview.
Jesus Christ, dude. Okay, you want to sit down and interview? Okay, I would
Yeah.
love for her to do a sit down interview with me too.
I would tune in. Sure.
Yeah, exactly. So it's
You
just
should
like,
try and get her.
I would love to. I would try my hardest.
You should reach out. I bet you she wouldn't
reach
even
out.
do it.
How the hell am I gonna reach out? I don't even.
I don't
have
know,
a team.
dude.
Myself?
Yeah, email her.
Email? You think we're gonna see my email?
All right, let's go. Let's keep talking.
Okay.
So when you're president, like I was saying, you have a list of policies on your website,
Yeah.
and you are
So
specifically
can I
saying
ask you a question?
What?
What is Trump's healthcare policy?
I have no clue.
Did you know he doesn't have one?
He sucks at healthcare policies.
He said he was going to
That's the
repeal
one-
and replace the ACA like
that's
9 years
his
ago.
one
Like 9
flaw.
years
It's
ago.
healthcare.
Like 9 years ago, and I still don't know what his policy is for healthcare. I still don't know.
Well, Obamacare was a shit show, so he had to just run it like
Can you tell me what's bad
good.
about the Affordable Care Act?
sucks.
Tell me what about it?
Too expensive.
Too expensive? Did you know it's not as expensive as the typical system?
That's just not true.
Okay. So would you like to provide me any source indicating that? Because I can show you. one.
Dude, I don't have
Look at that mustache.
I don't have like a laptop next to me like you do with all your freaking notes that you read from, and you like scroll down.
It
to the
covers
different
more and it's
topics.
cheaper. Also, by the way, like it saved people's lives. Brian, think of the money I.
Of course, it
$60.
saves people's lives.
Not only has it saved people's lives, but universal healthcare systems.
See, this is what I'm talking about.
not only-
Disingenuous is when.
Not only has it saved people's lives around the world. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. Think I'm disingenuous in every scenario, whatever. Not only does it save people's lives in the United States, but universal healthcare systems like cost half as much as the system does here in the United States, and they have better average health outcomes. So there's really no reason to sit here and act like it is the case that our current healthcare system is okay for the people. Okay? Because I think that we're just living a delusion there.
I didn't even listen to what you said, but whatever.
Okay.
It's probably bullshit.
Yeah, probably. So I said that it is the case that we spend half as much per capita on other healthcare systems around the world in terms of universal healthcare than we do here in the United States. And we have better average health outcomes in those places.
So, what's your solution? What would be better? What does Kamala think, honestly?
She wants to expand access to the ACA.
Would that
Which
increase wait times?
I don't think it does. So, like, when we look at the
So you don't
context of
think
wait
it
times,
does?
what they listen. When we look at the context of wait times, what people are not taking into account when they're looking at wait times is how many people don't get access to care or have to wait because they can't pay for it, because they can't afford it. So that definitely generates wait times in the United States, because actually in the United States we have less physicians per capita. So if we have less physicians per capita, that means it is the case that we can produce less services here per individual comparative to the countries that have universal health care.
Okay. Cool. That sounds like a good plan.
Okay, so like I'm really confused.
All right,
Why would we disagree with that?
Kamala just won my
Kamala.
vote, actually. Kamala. Because of her one policy on healthcare that's not really a policy.
Okay. So,
So
you
we'll
say
take
that
that one
I'm
for Kamala.
disingenuous, but I really do believe that that's a bit of a projection, because it is the case that I just gave you a scenario where we could do something effective for our healthcare system, and instead of acknowledging that, you immediately tried to make some partisan hack argument out of it, which didn't even actually make any sense. Now, instead of responding to my points there, you decided to give me that bullshit.
Okay, let me respond to your points. I disagree that expanding into a socialist healthcare program would be beneficial.
Can you define socialism?
Dude, just listen for a second, and then I will answer your questions.
Okay.
When you're talking about expanding it, you're only focusing on one group that would benefit, and you have to take into account everyone. Like, yes, okay, if you were to expand it, the people who wouldn't normally be able to afford it would now be able to afford it, and okay, the wait times for people from before like get decreased. Like, that's fine, whatever. But what about the people who can afford it and now have to wait? Like, that doesn't make any sense. So would you still have the privatized healthcare, or would you blanket everyone into one?
So here's what you're saying is that you're putting the privileges of people who are already rich over the necessities of people who are poor. Now think about that for yourself for a second. Okay? Is it better to protect the privileges of the people who are rich or the necessities of people who are poor? Because to me, coming from someone who's been privileged, right, I think it is way better to protect the necessities of people who are poor and people of this country than it is to protect the privileges of people who are rich.
Okay, I agree with that philosophy, but pragmatically, I think that it goes too far when you're talking about healthcare. If you want to talk about like homelessness,
Born to be, thank you so much for the galaxy. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
I mean,
I don't think there should be any homelessness in this country. We could eradicate homelessness for pennies on the dollar of our federal budget. Okay? The fact that we haven't done something about it yet is disastrous and is a moral absurdity. It's ridiculous. Like, we spend
Right.
more on
I think
rapists and
everyone
criminals
would
like
agree.
Donald Trump than we do on people who are homeless in this country. Appreciate the hand art. We spend more on criminals in prison, like it should be Donald Trump, than people who are on the street that need help. Appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much. That's not a reason to take away stuff from people who are in prison. That's a reason to benefit people who are in scenarios in which don't have a house. Housing should be a right. Healthcare should be a right. Food should be a right. Basic necessities are a fucking right. Every human deserves it.
I agree,
Point
but
blank
Parker,
period.
it's just not
Appreciate consent.
like, how do you do that?
How do you do that? What do you mean? We are the richest country in the history of the world.
How do you
Instead of
give everyone
spending
a house?
hundreds of
Okay,
billions
and
of
how
dollars
much are
a
we
year,
in debt,
almost $1
Parker?
trillion a year on weapons of war and destruction, right? Let's spend money on people here at home that need it. Let's take money from the tax cuts of the rich, right? And let's give it to people that need it. We absolutely can
I was
afford it
with
in
you
this
until you
country.
said that.
There's always a question of how we can pay for it when it comes to people's health care, when it comes to people's housing, when it comes to people's basic needs. But there's never a question of the cost of to this country when it comes to tax cuts for people who are rich, for bailouts of plenty of industries that benefit rich people in this country. Never is there a question about how we are going to afford that, but there is always a question about how we're going to afford basic needs. Now, let's ask ourselves the question, why do we do that? Tell me.
Why do we do what?
Why do we question the money going to people that need it, but we don't question the money going to corporations and rich people?
Okay, so you have to separate corporations and rich people, first of all. And second of all, should we just fund our entire country based on the top 1%, who already pay an absurd amount of taxes? I mean, if you want to go look at the tax code and tell me, I mean, let's map it out. You go look at it. What's a fair share, Parker? What is defined as a fair share of taxes? If you want to go look at it, and then we can define, okay, they're not paying enough taxes. Maybe they're paying a little bit too much taxes. And then we can
More
really
than
look at the numbers,
proportional
but
to their income.
to just say,
more
oh,
than
let's tax the
proportional
rich.
to their income. If the top 3 billionaires in this country have more wealth than the bottom 50% of the country, appreciate it, thank you for the subscription. Yes, they should be paying a predominant amount of taxes. Are you trolling? Okay.
And they do.
When people don't have basic necessities, when people can't pay their medical debt, when people don't have housing, you're
So go
telling me
look at the
they should be
taxes.
paying a predominant share of the taxes when it is the case that people are talking about how many yachts they can buy, how many BMWs they can give to their 16-year-old. Right? That's the question they're thinking of, okay? I would rather take away from the extra BMW to the 16-year-old than specifically take away from the food on the table of the children that need food in school systems that Tim Walz provided. Signed universal school lunch and breakfast that benefits the kids in this country that would have had to go to school with an empty stomach. That means so much more to me than it means to give people an extra fucking BMW or an extra yacht, right? That means so much more to me.
Dude, I don't get it.
What do you not get? Feeding children is better than a rich person having a yacht.
I agree with you that nobody should be homeless. That everyone should, no one should be hungry. Blah blah blah.
Wow, you're
I
a
get all
fucking
that.
liberal. Wow, what a communist. Oh my god.
But then you conflate the 2 points and you say, oh, if you're a Republican, you think, screw all these people at the bottom. And if you're a Democrat, no, you're in support of like giving these people homes and making sure they're not hungry.
I care about every single person,
You're-
okay? I care about
And
people.
so do I,
What
but
do
you
I want
conflate the
society
2
to look
points
like?
and you
I want
say-
society to look like a place where you are happy of the conditions that are given to everyone. Not one if you were put in the conditions of someone who was in a different class than you are that you would not like it. Everyone in this country should have a basic standard of living. No one in this country should be without a house. No one in this country should be without health care, without education. No one in this country should go without food in their stomach. We can provide all of that easily, okay? We're just talking about how much convenience we have to take away in order to provide the necessities of all these people, okay?
Okay.
We can have
then
so
where did-
many conveniences, and yet it is the case that we can take care of everyone's needs. This isn't communism. This isn't socialism. This isn't
it's
some
kinda
crazy
is.
idea. This is something that we can do in the United States because we are the richest country in the history of the world.
Thank God. So I think that's the difference.
So then
No.
why can't we do this? Tell me
I-
why the richest country in the history of the world, the most technologically
I'll tell you why.
advanced point in human civilization,
Can I tell
cannot
you why?
provide healthcare, housing, and education for every single person in the country?
Can I tell you why?
Tell me.
I'm just gonna talk. Because if you give everybody everything that they need / everything that they want, they're not gonna want to work for it. And the one thing that we know that works is incentives. You said you know a lot about economics. So what happens
You
when
don't have to get rid of incentives to make sure that people have their necessities. You have no idea about economics. I
so-
studied economics.
so
You
how-
can still provide everything
Thank
that
God you
people
studied
need and
economics.
still create an incentive. I have a degree in economics.
Okay, good.
So I've looked at that. Now that
Good.
doesn't mean that people don't deserve necessities. Don't use
Human beings
economics.
deserve
Economics to
necessities.
say that people don't deserve necessities.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying in America, humans deserve necessities. But in America, we do things a little bit different than if you were to go to like Germany or Switzerland, where I grew up, or
Shut up.
name a country in Europe. Okay, it's a little bit different.
Name three
And-
countries outside of the United States.
Dude, I just named 2. You don't think I can name 3
Go for
countries?
it. Name three.
Oh my God. Bro, I'm not going to name 3 countries.
Just name three.
You think I'm on like Jimmy Kimmel on the street where I like, I don't know any 3 countries outside of the United States.
Yeah, go for it. Just do it.
Okay, ready? Let's go Spain. Let's go Switzerland, like I've already said. Let's go China. Let's go Singapore. Let's go Japan. Let's go Mexico. Let's go Venezuela. Let's go Canada. I mean, dude, I'm not gonna name countries. Like you're a clown for making me name countries.
How many branches of government are there?
3. Dude,
What are they?
shut the fuck up.
What
Dude,
are they?
You're so
What are they?
legislative. I forgot the other 2.
Are you trolling? Just tell me.
No, I'm not trolling you. I don't know the how many presidents there have been in the United States.
Okay. Average
I'm not
average
sure.
MAGA.
I'm really not sure. I couldn't point to Switzerland on a map.
Can you name me one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than it benefit rich people?
Well, we've already talked about the corporate tax rate, which I think benefited everyone. I think it benefited the middle class.
If you're talking about the Tax Cut and Jobs Act, which entailed the corporate tax rate, it is the case that predominant amount of those taxes went to rich people. So it benefit rich people more than it did the middle class. Now name me one policy
What did
that
it
Donald
benefit?
Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than it benefit rich people.
But did it benefit middle class at all? Would you say or no?
Yes.
Did it hurt them?
But at a lesser rate than people who are rich.
I don't know. I would have to look. I haven't heard that before, so I would have to look, and I just know that it benefited people, period. So if you want to say like proportionally rich people benefited more than middle
Like
class.
significantly, overwhelmingly rich people benefited more than the
All
middle
right.
class.
Well, yeah, I don't know. I would have to look and read more about it, but I'm glad that you're saying that it actually had benefits, because normally I feel like you would come on here and say, "Oh no, it's horrible. We have to tax the companies 35%."
No, the Harris administration is advocating for a 28% corporate tax
I
rate.
know. Thank God. It's still too high.
Okay. Now, do you want to tax people who are in the middle class more, or do you want to tax them less?
I would want to tax them probably less.
In order to be able to do that long term, you would have to not give tax cuts on people who are so wealthy, because that creates deficits, which predominantly negatively impact the middle class.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, so the tax cuts that you're referencing for rich people add lots of debt. For example, if you extended the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, it would cost $3.9 trillion over 10 years. Now tell me how you're going to pay for that.
You're not. That's not going to happen.
So if you're not going to revise the tax cuts, did you know that your Tax Cuts and Jobs Act specifically leads to literally decrease in after-tax income for the lowest quintile in the middle class, while an increase in after-tax income for the top 1%, top 0.1%, and the highest quintile? So it quite literally takes money from poor people and it gives it to rich people.
Okay, that's not going to happen, but okay.
Okay, so are you going to extend the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act so that doesn't happen?
Yes.
Okay, so that cost $3.9 trillion over 10 years.
Great.
Now, how
let's
are
do
you
it.
going to afford that?
You just talked about giving everyone in the United States
How are you going to afford that?
add it on.
How?
Add it on. What are we at? 35? And dude, you want to talk about
How are
spending
you
money?
going to
You wanna
afford the 3.9 trillion?
You want to talk about spending money? What about the Inflation Reduction Act?
Wait, how are
It
you
didn't
going to
really
talk about?
didn't really reduce.
By the way, the Inflation Reduction Act reduced the deficit. I just want to let you know that. It
What
was
did it do-
deficit reducing.
What did it do to inflation?
So I think in the short
And
term it
probably
had
wasn't
it had
deficit
a
reducing
marginal.
if you were
it had a
really
s-
netted out.
Yeah, so the Inflation Reduction Act had basically in the short term no effect on inflation. The effect on inflation is long term.
Yeah, it had an effect on inflation.
No, it didn't.
Yeah, it did.
No, it didn't. So the CBO
Look it up.
indicated that it basically had no statistically significant impact on inflation in the short term, because it is the case that it's about long-term stability of energy. Because it's about making us more energy independent, so we don't rely on foreign countries.
Parker.
And it's not inflation reducing now.
It clearly had a negative impact on inflation, meaning
Can you
that
give me any source indicating that?
I thought you were an economics major.
I did, and I'm asking you for any source that indicated that.
Okay, so let's pump money into the economy. Let's pump a bunch of money in the economy.
The
Stimulus.
Inflation
I know-
Reduction Act was deficit reducing.
I know, like, okay, and it probably wasn't deficit reducing.
Trump added more to the debt than Biden did. Trump added $8.4 trillion to the debt. Biden-Harris administration added $4.3 trillion.
Okay.
Okay, so actually who added more money to the debt spent significantly more money as people like Donald Trump. Now that's why I'm sitting here and I'm asking you, how are you going to pay for that $3.9 trillion spending bill that you're referencing?
Add it on. What is Kamala
So
gonna do?
so no response.
wait,
You see how
hold on.
they have no idea how to pay
So
for
you-
it. They have
Parker,
no clue.
Parker, so it's
just
coming
gonna
to
be
an end.
debt spending.
It's
okay?
coming to an end,
You're
right?
gonna deficit
So whoever
spend
gets
$3.9 trillion to give predominant amount of tax cuts to rich people and to large corporations.
I don't want to cut you off. The tax code is coming to an end, like you said. Whoever gets elected president is going to have to do something, and that's going to add debt to the deficit. So whoever gets elected is going to add debt to the deficit. So don't act like, oh, if Trump gets
The
elected,
Biden-Harris administration added significantly less to the deficit
Oh,
than
so-
did the Trump administration.
So there you go. So, but would they add debt?
They did add debt, yes.
No. Would they add debt
Yes.
if Harris were to get elected? Exactly.
I'm not
So,
saying, but it would be less than that of Trump, given the history.
well, okay, then there's your point. But before, you were just saying, oh, Trump would add $3.9 trillion. And that's what I'm talking about disingenuous, is you don't mention that either way, the debt is going to get added.
No, not the same amount of debt. There's going to be less
Okay.
debt
All right.
under
Well,
a
then you should have said
Democratic
that.
administration.
Then you should have said
I've
that.
said that to you now 4 times.
Oh,
but you're
after
just
after I
fucking
basically
ridiculous.
made you say that, Parker.
No, I've said this multiple times.
Well, you didn't say it when I was on.
I have multiple times.
After I just laid it out and you had to say it, or else you would have contradicted yourself. So
No,
you're welcome.
I said I've said it multiple times. You just
No.
didn't listen.
I did. I promise you, I did.
I promise you did because I said
Okay.
it multiple times.
Okay, let's argue about that then too. You're so good at getting off topic and then arguing about these little things, little gotcha points.
Okay. Speaking of gotcha points, would you
Sure.
vote for someone who was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
If I thought that the woman or jury was lying, yeah.
Okay. What evidence do you have that the jury is lying?
Well, I guess not so much the jury, but I don't think she told the truth. And I think that
Can you
if
give
you-
me one lie that she said?
Well, I think she was married at the time. So, one, she would have had to cheat on her husband, which could have done.
Yeah, being sexually assaulted
Where,
is not
where it
cheating.
happened,
Sorry to break it to you, but being sexually assaulted is not cheating.
well, first she said that it was consensual.
No,
So
she never said that.
Yeah,
you
she
don't know what you're
did.
talking about. What was the name of the victim?
Carol,
What was her name?
E. Jean Carroll, something Carroll.
Okay, name
Last
one
name.
piece of evidence submitted in the case.
All right, so where did it happen?
Name one piece of evidence submitted in the case.
No, I'm asking you, where did it happen?
New York. Name one piece of evidence submitted
No,
in the case.
no, Parker, where did it happen?
I'm asking you. Name one piece of evidence submitted
I'm
in the
going
case.
to get to the evidence by
Answer the
asking you
question.
where it
Name
happened.
one piece of evidence submitted in the case.
I don't believe the evidence, so I'm asking you.
No, name one piece of evidence submitted in the case.
I keep telling you, I don't believe the evidence. So I'm going to ask you, Parker.
No,
where did it
answer
happen?
the question. You don't know. Name one piece of evidence submitted in the case.
Parker.
Can you name
She
one
said it
piece of
happened-
evidence submitted in
yeah.
the case?
She said it happened in a dressing room.
That's not the evidence submitted in the case. I'm
Okay, so
asking
what's the
evidence submitted
What are
in
you
the
talking
case.
about evidence then? What are you talking about?
So can you name one piece of evidence that was submitted in the case?
No, I don't have it pulled up on my second monitor that you do.
Okay. I don't have anything pulled up on a
Okay,
my monitors are
so
this
let's
way,
go.
by
So
the way.
let's go.
I'm just
Tell
letting you
me.
know my monitors are this way,
Cool.
not this way.
Let's go.
What?
Tell me the evidence then, since you have
Yeah,
it.
so there were multiple friends that relayed the exact same story specifically that was told to them decades ago. There were medical records of decades ago, her explaining this story to a therapist. So there were plenty of things that indicated this particularly from decades ago that showed not a state of mind now that she wants to hold him accountable, but a state of mind decades ago that he specifically did this. Okay? So do you think that since it was a political push, right, that 23
Well, it was
years
political.
prior to filing it, she knew that he was going to run for president?
Parker, regardless if he did it or not, it was political based on the timing
No.
of the trial. Yeah.
No, because it is
yeah.
the case. Listen, the reason why it's not political is because there were medical records showing at that time that she explained it to her therapist. Now that means it's not political because you're telling me then that in the 90s she possibly knew that it was going to be the case that he was going to be president or run for president. Now that's fucking insane to say that. So realize reality and understand that it is the case that he more likely than not did this because a jury unanimously determined that he sexually abused E. Jean Carroll.
Okay, well, her reasons are probably different than the New York State Attorney's reasons.
What? You just muted yourself. I can't hear you.
Sorry, I just got a call. I don't know what her reasons were for waiting 10 years. I have no idea. But based on what I've seen,
victims typically either wait decades to come out with their story, or it is the case that they never come
Sure.
out.
Sure,
Okay?
that's possible.
That is what's typical
I'm just
with
saying,
victims.
okay. So was it sexual assault or was it rape? Because I've seen you say both on here.
So it's both. The sexual assault and rape are both referring to forceful penetration against someone's will. You understand that in this scenario, she was forcefully penetrated in her vagina against her will. Do you consider that rape?
Yes.
Okay, so would you vote for someone who was held civilly liable of raping a woman?
Civilly liable?
Mm-hmm.
If he did it, no. But I don't believe he did it.
Okay. Would you vote for someone who was held... Would you vote for Trump if he were held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child?
See, that's the one thing I saw you say the other day. I don't get that part. What is that? Where is that coming
I'll
from?
explain, but would you like to answer
Yeah.
the question first?
No.
You would not? So what I'm showing there is that it is the case that both scenarios have civil liability, but you reject the civil liability
No,
in the
I'm
case
saying-
of the victim being a woman, but
No,
you do
both
not
cases-
reject the civil liability in the case of the victim being the child, which shows me that you do not think that raping a woman is severe enough. You think that raping a
I'm-
child is worse than raping a woman insofar as that raping a woman wouldn't lead to you not voting for someone.
What I was saying was, if he sexually assaulted a child, I wouldn't. If he sexually assaulted a woman, I wouldn't. Now, you can add in the civilly liable part and try to do that. That's fine. But I believe that the jury was against
In both
him.
scenarios, it was civil
In
liability.
both scenarios,
you did
if
not
he actually
reject
did it
the
in-
standard of evidence in the civil liability of the victim being a minor, but you rejected the standard of evidence as it relates to the victim being a woman, which tells me you
because one of them-
specifically do not think that raping a woman is severe enough. That's what
Because
it
one of
tells
them
me.
was an actual case, Parker, so I can look at the evidence and say,
You
no,
can
I
still
don't think this
engage
happened.
in this
So-
reasonably in terms of a hypothetical.
Okay, so
Or
let's do a hypothetical. So in the same scenario, right? He goes to court, but this time it's not her who's bringing him to court. It's the parents of this child who's bringing him to court, right? And he was found civilly liable for sexual assault of a minor, like you were bringing this up, like a hypothetical scenario. Okay? I would still be like, oh, I don't think that this actually happened. Yes, I'm going to vote for him. But if he actually did, then no, I wouldn't vote for him. In both cases, Parker. In both cases. There's no difference in my mind, like you were saying, because rape a woman versus
So
sexually
you
assaulting a
wouldn't
minor.
vote for someone if they were held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
If I thought that the evidence was bullshit, then I would still
But
vote
you
for
didn't
them.
even know what the evidence was, and yet you still disputed the case.
Because I don't have the evidence pulled up right in front of me like you do.
I don't either.
I promise you do. Show your
Wanna-
phone.
Show my phone?
Yeah, let's. No. Your real whatever you're filming on.
This is my iPad.
So
in order for me to go off of my iPad,
let's see your monitor setup, because I know you have a good monitor setup.
my
over
monitors
there.
are over here.
Yeah, I know.
I have Dean's Live, and I have 2K.
You always say you have 2K. I doubt you have 2K. That's always like your go-to. Oh, I have 2K up. Let's see it. Loading 2K. All right, good. Good switch. That was a good switch. Why would you have 2K up for no reason?
I always play 2K Genius. I
Obviously,
set it
you
up,
play
but I
it,
haven't
when you're on a
started
live,
playing
you
yet.
don't. Dude, that's
I always
that's a
play it
good
on
switch,
live.
though.
What are you talking about?
You don't play 2K on live.
You ask anyone in my chat all the time. I always play 2K.
You probably suck.
I'm all right. I'm not too good. I'm getting better. I have here. I'll tell you how many hours I have on the
Do
game.
you play Madden?
Here I have 195 hours on the game. That's all from me playing while I'm debating. I literally took I made a character on my career. My career player is 87 overall, and I didn't buy any VC. Okay?
That's pretty good.
That's all from me playing my career while I'm just debating people.
Nice.
Okay.
How much money do you get from these donations?
I'm not telling you, bro.
Okay, bro.
Well, I'll tell you. I've made almost nothing from live today, other than Martina. Thank you for the $42 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Martina, with the $42. Thank you so much. He doesn't believe in evidence. I totally agree. That's what I've made so far since beginning my live.
Nice.
How much does Trump get from his donations to be able to appreciate the love painting? Thank you so much. Pay for his defense fund.
I don't know, man. You have to ask him.
Appreciate the sunglasses. Thank you. Yikes. Okay.
All right,
So,
I gotta hop off.
Okay.
It's getting late.
All right. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you voting Trump?
Yes. And I just really, I'm not going to try to like have an argument with you, but I really believe in smaller government. I know you've heard about the what happened in Germany in 1923 with hyperinflation, the printing of money.
Did you know that there was a greater increase in the M2 money supply under the Trump administration comparative to the Biden-Harris administration?
Well, I mean, as far as I know they kind of, the government has a tendency of, I don't really trust government stats on far as how much we spend.
Okay, if you don't trust government stats, then how do you know we have a debt problem?
Well, we have a $35 trillion debt
Wait,
problem.
so you trust the government stats?
Huh?
So you trust the government stats that we have 35 trillion? Appreciate the money gun. Thank you so much.
Well, it's what they allegedly say we have 35 trillion.
But you don't trust it, remember?
Well, you can't always trust the government and everything, but
Okay, so why do you trust the 35 trillion?
well, I mean, it's not good. I mean, we should, but the thing is,
Wait,
point
why
is,
do you trust the 35 trillion? You didn't answer that.
why did I not?
Appreciate that you're amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you. You said you don't trust government stats. I gave you a government stat as it relates to the debt, and you trust it.
Yeah. But do you think maybe possibly we had more spending under George W. Bush and Obama during the Gulf Wars? I mean, that's my issue I have, like the Federal Reserve.
What?
We're not
I don't even know what you're talking about right now. I don't see how that was relevant to what I was saying. The point I was making is that the Trump administration spent more than the Biden-Harris administration as it relates to debt-related spending. 8.4 trillion for the Trump administration, 4.3 trillion for the Biden-Harris administration, 4.8 trillion non-COVID related under Trump, 2.2 trillion non-COVID related under the Biden-Harris administration.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think a lot of that spending on both administrations was due to the COVID money, which I did not agree with?
If you just listen to what I said, I just addressed how much money they spent that was non-COVID related. Gail, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Gail.
But my point being is
Andrew,
why...
thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Andrew. Can we get some W's for Andrew? And Anna, thank you so much for the $16 on Cash App. And Tristan, thank you for the $5. Let's get some W's for Anna, Tristan, Gail, and Andrew. Thank you so much, everyone. I really appreciate y'all.
Well, my point was when they started all this thing that they're going to spend the COVID money as far as giving us out the freebies, my whole point was that I knew that inflation was going to hit. I mean, I knew it, and it seemed like none of the parties are addressing the out of control spending, and that's what troubles me. I'm actually a Ron Paul supporter. I like his
GG,
foreign
think of the
policy.
dollar. So you say you want to reduce spending. If you were to look at this, you would then say you'd vote for Harris because Harris led to a lower deficit.
No, it sounds
Yes,
like
that is a fact.
Harris is $1.7 trillion and crazy. Like they're trying to.
That's
this thing
over
of
10
profit.
years. That's over 10 years. Trump wants to
That's
spend
insane, dude.
Trump wants to
insane.
spend more than that with his tax cuts as it relates to large corporations. $3.9 trillion a year, or $1 trillion over 10 years. 3.9 trillion. Lucas, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Lucas in the comment section? Thank you so much, Lucas. I really appreciate that. Let's get some W's for Lucas.
But when they start saying they're going to give it some estimate on spending, they always spend a lot more. Like look at the Gulf
What?
War. And I think we have, like I say, we have.
So
spent
Trump's 3.9 trillion is going to be more than 3.9 trillion.
No, I think we. I mean, actually, I'm not. I'm holding both parties accountable. I think
So
they-
how is Trump going to pay for his $3.9 trillion a year, $1 trillion over 10 years in tax cuts?
Well, tax cuts. When it comes to me, I want to ask you this simple question, and it's really easy. Have you ever had a poor man give you a job?
Huh?
A rich man is going to give you a job. A poor man is not going to have the ability to give you a job. So to me, it makes a lot more sense.
Did you
that-
actually know that people demanding goods and services creates jobs? The whole reason why a business can make money in the very first place is because there's a demand for that good or service.
That's
Did you
true.
know that? So in order for them to be able to have a business in the first place, there has to be people that want to buy their good, which includes poor people with money.
That's true, but who has the money? That's the thing. I mean, we gotta consume what they produce. The thing is, if they got to a point where they think, well, hey, if they're gonna raise my taxes, I'm gonna say,
Joshua,
hey,
thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
they're gonna say, hey, I'm gonna hold my money back, and I'm gonna cut down. I'm gonna unemploy people. So I mean, that's my reason of thinking. I mean, because I know it goes down to the poor, and I know we're the consumers. But I think we need to be more part of the manufacturing country, manufacturing our own products instead of buying from China. I really think that we, like I said, we invest too much in, I say, the warfare state and the welfare state. And I get this from Ron Paul. I really like a lot of his sayings because now we used to have our Federal Reserve backed by gold, and now I mean I guess
There's no
they
reason to use gold, but like the point I would make is that like, dude, I already gave you a response to this. If you don't care about the deficit, your whole argument here is about the deficit, then I don't know what to tell you. There's no conversation to be had here.
Well, there's a debt. See, the deficit is a 1 year thing. The debt is the total of all the presidents. The debt is only 1 year. They can cut the deficit by how they cut the deficit is cut this crazy out of control spending, like 900. How many trillions to Ukraine? I just don't. I'm sorry, I don't see no
We didn't
point in
send
that.
trillions to Ukraine. That's a lie. We sent $107 billion to the Ukrainian government.
Well, I take that down. Let me rewind on that. Yeah, it's billions, but still, that's a lot of money. I think we spend too much foreign aid on people that are not actually our friends.
Anthony, thank you for the $25 in a non-COVID donation. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Anthony. But yeah, is there anything else you want to say or talk about before I go on to the next person?
I just and also now I said about the welfare state. I'm really concerned. How I've been hearing they're giving is it true? How much are we giving these illegals? That's I'm
There's
having
no
really.
federal policy giving undocumented immigrants anything. Can you tell me what federal policy is doing that?
I've been hearing something about $3,800 a month. I mean,
Nope, not even close. That's ridiculous.
well,
You're literally hearing conspiracy theories.
Okay, so how they're getting the benefits? They're getting some kind of benefits. What kind of jobs are these people doing?
No federal policy is given to undocumented immigrants in terms of like support. I would love to hear what federal policy does that. You can say that there are rumors about this. There are rumors about plenty of things. Now, what's the evidence?
I mean, I can definitely try to look that up.
Okay. All right. Well, you should do that. Appreciate you coming up.
Okay, but do you understand some of the things I was?
No, I don't care. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. Yo, Shelly, thank you so much for the $5,
I'm voting
Shelly.
for Trump 100%.
Are you driving?
No, I'm not. I'm sitting at a dock right now getting loaded.
Okay, why are you voting for Trump?
Well, he's got better policies than the Democrats. He's for the people of the United States.
Can you name me one policy
the
that Donald Trump
Democrats lied.
influenced to get passed that you like?
The Democrats lied about the unemployment or about how many people they employed in the last 4 years, or they were short
By the way,
814,000.
that's Timmy. The Democrats don't come up with the unemployment numbers. It's the Bureau of Labor Statistics who also did it under the Trump administration. Dario, thank you so much. I appreciate the galaxy. Thank you. Chat, by the way, I don't know if
What policies does Harris have? What are her policies? What is she gonna do for the country?
Wait, are you from the United States?
No. What is she gonna do for her country? Go on
So
her
what-
site.
what state
are
do you
her
live in?
policies? What is?
What state do you live
I
in?
live in Wisconsin.
Okay. So her policies, right, are specifically to eliminate medical debt in this country. Her policies are specifically to provide a cap for pharmaceutical drugs in this nation, like they did so specifically with the $35 cap on insulin, right? Like they
She
want-
did not do the $35 cap on insulin.
Yeah,
that
yes,
was
they
the Trump
did.
era. No, it
that
was
was
the
a
Trump era.
non-enforceable-
Look it up.
That
Look
executive.
it up. It was the Trump era.
Timmy,
You're
Tim-
wrong.
No,
It
I'm not.
was the Trump era. Yes, it was.
Okay, appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. Yeah, not only are you driving, but it is the case that clearly that was an executive order that was non-enforceable. Just letting you know. I also might hit a restart everyone. I don't know. I think on this account just it hits 30% and doesn't go beyond that. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello,
Only send a guest request if you are voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Hey,
Are you voting
you
Trump?
hear me? Yeah,
Why so?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yeah, is there a way you can move to a
What's up?
place with less background noise?
Well, let's take this. Oh, yeah, sorry. Hold on. Is it better?
No.
It's better?
Yo.
All right, hold on. Oh, yeah. Sorry, my. How about this?
I'm sorry. I can't do it. I'm not doing that today. I apologize. I'm really sorry. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Alright, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Angel, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much, Angel. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25.
Tria, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Give me some W's for Tria in the comment section right now. Are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
I don't know. That's my opinion. I was actually just curious. What grass were you smoking earlier?
All right. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
I don't know. As a young person, I see the Kamala stuff. I don't see a lot of the you go to our website, you see the About Us stuff. You don't see any policy. That's a little weird.
She just dropped policy
When was that? Yesterday?
like a few days ago.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't looked through all of that stuff. It also
Go
just
check
kind
it
of
out.
it rubs me the wrong way. I was definitely not a Trump supporter last election, but the way they kind of just threw Biden out, don't know if that was really his choice.
He chose to drop down.
Right, but yeah, it just kind of seems weird how it was, if I just feel like the Democrats could have elected someone a lot better in their primary. And yet, like I said, I'd usually probably vote Democrat.
They voted Biden-Harris. So if Biden steps down, Harris steps up.
Right. I understand that. I just think there was a lot of other candidates that kind of got snubbed of that if they had a free primary.
Name one.
I don't know. I really like. I mean, oh, I'm kind of a Bernie supporter. So if you go back to
Bernie wasn't in the 2020 primary.
No, I know that. But if you go back to 2016 when Bernie kind of got snubbed.
I'm asking you, like in 2020, like who was a better candidate that you wanted to vote for?
Honestly, I would have liked to see Pete Buttigieg in there.
Buttigieg wasn't a candidate in 2020.
Yeah, there was no candidate.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, because they didn't have a primary, right? That's the thing. Is there was like a few opposition to Biden, but it's like no one's going to run against the incumbent if they're not running a true primary. So that's like what I would have liked to see. That's just like what kind of rubbed me.
I mean, I meant in 2024, by the way. But
oh yeah.
But yeah, in terms of 2024, there is no other candidate. Of course, Pete Buttigieg would be great, but like, why is Kamala Harris worse than Trump?
I don't know that she's like necessarily worse. Like they both, I think, have their issues, and it's kind of just like where the money's coming from is how I look at it. But I'm more concerned with.
So why are you voting Trump over Kamala Harris?
Honestly, I'm just more concerned about like global conflict, stuff like that. I think.
How does Trump make global conflict better?
I think like thinking about Trump term, thinking about like wartime stuff like that. We weren't like looking to get into new wars under Biden Harris. It's been a rough go.
We were. There was a self-proclaimed war on ISIS by Trump. There was an assassination of a top military general in Iran. There was specifically a 450% increase in drone strikes in the Middle East. What do you mean?
Yeah, from what I've seen, I just think that, you know, this war in Ukraine, this escalation in Israel and Palestine, like those issues, I don't know. I just don't feel Kamala has the ability. And then you see people protesting that.
None of those things were caused by the president's.
Right. It was just, you know, I just don't see Harris. Biden didn't handle it as well.
Do you think FDR caused World War II?
No, I just think they didn't handle it.
He was president.
Right. I just think Biden didn't handle that as well, like global politics.
What could he have done that was better?
I don't know. I just think, I don't know. Honestly, if Biden was in there when Ukraine and stuff like that, or I mean, if Trump was in there, sorry, I just think that he would have handled things differently. There was a little bit of like a stronger sense of like, you can't do this. This is a NATO country, that kind of stuff.
No, so Ukraine is not a NATO country.
I understand that, but I just think there was a stronger sense of like, this is America. No one's going to step on us, that kind of stuff with Trump.
No, and I'm not saying that's just what you feel like. There's no evidence supporting that view.
Right. But I just feel like that's where, you know, there's a difference. My main concern too with Kamala and the Harris Walls ticket is you see people protesting about this like Israel-Palestine stuff at her rallies, and she immediately just shuts it down. And it's like, you know what?
No, she literally addressed it. And also, they should be protesting the Trump side, but they're not protesting the Trump side because they know that they're less likely to take into account what they're saying.
I just think it's weird. I mean, I'm glad that's their attempt to protest and maybe get like Harris.
So they're conceding that Harris is better by protesting Harris and not protesting Trump.
Yeah, I can understand that. I don't see it a clear path forward as Harris Walls saying like, oh, we're going to stop this war here. We're going to, you know.
They're advocating for a ceasefire. Trump is not advocating for a ceasefire. Trump actually argued against a ceasefire because they said it would make, you know, Kamala Harris look good.
Right. Yeah, I understand that point. I just think where I'm at now, and I don't think it matters. I'm in a blue state, so it's like, you know, you kind of feel like you don't have that anyway. So I'm like,
so you know, again, I'm not hearing any reason why Trump is a better candidate. I'm just hearing reasons why you don't like the Democratic Party. And reasons why you don't like the Democratic Party doesn't show that like you don't like the Democratic more than you don't like Trump. And
right.
Devin, thank you for the $75 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Devin in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Devin. Let's get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Devin. That is crazy. Let's get some W's. At least 75 plus W's in the comment section right now. Yeah, is there anything else you want to talk about, Arad? Thank you for the hand.
Yeah, I just think, I mean, kind of in the same sense to where we've gotten at in politics at this point, it's the same way from the other side, right? You know, you're saying, oh, you're just finding ways you don't like Trump so you can vote for the Democratic Party, you know, that kind of thing. I don't like either party because it's, you know, how much money you want to spend on an election can win you, that kind of stuff. And that's what really concerns me with like the state of politics now is, you know, what billionaire and that kind of stuff. And I would say Kamala, and like, I haven't looked through the policy, but I have heard some of the stuff she said about like taxing the billionaires more, taxing wealthy, that kind of stuff I really do like. It's just like, I don't know. I hope that's true. And she doesn't get in there and go, you know, kind of do the same thing and go, okay, now I'm in here and I got strong armed by these bureaucrats and I can't do anything now, you know, that kind of thing.
I'm not hearing a reason why you're voting for Trump over Kamala Harris, but yeah, I appreciate you coming up, man.
Thanks, man.
Thank you for the hand art. Thank you so much, Beanie. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Let's get to the next person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. I don't know. It might be a restart worthy moment. I don't know. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We're at that point on this account where it's like it's sending out enough where it's like there's a lot of people in here, but then it's like I know it's not pushing out in terms of algorithm. So it's like I'm in like in a weird position. Because if I restart, it could be the case that it doesn't even send out to the position I am right now. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, 25.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah,
Why?
because I value conservative values over liberal values.
Like which values?
Well, I'm pro-life for one, but that's probably religious side, not so much policy
You
side.
think abortion is murder?
Yes.
So why do you think murder should be left up to the states?
Well, because it'd be the same for the death penalty, wouldn't it? And I'm for the death penalty.
You think the death penalty is murder? So why are you for murder?
Because I believe there's exceptions. And some
Pro-life,
people-
really pro-life for you.
don't. Well, yeah, that's one point. But
Yeah, so again, why do you want to leave murder up to the states? Thank you for the confetti. So, like, can you distinct to me, like, the murder of abortion under your worldview from any other type of murder, insofar as that you would say that this murder should be legal, but other murders should be illegal under certain states?
well, I believe in accountability. So some people, well, you know, they deserve it.
Okay, so why should murder be left up to the states instead of federally determined to be illegal?
Because I believe people are making a big deal out of something that's like California can have some laws, but you know, Nevada, Arizona, Utah, they can decide their own. I don't think federally you shouldn't be making the laws for everybody.
Yeah, you just said that it should be left up to the states, but it is the case that if you leave it up to the states, you're leaving murder up to the states.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. But if
Under
you
your own
just,
worldview.
well, why does it have to be federal though?
Oh. So you don't think murder should be federally illegal?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so if you don't think murder should be federally illegal, or if you do think murder should be federally illegal, and you think abortion is murder, well then murder should be federally illegal.
Well, that's one way of looking at it. But when you decide if you're pro-choice, you don't think abortion is murder, do you?
No, I don't think it's murder in the first trimester, not even close.
Yeah, well, I guess that's the problem. That's how we view stuff differently, and that's what would differentiates you from me.
Okay. All right. All right, everyone. I'm gonna hit a restart on my live. I need to go pee as well. But I'll be right back, everyone. Give me a second. I'll be right back. Follow me on this account. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go live again. Just gonna hit a quick restart. Mr. West, if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, we are just looking for some debate. It's like one of my favorite things, so. But yeah, we're gonna get some people up here in a second. Tap that screen that's right up to 100,000 likes. Share the live as well, everyone. Hopefully we can get some push on this live. If not, this account just might be destroyed. Parker, your energy seems low today. I'm fine today. Don't worry about me. All right. We'll get some people up here in a second. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. I mean, it could be because the DNC is on right now. I guess that could be the case, but I don't know. It just like, it's really weird. It's really weird. Yo, love you. Thank you so much. I appreciate the $3. Thank you so much. Can you post your sources somewhere? Yes, I will. I'll make sure to get everything posted. All right, let's get some person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 52.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Well, I'll tell you something. I'll tell you why. Well, before this weekend, I was on the fence. You know, I was. I don't like his rhetoric. I'm a God-fearing man. But I certainly don't like Kamala. You know, she's not...
Kamala?
Anyway, she's not... You know what? She's... Anyway, I won't even go there. My point being is I was on the fence. And I was like, Lord, give me a sign. Because I cannot vote for that person. You know? And I'm not going to say her name because, you think that's funny? How I speak? Is that funny to you? Anyway, let me get back to my story, okay?
I think you can say Kamala.
It's Kamala, sir.
Are you trolling?
I'm not. So
you
anyway,
should be respectful and you should say Kamala.
Okay, just won't say her name. How about that? Okay?
You can say Vice President Harris.
Sir, I won't say her name. Okay? So I was on the fence because you know what? I'm a God-fearing man. I understand Trump is imperfect.
Would God like the fact that he's held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
That is not true, sir. Do not lie
Yes,
on
it is.
him.
I never lied. He was held civilly liable
Let
of
me
sexually
tell
assaulting a woman.
Can I finish my story and then I can answer your questions? So I don't agree with Trump, but I know he's a God-fearing man. Okay? But his rhetoric, I don't like. It's not Christ-like. So I said, I've been praying on this for a little bit. Like, give me a sign. Please give me a sign. So, lo and behold, on Saturday, Domino's has 50% off pizza. And I was like, well, I'm going to get myself a pie. I ordered my usual pepperoni sausage and pineapple. Okay? I ordered this and have it delivered. I bring the pie in my house. And like I said, mind you, I've been praying on this. Like, give me a sign. I opened that goddamn box. And if I didn't step back and gasp, I saw what it looked like, a picture of Trump in that pizza. I did not eat it. I was shocked.
That was the worst troll ever, dude. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
42.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
Okay, so here's my thing. I don't listen to anything that Trump says. I don't watch his rallies. I don't see him on TV. Somebody starts talking about him, I just shut up. Like, TV gets muted. All right. So the only thing that I care about is what he actually does. And it's
Okay,
not,
well, he did restrict women's access to abortion. He did deny climate change's existence in terms of it being caused by humans. Right?
yeah,
Those are
that's
things he
true.
did do. He did get held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman.
Absolutely. Yeah. But that's the thing. Like, I'm not thinking about him as a person. I'm thinking about him as basically like a vessel for all the people around him who tell him what to do. And I know that he listens to folks like the Federalist Society who are going to suggest all the Supreme Court justices that he's going to, submit. He listens to the Heritage Foundation and
Project 2025.
Project 2025. Absolutely. Yeah. So,
You like that?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I think, the Constitution was made to be amended, and we don't like plenty of the stuff that our forefathers, they were slave owners.
What do you
they
like
were
about
sexist.
Project 2025?
Well, I mean, I think somebody's going to get made a dictator in America eventually. Somebody's going to be a tyrant. It's just where we're going, right? So it might as well be the Republican who gets to be king first, like just right out the gate.
Trolling, bro.
I'm totally trolling. I love you, Parker. Thank you.
Jesus. Dude, I was like, there's no way that's true. That was a good troll. I like that. I like that. Yeah, Tim, how old are you?
27. How old are you?
I'm voting Trump. What about you?
You're voting Trump?
Yeah, no, I thought we were lying. Yeah, go for it. So why are you voting Trump?
Wait, do you not actually think I'm 27?
No, I was just trolling.
Okay.
Are you voting
All
Trump?
good, man. Yeah, I am.
Why so?
Well, outside of the fact of we have a political system that we can't have another candidate on the platform, he's obviously the better pick.
How's he the better pick?
I don't think Kamala actually has policies, at least from what I can find online. I've scourged her website. There's no policies on there.
She just came out with them a few days ago. You want me
Is
to tell
that
you
on
them?
her? Yeah, I'd love to hear it.
Okay, so she wants to get rid of medical debt. She wants to cap pharmaceutical costs as it relates to plenty of pharmaceutical drugs. She wants to provide a $25,000 subsidy for first home buyers, specifically for new homes to be built, to incentivize the building of new homes. She wants to provide a $6,000 child tax credit for the first year of a child's life for each kid, and $3,600 for each year after that.
Okay, what's her plan for paying for all that? Just curious.
Yeah, so she wants to increase taxes on people's income over $400,000 a year.
Okay. It's very good. It's just interesting. I can't find it on her website. I heard it from you first and not her website.
Yeah, she said it, though. She said it at a rally, so...
No, all good. No, I think that there's pretty good statistics out there that actually prove the fact of, like, unemployment rate was actually better under Trump.
Yeah, no. So actually, there's a lower unemployment rate under the Biden-Harris administration in April 2023, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics.
Yeah, and the statistics as well also showed it trending in the same exact line, although there was a pandemic which nobody foreseen happening. But if a pandemic did not happen, that number definitely would have been much lower.
Okay, so you think it's related to COVID. Well, why can't you acknowledge that there's a global inflation as well?
Yeah, no, there's global inflation around the world because COVID's a thing. But the simple fact of the matter is, when you look at a presidential candidate, you take COVID out of the factor and you look at where we are currently or where we were at the time. If that was not a thing.
If you actually look at 2019, we have higher real wages now than we did in 2019.
Yeah, because you have to. Because
real wages means accounting for inflation.
Yeah, you have to because things are more expensive. It evens out across the board. Is that wrong?
No. Real wages means accounting for inflation, accounting for price increase.
I feel like most people could probably disagree with that.
Okay, well, you could say you disagree with that, but that's literally what the Federal Reserve indicates.
Good to know that the Federal Reserve speaks for everybody.
Yep.
No, but
It
I
does
mean,
speak.
you look.
It does speak for the economic data. Yep.
Yeah, but I mean, a 3.5% in February 2020, right before COVID hit, and the lowest we got was 3.4 with Biden, and now we're trending up. There's actually no signs of it actually slowing down for unemployment.
Unemployment's going up slightly because of the Federal Reserve increasing interest rates. They're influencing the increase of interest rates.
How does that correlate? I'm just curious.
The influence of increase in interest rates decreases aggregate demand, which increases unemployment, right?
Does the lower number of employment rates factor in people taking on two jobs because they can't afford stuff?
What? No, so there's a higher unemployment rate than what there was at 3.4% in April 2023 because of the influence of the increase in the interest rates.
Yes, but when you say there's a low unemployment rate, does that factor in people that are taking on two jobs to afford stuff?
That factors in everyone who's employed.
Yeah, but I mean, if a single person is employed twice because they have to take on a second job because
No,
they can't.
it still relates to that individual. That person doesn't reduce the unemployment rate by having two jobs.
Okay. Looking at the, let's see if I can get this to go away. Looking at the overall inflation rate, 12-month percentage. Seems like things have spiked.
There was global inflation in Africa and Asia, everywhere in the world.
Yeah. I mean,
Devin, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Devin. You got anything
honestly just no. I mean, I could probably go on. I feel like I would make a fool out of myself, but I mean, I think that there's policies in a sense of what he's done for VA workers.
Des, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. Okay. What did he do specifically? Can you give me an example?
He fired 11,500 workers that weren't giving VA patients adequate response times on being taken care of, so to speak.
Okay. Why didn't he just increase funding and standards for like VA? And when did he do that?
He did that during his presidency, obviously, but
like what policy did that?
Not really sure what policy did that, but it happened.
Okay.
You can probably look it up if you choose to do so.
Sure. Would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
If I had to choose between that and someone who wrongfully locked up people over marijuana charges after laughingly...
You can't say that on live. She didn't for possession. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 32.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes, sir.
Why so?
I would just have to say, like, Agenda 47. I believe in what he's trying to enforce more than I do the other parties.
Okay, like what specifically?
Just a few things like border control.
Really? So why do you block the border bill?
Just because I don't think without legal documentation, I don't think you should be allowed to enter any country over a certain period of time unless you're just visiting. I'm for everybody that goes out and, gets their citizenship, and I know it's a process and all that stuff, but I don't think it's fair.
So you did completely ignore my point there.
What was your...
Why did Trump block the border bill?
Why did he?
Mm-hmm. It was written by a Republican congressperson.
Who wrote it?
Well, there was one from Langford. Right, that's a right-wing individual. Both of them were written by right-wing individuals.
I mean, I couldn't tell you why. I don't know.
Okay. So then, why do you think that he cares about the border when he actively tried to get shot down a border bill because he didn't want Democrats to look good? Because it was affecting his election prospects.
Is that what you think it was?
That's what even Republicans have indicated.
I'm not here to argue with you on that.
Okay. So what are you here to argue with me on? Ken, thank you for the hand massage.
It says, you know, why are you voting for Trump? And I told you I don't think men should be allowed to fight women in sports. I'm a boxer myself. I don't totally agree with what went on.
Yeah, I don't think trans women are men, by the way. Also, trans people aren't dominating women's sports. And also, like, I don't know why that's, like, a big issue that you're referencing.
Well, there's...
Like, there's literally people who don't have health care. People are homeless in this country.
No, that's not...
Don't have access to college.
I was talking
people
about
don't have basic amenities. And
Agenda
you're
47.
sitting here and you're saying that, like...
That's a part
you
of
think that
Agenda
it's a big
47.
issue that trans people are playing in the sport that relates to their gender.
No, I said that's part of Agenda 47.
Okay, but like I don't see why that's something that you care about. Like as it relates to all these other things, Trump being held legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud, having 34 felonies, trying to overthrow the government, restricting women's access to abortion, calling for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country.
What about all the stuff that they've convicted him of that wasn't true, that didn't...
Can you name one thing?
There's a bunch of stuff. Look it up.
What?
They tried to... I mean, there's a bunch of stuff.
Like what?
I can pull it up if you want me to.
Go for it.
All right.
Dun 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 dun. You think I appreciate it. Give him a second, everyone. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now, and we'll bring you up. All these people talking shit in the comment section, I keep inviting them, and they're not joining. Why are y'all so scared? You talk all that shit in the comment section and then literally get scared when I invite you. Parker is so immature. Join. Join. Scared liberal. Join. You voting Trump?
Yeah, what's up, Parker?
You voting Trump?
I was here a couple days ago. What's up?
Did I debate you? He's probably driving. All right. Yeah, thank you so much for the goose. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Jesus Christ. You gotta be 18 plus, everyone, to join the live. TikTok rules. Let's get this next person up here. Elisa, I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Parker on Harry's payroll? What does that even mean? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker, can you hear me?
Yeah, you voting Trump?
I am voting Trump.
How old are you?
I'm 22.
And why are you voting Trump?
Well, I run a small business in Wisconsin here, and it's been a lot harder under the Biden administration, truthfully. I mean, you got to be honest, dude, stuff's a lot more expensive.
Yeah. So why was that caused by the Biden-Harris administration? Just because things are more expensive. Gabrielle, thank you for the $4. Thank you so much.
Personally, dude, I haven't gotten into politics like that in depth. I'm not too educated on it, but from what I've seen from like the news, and everything, like I was never one to really get too involved with it, but I just truthfully think, dude, that Trump had stuff a lot cheaper.
What did he do to cause that?
I don't know. Personally,
And you
I
don't
feel
know okay, so if you have no clue, why do you blame it on them?
What do you mean? If I have no clue?
If you have no clue what caused inflation, why do you blame it on the Biden-Harris administration? Also, that person left, by the way.
I feel as if it was the deals that were made. I don't think Kamala or Biden are able to make impactful decisions for the country. I mean, Biden could barely finish a sentence, dude.
Okay, so if you can't think they make impact, he can finish a sentence, by the way. If they can't make any type of impactful decisions for the country, how could they have made it worse?
Dude, look at how stuff
how
is
could they
going.
if they can't make any
Parker,
impactful
it's
decisions,
almost
how could they have
impossible for me to-
impacted inflation?
Parker, I run a small business in Wisconsin here, dude. It is almost impossible for me to run a small business. I've considered getting a job soon again, dude.
Hey
If-
Carson, if they can't make if they impacted inflation, how can they not make any impactful determinations?
Parker, Kamala's been in office the same amount
You
of
want to
time.
respond to what I just said?
Biden's been- What did you just say?
Yeah. So if they can't make any impactful decisions, how could they have impacted inflation?
Are you hearing this fucking guy right now? This is unbelievable. Dude, Parker.
If they can't make any impactful decisions, how could they have impacted inflation?
How could they?
This is not rocket science, Carson. You sound really dumb saying what you're saying, like being like, "What is this guy saying?" Appreciate the confetti. Thank you so much. Like anyone with like a few brain cells knows that like what you're saying is dumb.
Okay, but okay. Parker, you know why people don't have anything to say to you, or anybody that comes on here to say anything to you? Because they're so frustrated. All you and Harry do is try to frustrate people, dude.
Dude, if
That's
I
all
tried
you
to
guys
frustrate
do.
people,
But
I
no.
would be sitting here talking to you
Parker.
calmly.
Parker, you're calm because you're making money off of people donating gifts and stuff, dude. All you do is try to frustrate people. That's all you do. And then you sit on here on these lives hoping they donate, which they do because they're dumb, and they
I think it's ironic that you call the
I-
people donating to me dumb when you are not arguing and you're instead just saying that people donate to me are dumb. Like you're just you're not actually giving me any argument. You're not responding to my points. You just sound like a little sensitive snowflake. Do you need some baby bottles, Carson? Like, can we get some baby bottles in the chat for Carson real quick? His MAGA mobile is refraining him from being able to respond to me right now. Let's get some baby bottles in the comment
Here's-
section right now for Carson. Avery, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much for being dumb. Thank you so much. Dana, thank you so much for the $1 for being dumb. Thank you so much. Give him a second, everyone. The MAGA mobile service has been very bad recently. Oh, look, he had to leave. Susan, thank you so much for the $10 for being dumb. Lovey, thank you so much for the $5 for being dumb. Christine, thank you for the $5 for being dumb. Christina, thank you for the $5 for being dumb. Ethan, thank you for the $1 for being dumb. Christina, again, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much for being dumb. Blaine, thank you for the $1 for being dumb. Why did Carson run away? Ethan, thank you for the $1 for taking advantage of you. Garrett, thank you for the $5 for being dumb. Killer Kicks, thank you for the $1 for being dumb. Morgan, thank you for the $5 for the frustrating practice. Amy, thank you for the $5 for unimpactful. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate y'all are incredible. Leanne, thank you so much for the $5 for frustrating.
Hello,
thank
Parker.
so
How
much
you
for the
doing?
mic on. You have a huge echo, man. Nikki, thank you for the $1 for being dumb. Tat, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Y'all are going so wild tonight. Yo, DK, thank you for the super power. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Hey Parker, how you doing?
Are you voting Trump? Emily, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
Where'd you go? I don't see.
Larry,
I
thank you
don't
for the
see
$1.11
anything.
for the DNC. You should see me right now. Lucilia, I appreciate the
Hey
$5
Parker, I don't
for
see
being
nothing
dumb.
on your screen.
Okay, I'm sorry. All right, let's get on to the next individual real quick. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. Thank you for the cap. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Trump 2024, bitch.
You are not an adult. Yo, Tyrone, thank you so much. I appreciate the $1 for never letting anyone talk. Thank you so much. All right, let's get to this next individual, y'all. I think this account is just done for, chat. This account is so cooked, bro. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Are you voting Trump?
No.
Nice. Only voting for only send a guest request if you are voting for Trump. I've just been saying some crazy, like, I can't even speak recently. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Alright. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Oh, the account's cooked because I just know it's not pushing out. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, you betcha.
Why so?
Because it's Trump.
Okay. Why are you voting for Trump?
He's the savior of America.
He's the what?
The savior of America.
How is he a savior?
Because he was gifted to us by God.
Are you trolling?
No. Trump 2024. God.
All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Let's get this next person up here real quick. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
49.
You voting Trump?
I am.
Why so?
Because Harris has no idea of how an economy works. And that's evident by her statement that she is going to put price controls on things at the supermarket.
No, she didn't say that. She just said price gouging laws. So price controls on things like pharmaceuticals is beneficial. Trump even advocated for a $35 cap on insulin. Secondly, do you think someone who understands economics would say that they should replace income tax with tariffs?
Oh, wait a minute. So you're pivoting onto Trump. We're talking about Harris. Try and stay focused. Okay.
I addressed tariffs, and that also showed you how Trump wasn't actually economically liberal.
So she did say she wanted price controls, and all that's going to do is lead to shortages.
No, you just lied. So
I didn't.
It doesn't lead to shortages in the pharmaceutical market.
You don't want to deal with the facts of what she's.
No, you just don't listen to what she said. It was price gouging laws.
Well, she's also talking about legislating from the Oval Office that if Congress doesn't give her gun control in 90 days, that she's going to.
You muted yourself.
So I don't understand how going
in 90 days what?
You keep wanting to talk about Trump's going to be a dictator, but yet she's already advertising that she's going to do it. How do you condone that?
Wait, what did she say? You muted yourself, so I didn't know what you were saying.
No, you muted me. What she said was,
I promise you I didn't.
She said she's going to give Congress 90 days, or maybe it was 100, I'm not sure, to give her common sense gun reform. And if they don't act in 90 or 100 days, then she'll do it with the power of the pen.
You mean to executive order?
Right. So how is she
Okay.
legislating from executive order? How is that not when you all claim Trump is going to be a tyrant?
Jacob, executive orders isn't tyranny.
Well, then why would she ask Congress to do something in the first place if she's just going to be a tyrant and do it herself? How do you reconcile the two things?
It's not tyranny to engage in an executive order, but as it relates to the context of Congress, it's because Congress's legislation is most likely to stay up. Whereas if it's specifically an executive order, it can be taken down with the next president.
Okay, so you're okay with her going around Congress and legislating from the White House, but you're not okay when Trump says things that would indicate the same thing. I'm trying to figure out the double standard.
No, he's not just saying when he says he's going to be a dictator on day one, he's not just saying he's going to do executive orders.
Oh, really?
Trump's
What's he
already
saying?
done
What's the
executive
quote?
orders.
What's the quote?
He said
She
he wants
is
to be.
saying if Congress doesn't legislate, then she will. I don't understand how that's not tyrannical.
She just means like executive order. Executive orders are not
Oh,
tyrannical.
agreed.
Do you think Trump is
Agreed.
tyrannical?
Agreed. So my point is, why is she going
Jacob,
to
do
do
you
it
think
if Congress
do you think
doesn't?
Trump is tyrannical?
Don't pivot. We're not talking about
No,
Trump.
if
We're
you don't
talking
answer my
about
question,
Harris.
I will
Try and
literally
stay
shut you up
focused.
until you
Put on
answer
your
the
big
question.
boy- Put on your big.
Jacob, I can mute you until you answer me. Okay.
Why don't you quit pivoting and put your big boy pants on and answer the
never
question
pivot.
about Harris? You're pivoting.
I never pivot. I asked you a
You are
question.
pivoting. You're
not
talking
answering
about
it.
Trump. We're talking about Harris. Stay
You
focused
understand
on
that
the
you can
issue.
talk about both simultaneously, right? You can use
No,
that,
we're
but you only
talking
have
about
one brain
Harris, and
cell.
you're pivoting to something else.
I'm sorry. Does only one brain cell work in your brain?
Oh, so now you're going to do personal attacks because your position is weak.
No, you've already been doing personal attacks.
I don't know. I said you were
Not
pivoting.
very
That's
mindful, not
that's
very
not a personal
demure.
attack. So go ahead and smirk because you're beat. You're beat
not
and you're
beat.
pivoting. It's the same thing you do.
Jacob, who hurt you? Are you mad right now? Like, do you need?
More
do you need
personal
some-
attacks. That's
do you need
beautiful.
some milk?
More personal attacks.
Do you need
More
some milk?
personal attacks. No, I'm
Do you-
fucking great. There
do
you
you
go.
need- do you
Personal
need a baby
attacks.
bottle?
Try and discredit me with personal attacks, but you haven't answered
Jacob,
the issue.
would you prefer a baby bottle?
There you go. See, you're a child. You're not capable of having a real discussion. And your course that you're taking now is absolutely transparent. It's very lucid. Anybody can see it. But you're just pining to the people donating to you. Answer the question. Why would she go to Congress
Christine,
for
thank you for the
laws
$5.
and
Thank you
then
so much,
usurp
Christine, for
them
being
as a
very
tyrant?
mindful and very demure. Thank you so much. What did you say?
Why
What did you say,
Why would she go around Congress after she acts Congress? Maybe legislating should be done from Congress and not threaten to go
Jacob.
around them like a big bully.
Jacob, if Congress doesn't get something done, the president does have the right to do executive order. The reason why she wants Congress to do it rather than her doing it, because it's more likely to stay around, right? Whereas, like, if it was an executive order, the next president can just get rid of it. Amy, thank you for the $1 for the demurocracy. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And Lucilia, I appreciate the $5 for the emotional baby. Thank you so much.
So I'm sorry that you can't see that. if
Zach,
she's
thank you for the
trying to
baby bottle for
legislate-
Jacob. Thank you so much.
If she's trying to legislate, then legislate. If our elected officials in Congress don't want that law because they're speaking for the American people, what gives her the right to go around them to do the same thing? How do you reconcile that dictator tyrannical attitude?
Executive orders are not dictator-esque. Trump, under your view, would
We're
be
not talking about
dictator.
Trump. Don't pivot to Trump.
No, I'm just showing the absurdity of your argument. Trump, under your worldview, would be a dictator then because he engaged in executive orders.
We're talking.
Biden would be a dictator currently because he's engaged in executive orders. Bush would be a dictator because he engaged in executive orders. Obama would be a dictator because he engaged in executive orders. Basically, every president in American history would have been a dictator under your worldview because they've engaged in executive orders. Ikana, thank you so much for the $4 for being very mindful and very demure. Thank you so much.
Quit pitting to everybody else. Why would it be okay for her to act that way after asking Congress? Explain that.
I have no issue with executive orders
I'm not, but then why ask Congress in the first place?
because Congress can keep it around for longer because the next
The
president
assault
can get
weapons
rid of
ban
it. Ethan, thank you for the $1 for his ban.
Hillary's husband, Bill Clinton, did. That had a sunset. So how did that stick around forever? And the gun legislation that she's proposing has already been deemed
Jacob,
unconstitutional by SCOTUS.
Jacob, what I'm telling you very clearly is that it is the case that executive orders won't necessarily stay around as long as
You're not answering the question.
legislation
You're
will.
pivoting.
I
You're
am
pivoting.
addressing it.
How
because
do
it
you
is the case that it
reconcile?
can be taken away by the
How
next
do you
president.
reconcile?
Does that mean that it is going to be
Harris?
taken away by the next president? No.
How do you
but it
reconcile
can.
Harris going around Congress after she asked Congress, and if they won't do
I already
what
told you
Queen
multiple
Harris
times.
wants, then she's going to do it herself? Why bother? Why not just help the country?
Jacob,
Because it'll stick around longer. Come on, answer
Jacob,
a real question.
Are you purposefully not
Answer
listening?
a real question.
Stephanie, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Are you purposefully not listening?
No, I want you to answer the damn question and not answer other questions that weren't asked. I want you to
Sir,
stay.
I did
Is
answer
your
the direct
ADD
question.
getting to you?
I still answered the direct question.
All you said was other presidents did it. We're not talking about other presidents.
No, that's not all I
If
said.
this is such a huge
Michaela, thank you for the
issue,
dollar.
then let her do
Jessica,
an
thank you for the
executive order on
$10
day
for
one.
Jacob's. Jessica, thank you so much for the $10 for Jacob's anger management. Thank you so much.
I'm glad you're making money on me. So what's with your ADD? Let's stay focused. If this is such a huge problem,
why are you using that
then
in a
why
negative
doesn't she just?
context,
You're
by the way?
interrupting. You're interrupting again. If this is such a big issue,
I
why
don't
doesn't
care,
she just
Jacob.
act by executive order and then ask Congress after the fact so it would be longer lasting? Why is she bothering to go to Congress first? Answer that. If it's such a big deal, write your executive order and then ask Congress to make it longer lasting. That fits with your argument. But she's not talking about doing that. Makes sense out of asking Congress to do something and then doing it after the fact. Instead of being proactive, fixing our country and helping us with all the assault, with all the gun issues. Why doesn't
Shania,
she
thank
just
you so
do
much
it?
for the $10. Well, because it is the case that she wants longer lasting policy as it relates to the legislative branch. The reason why
Perfect. So
she
then why
doesn't
doesn't she
specifically
do
do
it
it, please
first
be
to
quiet,
help
please
us
be
for at least
quiet.
4
Hey, just listen real quick. She's giving 100 days. 100 days is not 4 years. She's doing it because she wants Congress to get it done, and she
Why
thinks
in that
Congress
order?
can get it done. Now, would she disincentivize Congress if she did it through executive order? Well, that could be the case because it would get rid of some of the effects short term. But again, that wouldn't address
But
the
she
long
can
term.
fix the problem day one by her
That wouldn't address the long term
Right.
consequences. So it doesn't fix the problem by not addressing the long term consequences. Now, if Congress doesn't do anything, and the only thing she can do specifically is the executive order, the executive order is preferable to nothing. If it as it relates, you just got harassment and bullying, by the way, because you're so mad. Stephanie, thank you so much for the $5 for buying Jacob some baby bottles. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. He was really mad. I don't know why he was so mad. That was interesting. Brianna, thank you so much for the $5 for his baby bottle. What's up, how old are you?
No.
Are you voting for Trump? Hello? Yeah, we're being very mindful today, everyone. We're being very mindful today. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Hello?
Are you voting Trump?
Oh, yeah. Sorry,
that?
I've never been on a TikTok before, so kind of.
Yeah, why are you voting for Trump?
I don't know. I feel like these past, well, no, I do know. But past 4 years, as far as like my taxes and stuff, they're making a lot less on my claims than I did when he was in office. And
Did you know we're currently under Trump tax policy?
I don't believe that's 100% true.
We are. You can look at the Trump tax cuts, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, and you can see specifically that most of the tax policy sunsets by 2025. Now, some stays around after that, but most sunsets by 2025.
Yeah.
Kelsey, thank you so much for the $42 on Cash App. Can we get some W's for Kelsey in the comment
that's pretty
section
cool.
right now for the $42 for mindfulness? Thank you so much. And Vaughn, thank you for the dollar. Let's get some W's for Kelsey in the comment section right now. Thank you so much.
Also, like I really like how like Trump is very pro crypto because I've been full-time crypto for like 6-7 years now. So it's like I feel like with him it's gonna be a lot easier to do taxes for me. And also like
Would you
I
vote
didn't
for
really
Hitler if he was pro crypto?
Hitler and Trump that is a very big. I don't know.
No, I'm not
that's a
saying they're
very
the same. I'm just asking if you would.
that's a very big gap.
I
Well,
agree, but like I'm just asking you what.
Here's the
like,
thing: is people who voted for Hitler back then, they didn't really know what he was doing, until people knew. But
no, you could say that there's a big gap. Let's say that's true, but I'm just asking.
yeah,
would you vote for
that's a
him?
huge gap. Why? You're asking if I would vote for Hitler. That's just a weird question.
The reason why I'm asking you that is to see if there's any point in which you would draw a line.
Well, I wouldn't.
Thank you so much, Law of the Wild, for the
just
NPR
like
voice.
that's an
Thank you so much for the
extreme-
$10.
I just feel like that's an extreme to go to. But one thing that concerned me is I never really.
Brandon, the reason why I'm asking that question is just to see if there's any point in which you draw a line, and then I would ask you, why is Trump not excessive enough in which you would draw that line there? Christina, thank you so much for the dollar.
Well,
thank you so much.
I don't believe Trump is like Hitler in any way, personally.
I never said that. I'm just
Oh,
asking:
okay.
is there any point where you draw a line that if they do support
Well,
crypto,
I would
but
tell
it
you
is the
where I
case that
draw
their
a
character
line
is really
is-
bad, that you draw the
I
line,
would-
you say you're not
I
going
would
to vote
draw
for
a
them.
line when you have
Mark,
an
thank you for
entire
$4.
office. I would draw a line when you have an entire office in that lies about the state of the current president, and then when they go live on a debate, he obviously is not fit for office, and then you have a lot of people like yourself saying that he was and is, and then out of nowhere they're like, "Oh wait, never mind, he wasn't fit. He was never fit. It's just Camilla now," and it's like, okay, that's just
So no, that's not at all what happened. I
that
believe
is what happened.
Biden. I
He
believe
went
that-
live. He was anybody who was sane does know that he's not fit for office. Anyone can tell that he's too old.
So
and
here's
definitely has-
here is the communication error. I believe that he's fit to meet the conditions for what's necessary of a president, but does he meet the standards in which I would like for a president? No. Now,
I don't
what
think
was
he meets
demonstrated was that a
anything.
majority of Americans saw that they did not meet the standards of what they would like from a president, and that's why it is the case that he decided it would be best if he were to step down.
What
Now, the
that
same
showed
thing I think
me-
is true
yeah.
for Donald Trump. I think that Donald Trump specifically is not to the degree that I would like for a president of the United States in terms of mental capacity. I don't think he's fit for what I would like. But can he meet the necessary conditions for what a president needs? Sure.
Yeah, if and I got a question for you. If Trump did, get in office for another 4 years, what would be your opinion on that? Like, how would you feel about it?
If Trump did, I think that'd be very bad for the country.
What do you think's going to happen after he gets in office that you're, I guess you could say, is afraid of, like policies that he will implement that you're going to be afraid of?
So tariffs, I think he's going to not sign a codification of Roe v. Wade, even if that were to get passed. I think that he's going to
Yeah, I
degrade.
do understand that. I'm not. I do believe in choice to an extent, but I don't believe that anything after 16 weeks is that's me personally. I don't believe that should ever happen. Yeah, I can see that happening. I'm not 100% happening. I'm not 100% sure, but here recently in a speech of his, he did say that he was for Roe versus Wade.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, I was watching that live. It was at the Republican.
I promise you, Trump did not say he's for Roe versus Wade, because he quite literally stands behind putting Supreme Court justices in office with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade.
I remember. Well, I can't pull it up right now and just say it, but I do remember him saying that Roe versus Wade worked for many decades, and he's. I don't know who was who pressed the trigger on
I'm sorry to break it to you, but that was really dumb.
What was really dumb?
Saying that he liked Roe versus Wade.
I mean, he did say it. I know he has.
Not recently.
No, very recently, actually. I can't pull it up, but if you want, you can look it up. He has said that fairly recently. I know he has.
I don't even have to look it up.
The
It's
past
that
month and a
crazy.
half. Well, anybody listening can.
You don't have to. It's fucking ridiculous.
I don't. Okay, whatever. We can not talk about that. But when they said that Biden was, in the peak of his career and how he was at full health, it just made me realize that everyone around him is obviously manipulating him, and he's not making decisions. Because if you're at that state of mind, and I have family members that are just like Biden as far as like mentally, and then I literally have to help them with many things, not just, and it's little things I got to help them with.
I
As
think
far
you're
as like
taking it way too far. I don't think he's so out of it that cognitive decline.
I have a grandmother that's 103 years old, and personally, him and her are not far off. And I could tell, because I see her all the time, and I could tell by the way he was talking that he was dealing with the same struggles that I've seen her deal with many times. And it's actually very weird.
Brandon, I'm sorry. I just don't take that seriously. Secondly, he's not our president.
Biden
Or not,
is
not our presidential candidate, I meant. Sorry.
Well, he was until, you know, his
He
polls
is our
dropped.
president. Like, that's obviously true.
Yeah. But after that debate, his polls dropped so scarily because people were very concerned about who was running the country that they had to put Camilla in. That was like, they had to. And at the time, her polls were worse than his. So it's like, I don't know. It just seems like to me they're backstepping, and that's what's going to cause.
By the way, it's Kamala. Like, I don't know why you're saying Camilla.
Kamala Harris?
Kamala.
Kamala Harris. Well, you pronounced my name wrong.
Camilla? Brandon?
You said Braden.
I said Brandon.
A minute ago you said Braden, but
When?
just a minute ago. But you don't think that's concerning that many people, you know, and also another thing I think is very concerning is if Trump and Harris were going to debate, he would be up for it at this very second, but she would not be up for it at all. She doesn't want to debate Trump. And I think
she is going to debate him. It's going to be less than a month until they debate.
Honestly, I feel like they're backtracking, and it took Biden forever to debate Trump. And once he did debate Trump, his polls
They
dropped.
debated early, and he also debated them in 2020.
And Biden doesn't even do many speeches or did many speeches because the
He
state
just did one of the DNC.
wasn't good.
It was good, actually.
I'm telling you, like Trump is probably, I would say, 30 times.
I'm not trolling. I asked the question, why does he sound so coherent now? After, but he didn't then. It was a really good speech.
Well, I'll listen to this. I'll listen to not just that one, but I'll listen to more here lately, and I'll try and time save it. But from what I've seen, he's always seemed like his health has like dramatically declined. It wasn't that bad when he got in office.
I feel like you're obsessed with Joe Biden.
It's not. If you go to your TikTok a month and a half ago, you were more obsessed with him than I ever could be, and you were saying how he is such a great candidate, and now you're saying he's not a great candidate.
I never said he was. I said I still think he's preferable.
I haven't even went to
Brandon, I still think he's preferable to Trump, but I've always said that Kamala Harris is preferable to Joe Biden.
Why would you think that? I mean, what's your opinion on immigration right now?
My opinion on immigration, I think the system takes too long for people to get here.
It's a very big deal. Now, why would Trump's policies be a lot stronger against immigration on a chart than Biden's ever could? Because right now, immigration's at all-time high.
Actually, Trump specifically tried to get people in Congress to not vote for the border bill. Even people like specifically, Lindsey Graham and Mitch McConnell say that Trump specifically tried to block the border bill. It was literally backed by the Border Patrol even.
As far as illegal immigrants getting in the country, there was far less when he was in office than there is now.
You can say that, but right now, do you think there's a border crisis right now?
Absolutely.
Well, did you know that there's less border crossings right now than there was at the end of Trump's administration?
What's right now? What's the time frame on right now?
I mean, daily crossings today.
Like today, as in this week?
Yeah, this week there's been less daily crossings.
That's because we're coming in closer to election, and their entire.
No, it's because of Biden's recent executive order that decreased border crossings by 40%.
That is absolutely not. It's because of election is why these things are getting pressed on work, because these past 3 years they didn't give it.
No, it's because of the executive order.
Have you seen how many immigrants have gotten in the country, like illegally? Now I can't count. Now I can't.
What you're not understanding is that you think that there was a border crisis now, but you don't think there's a border crisis at the end of Trump's administration.
still
Even is
is
the
a
case
border
that there's
crisis
less,
because
even though it is the case that there's less border crossings right now.
There still is a border crisis because the illegal immigrants that came in are still
You see
here.
how hypocritical you are? That you, given the same numbers, would not indicate there's a border crisis if Trump were president, but given the same numbers of Biden-Harris as the administration, then you
understand
believe that
how
it is
I'm-
the case that that we have a border crisis.
You compared my candidate to Hitler, and that's just weird. Like I don't.
I'm sorry,
I've seen
Brandon,
him
but I
times, and
clarified
it's
to you
just-
multiple times that's not what I was doing. I
That
was
is
saying
exactly
is there any scenario
How old are you?
where you would draw a line for voting for someone who supported crypto? I'm
How old are
22.
you? Well, here's the thing: is you want your candidate to support crypto because crypto is a widespread, very like fast-growing technology.
No,
that
you
can
just
have
don't.
effect
You didn't
on-
understand my question, and I explained it to you, and you still made a dumb point. Thank you for the IC.
What's the
Thank you for
dumb
the
point that I made?
superpower. Thank you so much. What's up?
What's the dumb point that I made?
What
I
did
don't
we
even
just
know the
talk
point
about?
that you made, to be honest.
What did we just talk about, dude?
We're talking about immigration. Yeah, more immigrants got in when Biden got in office. That is a fact.
Okay. Well, we clearly just went over this. Thank you for the hand art. That it is the case that there's less border crossings right now. So if you think there's a border crisis right now, well, then there
closing
was
in
a
on-
border crisis at the end of
They
Trump's
want to look as good
administration.
as possible before that.
What did I
vote
just
button.
say, Brandon? Do I need to give you a stern tone so you actually listen to me? Or would you rather prefer me just being calm with you?
Dude, honestly, look, you're talking, I'm talking, you're making money. I mean, dude.
What did I just say,
We're having a
Brandon?
good time. Let's just keep talking.
Brandon, what did I just say?
Let's pivot from this to another conversation.
Brandon, if you don't
Actually,
tell me what I just said, I'm going to kick you from my stream.
well, if you kick me, that's not very nice. Because, like, how are you supposed to get more people to want to come up?
I go to my guest box. There's 51 people in the guest box. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
You voting Trump?
Yes.
There you go. Oh, why are you voting Trump?
I just think he has better policies, and
What
he's
policies?
taking taxes off of tips was his idea, and then
That wasn't. That was Bernie Sanders. So why do you steal it from
No.
Bernie Sanders?
No.
If Bernie Sanders is a communist, why did he specifically take it from a communist?
But he didn't though. It was
did,
his
he did.
idea.
He did take it from Bernie. Why is
Just
he?
'cause
Why is he
it's-
supporting communism?
Just because you're saying, okay, Kamala Harris is supporting communism too.
Dude,
Having
that's-
Bernie Sanders up,
Tyler, I don't think it's communism, but if Trump calls him communist and then he takes policy from
Bernie
the
Sanders,
communist
that's
that he
what his
claimed,
whole thing
then
was.
doesn't that mean he's
That's-
supporting communism?
that's all Bernie Sanders was doing 2016.
Bernie
was
Sanders is not a.
communism.
Can you define
Yes, he-
communism, Tyler?
China is communism.
Can you
That's a
define
good
communism?
definition.
Can you define communism?
China. China.
I want a definition, not a country.
Look at China.
Can you define communism, please?
Look at China.
Define communism.
Look at China. Like
define communism.
Why do I have to?
Tyler,
why do I
define
have to-
communism.
Let me talk. Let me talk. Why
if you
do
define
I?
communism,
Can you?
yes. Now define
Okay.
communism,
Help 'em out.
Tyler.
Why can I
Tyler,
not
so
talk?
you don't know what it,
Why
you don't
can't
know
I
the
talk?
definition because you're not
I'm trying
defining
to talk.
communism.
I'm trying to talk, and you're cutting me off.
Tyler, define communism.
China is
That's not
the
a
best
definition.
example.
That's an example, not a definition. There you go. So what's
That's
the
the same
definition
thing.
of communism?
It's the same thing.
What is the definition
Whenever
of communism?
you look up the definitions, they give
What is
you
the
examples.
definition, Tyler?
Can you define a dinosaur?
Can you define communism for me, Tyler?
Why did you?
Can you define a dinosaur?
So now
Luke,
I'm
that
too
has
being
no relevance to the
nice.
conversation. I didn't
just
bring
think,
up any
I think you're setting
dinosaur.
people up.
Luke, can you define communism?
I can define I got COVID-19 right now with no vaccine, and it's not happening.
Cool. Nice. I don't give a shit, Luke. You were saying in my comment section I'm fucking running away from you, and you just brought something that wasn't relevant to the conversation anymore. So be quiet, sit in the corner of the classroom, and when I tell you you can come out of timeout, you can come out of timeout. Thank you for that, Mustache. Thank you so much, Irish, and thank you for the boxing glove. Thank you so much, Tessa. So Tyler, define communism.
China. Look at China and what they're doing to their people.
Appreciate the super sunglasses. Thank you so much. And what is the communism part of China?
China.
The front party. The leader.
Okay, so Tyler, sorry to break it to you, but communism is a stateless, classless, and moneyless society. China has money, China has a state,
Every
and
country has
China
money.
has classes. No shit, so no country is communist. There you go.
That makes no sense.
Okay.
Just because
communism is a
communists have
stateless
no
class
money doesn't mean they're not communist.
Christine, thank you for the $5. Communism is a stateless, classless, and moneyless society. If there is money in a society, then it's not communism.
That just whatever.
That's a fact. Okay, so tell me, how is Bernie Sanders communist, please?
His policies. Or I mean, he's not even.
What
he's not even
policy
running.
of Bernie
Why does it
Sanders is
matter?
communism? Think of the.
Why does it matter? He's not
Hey,
even
Tyler,
running.
Tyler, what policy of Bernie Sanders
He will
is
never
communism?
be president. Why does it matter?
Tyler, what policy of Bernie Sanders is communism?
Oh, and let's talk about Trump. The question is, why am I voting for Trump? I agree with his policies. I don't agree with his, nor anybody on the left. Never will,
Would
never
you
have.
vote for someone who's been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
Would you vote for someone that has?
Would you like to
hid
answer the
evidence?
question?
Can I talk?
Would you like
Can I
no?
talk?
If only if you answer my question.
Yes, I will. There's your answer.
Matthew, think of the $5 for China.
Can I vote? Can
you vote? No, I wish you couldn't.
Okay, all right. Can I talk? I would
only
vote
if you
for
respond to
felon.
my question.
I did like 30.
I didn't say felon. I said, would you vote for someone who's been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
Yes.
Okay, would you vote for someone who's been held
Because-
civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child?
No.
Okay, why would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman, but you wouldn't
Those are
vote for
two
someone?
different things.
Listen,
A
why,
woman is a grown female. I agree.
why would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman, but you wouldn't vote for someone who was held liable of sexually assaulting a child? Because the only difference is the age of the victim. You can unmute, Tyler.
I was answering. I agree it's not a good thing. I agree it's evil. I agree with that. I just think there's a complete difference between a grown woman and a kid.
Okay, so sexually assaulting a woman isn't bad enough?
I never said it wasn't bad enough. It is bad.
So it is bad enough so that you wouldn't vote for someone?
But I would.
Okay, so you would vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman, but you wouldn't vote
Yes,
for someone held
because
civilly
it's-
liable of
it's
sexually
not
assaulting a
as
child,
less as-
which tells me that you don't think that sexually assaulting a woman is bad enough. You said it's not as bad.
It's not as bad as Harris.
So it's not bad enough.
What she did to an innocent man who died because of her, who was on
Who?
death row, and she hid evidence.
Tyler,
from him.
Tyler, that person
It's a-
not only were they tested in terms of their DNA, they were found guilty. But it was the case
They
that
were
they're
found guilty because she hid evidence that would free him.
Tyler, they're still on death row today. They're still alive, genius.
They're dead.
No, they're not. You just lied. They're literally alive, genius. Okay, they're on death row right now, and they've been convicted right prior to this, and they just literally
He hid evidence, so of course she's gonna.
Tyler, she didn't
Of course-
hide evidence. What she did specifically is she thought that he was already, there was good enough reason to believe he was guilty that there's no reason to test him in terms of DNA. Now she's gone back on this, and she said specifically that
So
it is
you
the
just
case.
said she hid
Shut up
evidence.
before I fucking mute you every time I speak. Listen to what I'm saying. Holy shit. Please. God damn it, bro. Okay, so it is the case that she thought there was enough evidence to indicate that he was guilty already. So she didn't see there to be a reason to go and say, like, let me look any further in terms of the DNA testing in order to see that he's guilty. Which is not going against the typical scenario for what we would expect of a DA in that scenario. Like, DAs typically wouldn't go further. Would we like them to go further? Sure. Pretty sure the ICU, thank you so much, but they typically don't, as it relates to DAs. Now, as it relates to this particularly, it is the case that not only was he guilty, but she specifically come out and said that she would specifically be in support of, I don't know why he just left, because it's probably because people are saying following less in the comment section. She would be in support of testing DNA in all these scenarios now. So I don't know what his point is there. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello. Hey, what's up?
Are you voting Trump?
Yes, I am.
Why so?
Well, when Trump was in president, you know, I'm gonna say right now, obviously, Trump, his character is very poor. You know, it's very blatant. He talks terrible. He's not politically trained in speaking in public environments, and it shows. But when Trump was president, I don't feel like he did a lot wrong. Honestly, I don't feel like he did anything wrong as far as policies go.
Overturning Roe versus Wade wasn't wrong?
Okay. That's where I kind of am back and forth, you know. Like, I voted Democrat before. I didn't vote for Trump the first time. But you know, I have kids. I have women in my family, so women's rights are everything, you know. They should be able to.
So why vote against women's rights?
Huh?
So why vote against women's rights?
Well, it's not just voting against women's rights. You know, what I'm voting against when I'm not voting for Kamala is just her track record as far as when she was in Senate and with her in being vice president. When she was in Senate of California, she wrote in 164 pieces of legislation, and out of those 164 pieces of legislation,
you just heard a talking point. She was the most influential vice president in history. She had the most tie-breaking votes of any vice president ever.
She had the lowest approval rating in U.S. history.
That's
as
a total
vice
lie.
president.
That's a total lie. Give me a source that indicates that.
Okay.
Give me like a single source. By the way, I can't hear you when you're not on the app, by the way, so once you find it, come back to the app and tell me.
My bad. Sorry, I was trying to pull something up because
you can go find it. I just won't be able to hear you until you come back to the app.
Okay. All right. Give me a minute. I'll come back.
In the meantime, let's get up another MAGA, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. All right. Yo, what's up? Everyone, do give it a second for people to join up. Everyone joining in, what's up, everyone? Do give it a second. Let's get this next individual up here. Do give it 1 minute. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Am I on?
Yeah. Are you voting Trump?
Indeed.
Why so?
Well, I got sand in my eye. You guys been kicking around the sand in the sandbox. Is there enough room for me to play?
Are you voting Trump?
I answered that question, youngster.
Why are you voting Trump?
Why do you think? And why are you sitting here promoting hate on your lives like you do? You know, you were just on live with a handicap, and you were slandering him, and you should be ashamed of yourself, bro.
Someone who's handy. I don't know what you're saying.
Oh yeah, because you don't. You guys are too young to even realize you were. Yeah, you were. And
what?
Everybody was watching. And
dude, wait. So me disagreeing with someone isn't me slandering anyone.
You were being a jerk to him, bro.
Well, what did I do that was being a jerk?
The way you were talking to him, and you.
So how do you feel? Wait, how do you feel about Trump? How do you feel about Trump making fun of a disabled reporter?
Nice. You guys always do the same stuff.
It's so deplorable. Even though I wasn't making fun of everyone, but Trump making fun of someone who's disabled, that's not an issue.
Let me bring up another MAGA. You want to say maggot, don't you?
I say MAGA.
Dude, the whole DNC is all about hate and race baiting, bro. Like, you don't like.
I haven't even brought up race.
You guys aren't fooling anybody.
You just brought up
Trust me.
race, Danny. What are you okay?
Oh no, I'm not okay, Parker.
Clearly you're not.
Yeah. Okay.
You're actually like not responding to any point I'm making.
That's what you guys always say. Dean, frickin' what's his face? Okay, tell me. Let's play this little sandbox game. I love the playground, and I like to go on the slide. So let me slide down. If you can make way for me.
It's okay to talk to people.
Oh, like you did to the guy who was just on your live, bro? Come on, dude. I reported you, dude. You are honestly the most disrespectful person I have ever heard trying to prove their point, and you should be ashamed.
Danny, respectfully, if you think I'm the most disrespectful person, I think you need like a baby bottle and some snowflakes.
Oh, let's see baby bottles
Brianna,
in the
think of
chat.
$1.
Let me see baby bottles in the chat.
Yeah, realistically, that was
Thank
one of
you
the
for the
dumbest things I think I've
Thank you for
I've
the
ever heard.
$15 on the Venmo. For
Dude,
me, just spreading
why are
hate
you
and
so
lies.
hurt, bro? I'm not even spreading hate. I'm being very
Bullsh-
patient and nice to
dude.
people. I'm not being disrespectful at all.
Dude, it's all good, bro. It's all good.
Are you gonna respond to any of my points, or are you just gonna sit up here and
Okay.
complain?
Yeah, I know. That's how you guys come with that hate and that fire. Like we don't have. There's nobody over here hating.
Danny, I've given you no hate. And Madison,
Okay.
thank you so much for the $50 for the sandbox. Can we get some W's for Madison right now in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Madison, with the $50. Thank you so much.
Pay me up, dude. Get a real job, bro.
Matthew, thank you for the $3. What's a real? Wait, what is a job? Can you define that for me, please?
Yeah. Well, do you want to talk about what I do?
Danny, can you just define to me what is a job?
I deliver your mail, bro.
Danny, what's a job?
Yeah. Let's continue this discussion.
Hey, Danny, can you tell me what a job is?
Yeah. Can you tell me? Do you pay taxes on the gifts that you get?
I do, but can you tell me what a job
Dude,
is?
well, bullshit. You're full of shit.
I
You
paid a
are
lot.
full of shit.
I pay taxes. Yes, I do.
Oh, you pay taxes? How does that work? Explain that to the public. How does that work, bro? How do you pay taxes on the gifts that you get on Venmo? You're full of shit.
I add up how much I get.
You are full
I
of
tell
shit
my
and everybody
accountant
knows
my
it, bro.
income, and I pay my taxes. I send in a check. Colton, thank you for the dollar.
like a check, like a fucking sandbox. You're kicking around the sand again, dude. Get out of the.
Danny, can you define to me what a job is?
It's what I do, bro.
What's a job?
I earn. It's an earner.
Can you define a job for me, please?
Yeah, you're not earning, bro. You're not an earner. You spread hate and lies.
Danny, I
and you get help.
I do get money. I like.
And everybody knows where that help's coming from, bro.
Where's ours coming from?
Where do you? Don't play
Monica,
me, bro.
thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Monica.
$5, dude. That's cheap, dude. He's
Nikki,
better
thank
than
you for the
that.
dollar. Thank you so much to help pay with my taxes. Thank you so much.
Oh yeah, attaboy. Nice. I like your little bounce back though. Attaboy.
Matthew, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Matthew. Now, can you tell me what a job is? He is a weird guest. He likes talking about playgrounds. Yeah, weird guest.
Yeah, weird. Just like how they call they get on the DNC and they say, "Oh, those people are weird." Yeah.
Yeah, you guys are.
Dude, you guys
Pam,
are all
thank
the
you so
fucking
much for the
same, bro.
$15 sand for Danny. Thank you so much, Pam, for the $15.
Yeah.
Now, Danny, can you just define job for me, please? Because any definition you give for a job, it's gonna apply to me.
I just want a lot. All I want is some now and laters. Give me some now and laters as a gift. I don't need your money. Send me some now and laters.
No, can you just define to me what a job is? Like, I just want to be productive in this conversation, Danny.
Yeah, and productive. Well, are you being productive in your live? Or are you just spreading lies and hate?
What
It's
lie?
all hate, Parker.
What
Dude,
hate? Thank you for
dude.
the money gun.
It's crazy. Hey, check this out. Check this out real quick. And we don't have to bounce over to this.
Charles, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. He's worse than Kevin Costner. Thank you so much. I appreciate it for the $50. Charlotte, thank you for the $5 for this guy's such a weirdo. He seems obsessed with me. He does. Brandon, thank you for the $3 for my $10.99. Thank you so much. Thank you for the year, Mason. Thank you so much, Kim.
Okay, so I was on Dean's live not too long ago.
Jordan, thank you for the $30 for having to talk to this clown. Thank you so much, Jordan, for the $30. Can we get some W's for Jordan in the comment section right now for the $30? Thank you so much.
And so anyway, somebody said you're
Samantha,
doing
thank you for the $5 for check Danny's following list. He follows kids. Whoa.
Yeah, are you gonna ban them? Are you gonna? Yeah.
If I
Okay.
click on your following list right now, is it going to show that? Gurn,
check
thank
this
you
out,
so
Hope.
much for the
Check this out.
$5 for guys talk about candy and playgrounds.
Hey, check this out. That's not even funny, Parker. You can click on my shit, and I swear to God, if you make that comment again, it's fucking an issue, bro.
You
Don't
follow
do that.
you follow the older millennial.
Oh, well, great. Well, you gonna look at my fucking videos? Are you gonna let me fucking finish talking, please?
John, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Amanda, thank you for the $5 as well. Go
Nobody
for it.
cares about your couch change, bro.
Emma, thank you for the $5. Tell the truth. Thank you for the hand heart. Thank you.
So check
Emma,
this
thank you
out.
for the $5.
So are you just gonna? You can,
Caddy, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so
Yeah.
much. Go
Yeah.
for it. Sorry, go for it.
Okay. So somebody sent him saying you're doing the Lord's work, right? And Dean
Karma,
replies,
thank you for the $5.
Thank you so much for that comment. How very nice of you. Both of you
Denise,
guys.
thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Lauren, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
Both of you guys don't believe in Jesus. So why do you guys lie to people like that?
I do believe Jesus existed as a person. I just don't
I
believe he's
know.
a god.
Okay, so where's his body? Did they find his remains?
I don't know where his body is.
Yeah, dude, Muhammad, all the dude. You want? Come on, everybody's.
Wait, Danny,
remains
instead
can
of
be
trying to
found,
talk
bro.
to me about Jesus, can you please define job to me, please? And then we can talk about the topic.
Okay.
Adriana,
Kicking-
thank you for the
you're kicking
$5.
sand-
Thank you so much. Vaughn, thank you for the $2 for Danny's anger management.
You're kicking sand around in the sandbox again, bro. Nobody likes to play with kids that kick around the sand.
Danny, I just want you to define job because you still haven't. Cheryl, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
Oh, so wait, okay. Well, if I define a job, can you define a female and a male for me? But you can't you?
I will. Thank you for the hearts. Thank you
Ah,
for the
you
subscription.
won't.
If you
You
define
won't, 'cause
job to me, I will define male and female.
You
too.
are a shit.
Scott, thank you for the
show and a
$10.99. Thank you so much, Scott, for the $10.99 self-employed. Thank you so much. So Danny, if you define to me what a job is, I will define to you what a male and female is.
Oh, you will? Why
Crystal,
don't
thank you
go
for the
fir- why
$10.
don't
Thank you so much.
Why don't you go first, Parker?
Because I asked you the question way earlier.
Oh, and this is your live, right?
Yeah. So if you
Surprised
answer
you don't bring in help like everybody
Danny,
else does.
Danny, I promise you, if you answer my question, I will answer yours. Matthew, thank you for the $3. Thank you so much. Nick, thank you for the $5 to help replace the sand in the sandbox. Aaron, thank you for the $25 for the insufferable weirdo. Thank you so much. Matthew, thank you for the $3. Thank you so much. Can we give W's for everyone sending gifts? Thank you so much. So,
Dude,
Danny,
this
what's
is
the
this
reason?
Super Mario Brothers? What the fuck is this?
So, Danny, would you like
Dude.
to answer the question? Because I'm serious. I really will answer that to you. Appreciate the hand art. Because I do think that Christianity is trans inclusive.
Oh no! We're not talking about Christianity. No! Don't jump!
Ethel,
shit,
thank you
bro.
so much for the $10.99. Thank you so much, Ethel.
Look at you trying to jump shit, bro. We're not even talking about that. You were talking about me defining a job, and I wanted you to define what a female and male is.
Yeah,
Don't
and I
jump
will, Danny. But like, can you answer
shit.
the question first?
But what was Christianity about, bro? What? Like,
Oh, I'm
look.
sorry. I will stop talking about that. Now, would you like to answer my question?
Well, you have nothing to say about Christianity. First of all, 'cause
Can
everybody
you
knows
define
don't
job,
believe.
please?
It's okay. You want to know what a job is?
Yeah.
Why is it asking me to follow these other people?
Thank you for the fireworks. Thank you so much, M.
It's not what you're doing because you're not contributing
Nick,
to the
thank
economy.
you for the $2.
How are you contributing?
Kimberly,
to the
thank you for the
economy?
$10. Thank you so much.
How
Now,
are you contributing
Danny,
to the economy by doing
Danny,
what you're
Danny,
doing right now?
Danny. So you say job
No,
is.
it's Danny. It's Danny.
Appreciate the hand mustache.
It's
Yeah,
not
Danny.
Denny. We're not at
I
Denny's.
said Danny.
fucking
I
for
said
dinner.
Danny. So Danny, let me ask you the question. So contributing to the economy specifically means I have a job. So do kids have a job if they buy something from the gas station? Because they contributed to the economy when they bought something from the gas station.
What? Some fucking
Chastity, thank you for the
Doritos?
$5. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So they have a job.
No.
Okay. So what's a job?
Dude, you're 21.
Bree, thank you so much for the $20 for my contribution. Thank you so much, Bree, for the $20. Good some W's for Bree.
You're asking me that because you've never had a real job.
No, I just want you to define job for me, please, because I do believe this is a real job.
Oh, I know you do. Everybody does.
So what's a job?
you and everybody that does this on their
Manifesting, thank
live, it thinks this is a real job, and that's okay. Like,
Teresa,
there's
thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. So just define job, and we'll see if it is.
someone who puts work in and receives a check for contributing to the fucking economy.
Okay, so I do actually receive a check, and when you say contribute to the economy, I do contribute to the economy by buying things in my local
you buy- oh,
community.
you go to the gro-
I
you
do
go to the
contribute
grocery
to the
store?
economy by paying taxes. I do contribute to the economy by providing a service and entertainment. So yes,
go
I
to the
do. I
grocery
do
store?
contribute to the economy. I do get paid for what I do.
Yeah.
Carlos,
Yeah.
thank you for the $3. Kai,
I
thank you for the
appreciate it.
$2, and Chastity, thank you so much for the $5. Kimberly, thank you for the $10 for entertainment. There you go.
Just
So
looking
under
at-
your definition, I do have a job, Danny.
Okay. Well, just looking at your face, I can tell you probably don't have any children, right? Okay.
I have
correct.
10.
Correct. So I have 2 kids.
I have 10
And
children, Danny.
when I go to the grocery store,
Sydney, thank you so much for the $6.66 for an offering. Thank you so much.
oh, 666, huh? 666. You fucking devil, little fucking piece of shit.
Yo,
Dude, when I
Tracy,
go
thank
to
you so
fucking-
much for the $34 for convicting this guy. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you for the $34. Sarah, thank you for the $5 for some Doritos. Thank you so much.
Danny, do you think it's
Dude, when I
possible
go to
the only reason you say Parker or
Candy, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Candy. I really appreciate
Here
it,
he
Candy.
is. Here he is. Dean the man. You guys
Danny
are
doesn't
both-
qualify for your job. That's so real.
is it possible
Dude.
that the only reason you say we don't have real jobs is
What?
because you're jealous of the income in comparison to us not actually having real jobs?
No, actually not. I enjoy going out and being an earner. That's what I do.
I am earning right now, just letting you know.
Okay, well, that's great. Hey, but check this out. Check this out.
Not only am I earning money, but I'm also earning critical thinking in our society, right? We're leveling up. As a society, we're leveling up.
You can't even hold your
Julie,
own
I
pants
appreciate the
up, bro.
$5. Thank you so much.
You can't even hold your own pants up. You have to bring in your homeboy.
I don't have to hold my pants up because they're held up by my waist.
Dude, you guys
waistband.
always do this too.
Sakura, thank you for the $6.66. Thank you so much. Dean can mute real quick. And thank
You
you for the
guys
handouts. Thank you so much, Amethyst.
Do this 2-on-1 bullshit.
Danny,
all
would
the
you,
time.
Danny,
Y'all
would
are
you, pre-
having,
would
like,
you,
the
would you prefer
stupidest
Dean to mute?
conversation. This
Thank you for
isn't
the
even
money
a
gun. Thank you so
debate.
much. Alice, thank you for the $6.66. Thank you so much.
I didn't join Dean's live. I joined your live.
Yeah, exactly. I said,
TikTok,
Dean,
bro.
I told you Dean can mute if you want to do a one-on-one.
Well, fucking mute his ass then. I don't want to hear that shit.
Maria, thank you for the $6.66. Stuke, thank you for the Galaxy. Thank you so much. Okay, Dean will mute for a second.
I'm
and
gonna go
we'll
on mute,
through
but
this.
Zoe, thank you for the $10 on Venmo for the real job. I appreciate you
Fox,
for the
thank
love,
you so much.
Zoe.
Oh, couch change.
Jamari, thank you for the $6.66. Thank you so much, Jamari.
Hey, do you realize the more that you get hated on, the more money you get? That's pretty cool.
Scott, thank you for the $6.66. Thank you so much. Yeah, because people support me whenever someone is clearly being unsupportive.
So, can I ask you a question real quick? Like, I don't want to, go way sideways with it. I'm just curious. Why?
Melanie, thank you for the $6.66 from some sand. Thank you so much, Brendan.
Emily, thank you
so
for the
much. I appreciate
$10
it.
on Venmo for the couch change. W's for Emily for the $10 for the couch change. Thank you.
Why do we have to have? If Kamala's running, why do we have to have the Obamas,
Matthew,
and
thank you for the $6.66. Yeah, what's up?
the Clintons, and everybody talking behind her? Like, why can't we just?
Wait, we do that at the DNC all the time. Sarah, thank you for the $6.66. Thank you so much. The reason why you didn't have Mitt Romney and John McCain talking out specifically is one, because John McCain is dead. Rest in peace, by the way. I think we should also should show some some
I don't care to hear from
some
them.
good response to his service. I think his service was good, whereas Trump degrades his service. Think of his sunglasses. Thank you so much, because he was a prisoner of war, a POW. Austin, thank you for the $6.66. Thank you so much. And Aline, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you for the corgi as well. Thank you so much.
Shannon, thank you for another $10 for another piece of couch change. I love you, Shannon. Let's get 1 trillion double.
Austin, thank you for the $6.66. Thank you, Austin.
What do you
Don't
say?
forget to pick up the lint with the couch change when you go.
You
Make sure
probably
you get the
fucking
lint.
eat the lint.
Dude, bro.
Jessica, thank you for the $5. Thank you, Jessica. For quarters couch change, thank you so much. William, thank you for the $7 for stop crying, Danny. Thank you so much, William.
Breezy, thank you for the $5 on Venmo for the lint eater. Thank you for the love.
Dude, fuck yeah, get that shit. You guys are fucking. You guys are brilliant.
Danny, did you hear what I said? Lauren, thank you for the $6.69. Thank you so much for dealing with Danny.
You're thinking with the
Wait,
you were
so
thinking-
again, the reason why you didn't have Mitt Romney specifically at the RNC is because he doesn't support Donald Trump.
I don't care about Mitt Romney. I don't care
The
about
reason why you don't have John McCain there is because he's dead. Rest in peace again. And also because Trump specifically said that he is not a war hero, even though he was a POW and got tortured for this country.
Dude, are you reading? Do they send you guys notes? You guys say the same shit over and over
just
again.
copied
It's
Wait,
fucking
Danny,
disgusting.
who's that?
I just copy him.
What do you mean?
Danny,
Who's they?
Danny, who's that?
Who's they? I don't know. I don't understand why I join every single one of your fucking lives and I hear the same fucking points over
Danny,
and over
why
again.
aren't you
Like,
learning
you guys have
then?
nothing. It's
Wait, Danny,
fucking-
I'm sorry. Why aren't you learning then? If we do the
It's
same
like
things
a
all the
rotten
time.
apple, dude. The
I'm sorry.
apple
If
is
we're talking about the
rotten,
same
bro.
topic, of course you're gonna hear similar arguments. Sharon, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Like if I'm
Dude,
dealing
it's
with
a
someone who's
rotten
bringing
apple,
up,
bro.
if someone brings up the concern, I appreciate the hat mustache. Thank you so much. That prices are higher now. Why shouldn't I vote for the president that currently is in place, or the person? Appreciate the hand. Thank you so much. That is not president now. Well, I'm gonna say, just because there's a correlation doesn't mean that there's a causation. That's gonna happen every single time because that's the argument given that they said that.
Also,
Yvonne, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Yvonne in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Yvonne.
Also,
If you have some
additionally-
W's in the comment section right now. Thank you so much.
So you're telling me that you've heard the same points
Tell Danny
made?
it's payday at work today. Thank you so much.
You've told me
12
Danny,
years out of the last 16 years.
Danny,
You
you're
guys
telling
have
me that
done
you've told
nothing.
this. You've told
Madison,
me.
thank you for the $5. We have the Affordable Care
12
Act.
years.
We have.
Dude,
We've
you
had a
got
fight against
12
climate
fucking
change.
years.
We have. Appreciate the Matthew. Thank you for the $5. Thank you,
Bullshit.
Matthew.
Yvonne with the $50 on Venmo saying payday Dean. Let's
yeah.
get some massive W's for Yvonne in that comment section. At least 30 billion trillion W's for Yvonne. Thank you for the love.
Cassie, thank you for the $1.
Dude, I got a swamp ass right now.
What? Why would you
Ew.
tell us that? That's so
That's
weird for you to
fucking
say that.
Isn't that weird? It's like saying grape instead of the real word, right?
What?
fucking
You understand that we have to because of TikTok terms of service.
You guys
right?
are tools, dude. You guys are a bunch of tools.
TikTok terms of
You know
service
what?
did not tell you that you had to tell us that you have
Check this
swamp
out.
ass.
I already have a wrench and a fucking hammer, bro. I don't need. This is fucking stupid, dude. What you guys are doing?
You could call me a tool because I'm trying to fix the state of this nation.
I know. MAGA is never going to get past
Where
the
you at,
allegations of
Parker?
being weird.
Where you at, Parker? Dude, Dean fucking showed something. Where you at? No shit.
Showed
talk
what?
video,
Showed
I see.
what?
You only talk shit to fucking handicaps, dude.
What?
Bro, you are.
Wait.
yeah.
By the way, I think it's crazy for you to say that because again, Trump literally made fun of a disabled reporter. Secondly, the prior guest I had on, I never made fun of them. Right? I was incredibly nice to them. Brittany, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Brittany.
Also,
I just disagreed with them.
Can we not call people handicaps? Like,
Yeah,
that's like
also.
incredibly dehumanizing.
Yeah. Like, bros just doesn't know how to not be ableist. Danny, thank you. Or why did I say thank you? What the fuck? Zach, thank you for the $5. I meant to say thank you to Zach. But Danny, you can unmute. And Vanessa, thank you for the $5 for the DNC scripts. Thank you so much.
Same. Thank you for the $5, Vanessa.
Melinda, thank you for the $25 for the good work. Thank you so much, Melinda. Can we get some W's from Melinda in the comment section right now? Thank you so much.
Atta girl, Melinda. Throw that fucking money around. Cause I can't. I got 2 kids and a fucking family, dude. I'm trying to support.
Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. So
How-
yeah, so
what?
exactly the Biden Harris the Harris administration wants to increase your child tax credit, so you would be benefited directly from a Harris administration. $6,000 in the first year of a child's life for each child, and $3,600 for each kid after that. That is more than what you get currently. I promise you, your taxes will decrease by thousands of dollars if you just vote for Harris. Martina, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
Copy that. I heard the
Zach, thank you for
19-year-old.
the $5.
I heard the 19-year-old chirping off in the background. How old am I? How old am I?
No, I asked you
how old
the
are
kids
you?
were because of the child tax
Yeah.
credits.
No. But that's none of your fucking business. And you know what? How old were you when the towers fell? Did you see that on TV? I bet you didn't.
I
bet
wasn't
you
alive.
didn't.
I unironically
Yeah. Oh,
wasn't alive.
you weren't alive. Let's talk.
Kate,
let's
thank
talk
you for the
some real
$5. Thank you so
fucking
much.
shit.
I'm so sorry. Are you like alive, conscious, and sentient right now?
Danny,
sentient?
when
Sentient?
Danny, when were you at
Tell
the
me what
signing?
sentient means.
Wait, Danny, when were you at the signing of the Declaration of Independence? Where?
Oh, that was
Lauren,
good,
thank you for the
Parker.
$15 for Danny's 2 kids. Thank you so much.
Bro, if you fucking do that shit again,
Do what?
don't fucking do that. Thank you for the $2 for my kids.
The $15
bro,
for your 2 kids.
Hey, but you didn't talk shit to a handicap, right? But you're doing this
Why do
right
you
now.
keep saying? Why do you keep referring to people that way?
Because
One,
you are
and two.
disrespectful
Why are you
piece of
voting for
shit.
someone that specifically made fun of someone who was disabled?
You are a disrespectful.
Danny,
little
so you
kid.
think that we should
Bro,
that we shouldn't disrespect kids? We should protect them. How do you feel
Danny,
about Trump
why are you
saying
so
that he dated
mad?
a 10-year-old girl in
You
10
guys are
years?
sideways.
How do you feel about Trump saying that he dated a 10-year-old girl, someone's kid, someone's 5th grade daughter in 10 years?
You guys better check your shit, bro. This
Michelle,
fucking
think of the $5 for Danny's one brain cell.
dude. You guys have no originality, dude. You guys are
Jamari,
just like,
think of the $2. Wait, I have no originality.
dude.
Who did
You
I get
don't,
what I
dude.
do from? Please tell me, Danny. Who did I
Venmo.
copy?
Venmo.
Danny,
You
who did
get-
I
you
copy?
get what you
Chrissy,
do
thank you
from
for the galaxy.
fucking
Thank you so
Venmo,
much.
bro.
Danny, tell me, who did I copy?
Hey, Dean. Hey, Dean. Do you?
Danny,
pay
who did I
taxes when
copy?
you get Venmo?
Troy, thank you for the $5 for Danny's child tax credit. Thank you so much.
You pay taxes, Dean? You pay
Yes,
taxes?
he does. Daryl,
Yeah.
thank you for the $2.
Oh,
Allison, thank you for the $6.66. Thank you so much. Danny's kids are doomed with a dad like that. So real. Denny's kids definitely are. Can we get some L Denny's in the chat, everyone?
Wendy, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for the love. And Devin, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmos. And because I wish I didn't have to witness the towers live. Deadass.
XYZ, thank you for the $2 for Danny's 2 kids.
Wilma, thank you
Thank
for
you
the
for the
$10.
handout.
You guys are awesome. Thank you guys for the love.
Danny, we can't hear you, man. Or sorry, Denny, we can't hear you. Oh, Denny left. Okay. All right, how's your day been, Dean?
Honestly, it's been pretty good.
Chrissy, thank you, Galaxy. Thank you so much.
I'm temporarily moved in with a brother because of renovations at home for the flood. And he cooked some fire pork chops for dinner, dude. So I've been
Nice,
well
bro.
fed. I've been hanging out. Hell yeah.
Hi.
Yo, Andrew, how old are you?
37.
Are you voting Trump?
Trump, absolutely.
Oh, why so?
So I just have a couple questions. So you're Harris, right?
Yeah, I'm voting for Harris, yes.
Harris. So how does it benefit the economy when 10, 15 million immigrants come into our country and don't pay W-2 taxes, where I have to pay Medicare, Medi-Cal, Social Security? So how is that fair to the other hundreds of millions of Americans who are paying tax from our economy?
You cut out, man.
So how is it
Hello?
beneficial to
You
our
cut out.
economy? What do you mean I cut out?
You cut out. You had like a little bit of a lag, so you can finish.
How is it beneficial to our economy when we let in 10 to 15 million illegal immigrants who aren't paying taxes, W-2, also payroll taxes on top of that for the companies like me who runs a company? I have to pay payroll taxes on top of 15 million employees. How is that beneficial to our economy when they come in, take advantage of our system, and they don't pay taxes? That's my first question. I have many other questions
So
for you.
you just lied. So actually, the Social Security Administration estimated in 2010 that specifically in 2010, it is the case that undocumented immigrants added $12 billion per year to the Social Security system. So not only do they pay into the Social Security system, but they actually can't receive anything from the Social Security system because they don't qualify for any of the benefits.
I know, but
Kelly,
they're
thank you
still
so much for the
taking-
$20. Thank you
they're
so much.
still
I appreciate it,
taking
Kelly.
advantage- They're still taking advantages of resources that they weren't given. They come into
So
they come
Andrew,
into-
they're actually not taking advantage of these resources because they don't qualify. So not only do they not qualify for any of these federal positions or federal grants or anything like that, but they specifically pay into the system. Also, I just want to let you know the Congressional Budget Office, a nonpartisan committee, specifically indicated that documented immigration and undocumented immigration is the main cause of our economy increasing in value from by $7 trillion by 2034 and increasing in federal revenues by $1 trillion. That's what the Congressional Budget Office indicated. So instead of saying that, undocumented immigrants are bad people, what we should do is we should make the legal system faster so that they can be provided documentation, benefit our economy, and then we can more easily identify the people who are coming here who are bad actors. Instead of having a bunch of people who are coming here through the undocumented process who are just coming here for a better life, who are not violent people, who are not trying to commit crimes, who are not a part of any gangs, who are not in affiliation with the cartel or anything like that.
I understand what you're saying, but you take a room of 100 people, you throw in 50 more, they're going to take the resources, okay? So the fact of the matter is-
Actually, no, because what you're not understanding is that it is the case that it produces more services within the context of our economy. Christy, thank you for the subscription. And we also have also, by the way, you say the same thing by.
I would have to respectfully disagree, but you do make valid points. But because we can go on for this forever. I want
The
to
reason
ask
why
you
you shouldn't respectfully disagree is because it is the case that we've been below replacement rates for fertility rates since the 70s. So we don't have enough people who are younger who are going to be working to be able to pay for people who are older on Social Security and Medicare. So if we wanted to be able to pay for that, and we want to make sure Social Security and Medicare don't become insolvent, we need immigration. And that's just a fact of our economy.
I 100% disagree, but I see you make very good, valid points. But my next
Can you give
question
me a solution then?
Can
you give me a solution for the?
That's why I'll never run for politics or Congress, because I don't have the answers. I'm just somebody who likes to see both sides. So my next question
Andrew,
for you,
so that means that you don't have a side. Given that I do have a side and you do not have a side, what side do you accept over my side?
I agree more with the make it legal and stop the illegal, because I think consuming our resources and letting more people flood in is more dangerous to the economy. Because you think there's more benefit, I think there's less benefit, because I pay 47% taxes on a bad day, 37% on a good day. Depends on the year. So I'm paying a fuckload of taxes while they come in and consume. I get what you're saying. There's advantageous reasons for them coming to our economy, stimulating it in different ways. But I completely disagree. My next question for you, though, is Chinese tax tariffs.
Wait, but before we get into that, so it is the case that they add more to the economy than they take
everybody
from
in
us.
the
This
comments
idea
saying
that
they
you
didn't take our
specifically
resources. You're absolutely.
You have no source, Andrew, that indicates that immigrants take more from the economy than they put into it. Again, based on basically all the research, all the studies, the Congressional Budget Office, nonpartisan committee shows that immigration is beneficial to the economy. Okay? I'm not pulling this out of my ass. I'm looking at the vast economic data that indicates that immigration is beneficial to our economy. You say it makes it harder for us to deal with taxes. Actually, your taxes, not trolling, would be higher if we didn't have as much immigration. I'm not trolling. Your taxes long term will be higher if we do not have immigration, because there will be less working people to take care of the people on Social Security and Medicare. It's an economic fact. I'm not making this up. I'm not bullshitting you. It's an economic fact. And all the people who want to force women to go through abortions so we can meet this population crisis, and so we don't have a population crisis, that's fucking insane. And those people are going to be too young to take care of the older people. Thank you for the handout. Thank you so much. The only thing that is going to fix the issue is immigration. That is a fact, economically speaking.
Hey, Iris, you have very good answers. And honestly, I don't know as much as you. That's why I'm asking. My second question that I have for you, and then I'll let somebody else take my place, because like I said, I'm truly trying to get answers, is I don't see the benefit of increasing taxes, whether it's on lower income or higher income, the billionaires that we don't think should exist. If you increase taxes on businesses, just answer me this, because this doesn't make sense to me. Corporate tax right now is 21% for C corporations. S corps and LLCs is completely different. C corporations is where the money is at. C corps are the big conglomerates. The 21% corporate tax. If you increase corporate tax from 21 under Harris's plan, I forget the exact percentage, but it goes up basically double to like 38%, almost double. How does increasing corporate
28%?
Is it 28, not 38?
Yeah.
Okay, so 21 to 38. So 21 to 28. So how does increasing corporate tax benefit the economy when these conglomerates are just going to go outsource to different countries? And we haven't even talked about Chinese tax. We haven't even talked about Chinese tax tariffs. So that'll be my third question. But how does increasing taxes on corporations, when you know if they're going to be taxed more, they're going to go try to do trickier shit and outsource outside of our economy?
Yeah. So if you actually look at the corporate tax rate over time, like specifically as it relates to like what exists in the past, you see here in like the 50s, the 60s,
guys,
even around the 80s, and even in the early 2000s.
Parker, I'm sorry to interrupt real quick. I love your answers because you're teaching me a lot. Guys in the comments, I'm not whining about 28%. I'm asking questions. I'm trying to learn. So I just want to know, continue. Sorry, Parker.
Okay, so you can see in the 70s, in the 80s, and even in the early 2000s, we all had higher tax rates than 28%. 28% is quite literally the lowest rate since with Trump involved since the 30s. Okay, 28%. Last time it was 28% was like 1940.
Interesting. Okay.
1941, it was 31%. So it has not been that low since 1941. In 19 1942, it was 40%. In 1951, it was 51%. In 1974, hell, it was 48%. In 1964, it was 54%. Right? In the 90s, it was 35%. In the early 2000s, it was 35%. Only until Trump, it was at 21%. So the point I'm making is that we've had higher corporate tax rates in the past, yet you don't think that these issues specifically existed.
What was it
Stacey, I
prior
appreciate the
to the
$10. Thank you so
TCGA?
much. Prior to the
So,
TCGA, it was 35%.
Okay, and
So
I
it's
mean,
that's 7% higher than what it would be under the Harris administration.
interesting because I mean I've only had a corporation for a few years now, so but I don't recall that. But you're probably right because you're smarter than me. My last,
No, I can
and
just show
third-
you.
Okay, I mean, I don't believe anything I just see on the internet. I definitely have to see like a pub, like if it's anytime somebody gives me health advice, I have to make sure it's on PubMed because a fucking blogger and an article doesn't mean shit.
Just literally look up what was the
I
corporate
believe-
tax
I-
rate
I'll check
under
it out.
Obama.
Oh wait,
I will.
I actually have a
Well,
good
it
question.
sounds
Why
like
is
you know
it?
your shit.
Why is it the right calls Kamala Harris like super communist and like radical left when it is the case that there's never been a Democrat who's supported a lower corporate tax rate than her in the last 100 years?
I think the general idea of why the left versus right and left is communist and right is not is because left wants more government control, the right doesn't. You guys try to have higher tax rates.
Aren't you trying to restrict the border? Is that communism? You say government control is communism, but then you restricting the border, which is government control, isn't communism.
I mean, honestly, I'm not a politics guy. I don't know the answers to these. This is why I'm asking you guys questions. But I do have one final question. Parker, you're educating me more than I've ever learned ever. So I really appreciate it. My last and final question is tariffs, right? Chinese tax tariffs. So one of the biggest things that I remember Trump doing or implementing was tariffs on other countries and being taxed so that we're forced to hire more within our economy. Because if we can just import shit from China and sell it on fucking Amazon and just thrive off this outsourcing world, we lose the economy here of fueling our own economy. So why is it that we're not
Rebecca,
sticking
thank you for the
with that?
$10. Thank you so much. Go
Why
ahead.
are we not sticking? Like, because this all plays together. Lowering taxes for businesses makes people want to hire more in America, not outsource. It doesn't matter if you go up 5% or 10% or 20%. The more money corporations make, they're going to want to stay inside of America. Higher tariffs forces us. So all these other so tariffs. Explain why we don't keep tariffs high.
Okay, so the reason why we don't want tariffs high is because that causes an increase in the cost of goods in our economy. If you don't like inflation, well, then you wouldn't like that. Also, if we look at manufacturing jobs are higher right now, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, than what they were under
Bro,
Trump's
you
administration.
are fucking fast with this shit, bro. You're like, Parker, I got to give you props, man. You're like, besides Destiny, you're probably the smartest liberal I've ever spoken to.
You've spoken to Destiny?
One time, yeah, not one-on-one, but on a group chat.
Yeah, so this is just like from me studying economics. I appreciate the VR goggles. Thank you so much. So literally, the Bureau of Labor Statistics has the best economic data you could have access to. They specifically indicate there are more manufacturing jobs now than there was under Trump's administration. Actually, if we look at Trump's administration, there's not really a massive increase in manufacturing jobs, necessarily speaking. It goes on a relatively similar trend that we saw under Obama's economy.
Okay. And honestly, those were my three major questions. I'm not going to be the guy who asks the silly, dumb stuff that attacks personal character traits of each person. So I appreciate everything, man.
No, I appreciate you coming up, man. Thank you so much.
Hey, seriously, thank you for everything, man. I actually learned a lot in this little 10-minute session, so I appreciate it.
Of course,
and
of course.
I will be back. I will be back in a few weeks with more questions for you.
All right, I'll be looking for it. Peace out, peace
Toodles.
out. Let's get to this next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Do tap that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes. Everyone share the live as well. Who is Destiny? It's a streamer on YouTube.
Yeah, he has some of the worst takes known to mankind and some of the best takes known to mankind. He's
a pretty good debater, but there are various things I definitely I really vehemently disagree with him on.
Yeah, he's
including Israel, him using the R slur, how he feels about the person who died at the Trump rally. All of those things are fucking vile takes. but he's relatively good at debating against Trump in plenty of other scenarios. You know what's a Powell to you? Like, he's a really good debater.
39.
Are you voting Trump?
I am voting for Trump, yes.
Why so?
I agree with a lot of his policies.
Like what policy specifically?
Policies on gun control, on trade.
So you said his policies on gun control. He passed the biggest gun legislation in modern U.S. history with his bump stock ban.
Say that again. I'm sorry.
Trump passed some of the biggest gun restrictions in modern U.S. history.
Okay.
So you
I
agree with
agree.
his policies on gun control? Okay, go ahead and continue.
Okay. And before I forget, I just wanted to let you know that you were dead wrong about Bernie Sanders starting the no tax on tips. That was actually Ron Paul.
Okay. Sure. You could say that Ron Paul might have done it, but also around that time, Bernie Sanders also did it. So what time did Ron Paul do it?
Now Bernie Sanders is copying Ron
2007.
Paul.
2007.
Yeah.
When did do you say that like on like the campaign trail?
Yeah, it didn't make it past. It didn't go nowhere. But he first brought out the legislator in 2007. But it pretty much got shut down. And then again, Ted Cruz did it, and so yeah, both Republicans.
Yeah. So I mean, I'm pretty sure Bernie's been advocating for this for just as long, if not the same. But even if I were to concede that Ron Paul specifically got this and that Bernie proponed it after, it would just be as legitimate to say that Trump got it from Bernie as it would be to say that Kamala Harris got it from Trump. Does that make sense?
I guess so, yeah. I think everybody's making too big a deal about this whole abortion thing. I really don't understand. Like, it clearly states that like rape cases and ones that are medically necessary are not going to be.
We already see that like victims of rape can't get elective abortions in 12 states today, right? And like probably the reason you don't understand why big of a deal it is because you have a penis, right? Like I'm pretty sure that this form of reproductive health care is of utmost importance to plenty of women across the United States of America and should be federally protected for that reason. I think that America definitely has an obligation to protect basic human rights, which would include the right to access health care in this circumstance.
And do you think if you had a girlfriend or something
Stacey,
like
thank you
that,
for
and
the
like y'all had an abortion, you think you would feel the same way?
I would.
feel the
I would
same.
support my girlfriend if she got an abortion. Absolutely.
Yeah, like maybe like what you're asking is like, would I be sad?
I would support
like,
her. I would support her if she didn't want to get an abortion and if she wanted to get an abortion.
Like maybe I'll frame it this way just to give you a response here. So let's just assume like I have a wife and we were like planning for a kid and I was super excited. I couldn't wait to have a kid. She ended up getting pregnant and then one day she changed her mind and went to Planned Parenthood to get an abortion. Like sure, I'd be fucking devastated. I'd be devastated. I'd cry. I'd bawl my eyes out. But like since when have we justified the legitimate use of men's emotions as a tool to dibble dabble within the rights of women? Like, I'm pretty sure we shouldn't be using our emotions to control other people. That historically has very bad outcomes.
And Rebecca, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Stacy.
Well,
thank you for the $10
I mean,
as well.
There's plenty of, I don't know. Like, okay, so I'm 39. When I was 18, I got a girl pregnant and she decided to get an abortion and I had to drive her to a different state, just the neighboring state. So from Mississippi to Alabama to get the abortion done. Do I regret it? I mean, yeah, I do. I have tons of fucking regret from doing that, and she does too. But never at any point was I like mad at Mississippi, like why, or neither was she, no one thought that. Like, I mean, it is what it is. We did what we did, we put ourselves in that position. So, we handled it. That's just how we handled it. I mean, there's always going to be states with open abortion laws. Like, there's always a place for a woman to go do that. Now, how far she's got to go, whatever,
Like banning access in some states restricts access, right? Point blank.
Yeah,
period,
but
that's a
not.
fact.
Yeah, but they're still allowing like medical. There's still been legislation passed for.
Wait, but there are
medical.
plenty of scenarios where great victims can't get access to an abortion in this country.
Like pretty much not even like mail order abortion pills.
Yeah, no, they can't get access to an abortion in any context in their state.
Mail ordered abortion pills. I've never heard about that in my life. Are you sure that's a thing?
Yeah,
I bet you could get an abortion pill through mail, but like I don't think in those states that it would be allowed.
There's a I'd have to look it up. There's a drug. It starts with an M, something. But yeah, it's can be ordered by the mail.
Huh, that's actually like really freaking sick.
Yeah, that is good, but do they get access to that in states even in which it is the case that you
Yeah,
can't get access to an
even
abortion?
in states that have abortion bans. And yeah, I think Biden did actually pass.
So can you give me anything within the context of the bill that allows that? Because Matt is in the context.
You'll have to give me one. Give me one.
Matt, did you want to address that real quick?
I just wanted to add something like super small on here about this whole idea that it should be permissible for states to still legislate on it, because at the end of the day, if you're a woman in one of these states, you could drive, like 500 miles. This like gives me like similar vibes.
Devin, thank you for the $10.
To like maybe like some local communities right across the globe that have to like walk 2 miles to the water well and come back with the bottles. Like it's not optimal at all for them to have to make that trek, walk those 2 miles, exert that energy to get the water. And we should all support right like funded programs to bring water wells into local communities across the globe so they have the water right in front of them. And it's kind of like the same idea, right? Like I don't think that we should justify right passing it back down to the state if it is the case that then you just turn around to the women who want to
see a site called aidaccess.org that sells abortion pills in all 50 states.
Yeah. So mifepristone is the primary one that's used, but the problem with that is that pill form abortion access is not protected under federal law. It's only guidance through HSS that allows it to be protected. So the
Marcel,
HSS
thank you for the $5.
says
But
that
doesn't the FDA regulate it too, though?
well, the FDA regulates its safety. The HSS will is what allows it to be out there. The FDA can take away its guidance, which is what Trump recently said he's considering doing. So anytime somebody says Trump wants to leave it up to the states, that's simply not true, because he has said that he is open to having the FDA extend its approval of this drug, meaning that the primary vehicle from which women get their access to abortion, because most abortions now are done through pill form, that if the FDA takes away that approval, then they can't get it.
Corgi.
So Trump. Anytime someone comes on here and says Trump was leaving the state, that's simply not true, because he just said like a few days ago that he's open to getting rid of that approval. That means that the most popular method in all 50 states that all 50 states has access to will be gone. And that's on a federal level. So I don't know where he's getting this like states' rights idea, because he wants to use the federal government to take away the most important access that all women have.
Surprisingly, Parker, I have to drop. I was planning to stay on all night, but I got.
You're good. Don't worry, Dean.
Thanks for letting me up for a little bit, man.
Of course, man. Appreciate you coming on.
All right. See you, Matt. See you, chat. Bye bye.
Is this your first election you're voting in?
Me, no.
No. So the second one.
Yeah.
Okay. So obviously you probably voted for Biden.
Yeah, I did vote for Biden.
I was denied my right to vote. Crazy. I walked into the voting booth, and all of a sudden I did not exist anymore.
What do you mean you didn't exist anymore?
If you walk into the voting booth, then that means you were already processed. So,
all right. So listen. I'm gonna back it up. So I had changed address. I had moved. So February of that year of the election, I logged on to Louisiana's voter portal from my phone, updated my address, got my voter card in the mail. I was good to go. I thought about it a few weeks later, and I told my wife, I said, you need to do the same thing. So I got on my phone, I logged into her voter portal just from my phone. So I just used my phone, but logged into her name, all that. So somehow, being that I used my phone, it kicked me out. And I was told by whoever from the state of Louisiana that being that I used my phone to do it, that I basically, I don't know, somehow deleted myself when I logged in her shit. I don't know. It was weird.
You can't delete yourself from the voter files.
Dude, it happened. It happened, and I think it happened to more people than me. They just didn't realize it.
Then, so you're in Louisiana, which is a Republican state, and
Right.
so I'm assuming that you then blame the stupid ass voting laws set up by Republicans.
I mean, no, my one vote ain't gonna change nothing. I think that's
Your
really
vote was
straight.
denied. Wait, hold on. No. Your vote was denied. That's a travesty. So if your vote was denied because a group or a party or a group made it harder and made it more difficult for you to change your registration, that's a bad thing. I don't care if I don't care whether you're going to vote for Trump or not. I don't care about that. It's that when you went to exercise your right to vote, you couldn't. And that's a travesty because the laws apparently are so shitty in Louisiana, probably because Republicans typically like to make things a lot harder to vote. And if they did do that, then because, as I said, I don't think that you can just delete yourself from the voter file. Like that's a
Not only did I delete myself, I put my wife was in the system twice.
Well, then the state of Louisiana has a weird ass way of doing it.
And they say it's all tied to your cell phone.
That makes no sense. How do people?
It does not make no sense. No shit.
Yeah, but Louisiana didn't determine the election. So if you want to relate to this, do you know any court case that indicated sufficient evidence to overturn the election?
I don't.
Okay, so if there's no court cases that indicate sufficient evidence to overturn the election, my question is, why do you specifically indicate that there was sufficient evidence to overturn the election?
Oh, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I think that just happened more. I think there was some fishy shit going on in the election. Not enough so maybe to overturn it, but I just think some fishy shit happened more, and I that's just one case of it right there.
Is there anything else you want to talk about, Arad?
No, that's probably about it, I think. I appreciate your time.
All right, I appreciate you coming up. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get this next person up here, y'all. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, didn't accept this person. Let me try the next.
39.
Yo, what's up? Oh, you're voting for Trump?
Yes.
Why so? Thank you for the manifesto.
Why?
Thank you.
Because small business owner, and honestly, his policies are more my way.
Like which policy specifically?
Second Amendment, gun control, abortion, pretty much all of them. Tariffs on China goods.
Okay, so if it was the case that restricting a particular gun saved the lives of children, would you say that you want to restrict that gun?
As a soldier, I'd say no, because that gun is a bad word. It's a weapon, not a gun. The gun can't kill nobody. Whoever's
What?
got it.
Would you say
If my gun
would you say a nuke can't
Wait.
kill anyone?
No, I said a gun, a weapon.
No, but like
You
the
set that
person
gun- you-
decides
wait,
to
wait.
drop the nuke, right?
That's the person does. Yes.
Yeah,
The
but
nuke
like
can't
but
do
we'd
nothing
still
without somebody controlling it.
we'd still say the nuke killed people, right?
No, you'd say the person who pushed the button killed people. See, that's the
We'd
problem with
say
thinking.
we'd say it both led to the death of people.
If a gun's sitting on a porch, can it kill anybody?
Not without a person. I'm not disputing that you need
Exactly.
a person, but what I'm saying is that both people and guns are used to kill people.
Well, yeah, you can kill people with anything: a knife, a sword.
Okay,
The gun
but
didn't do it.
you are more likely to be able to kill them if you have a gun.
Are you sure about that?
Yes.
Okay. I doubt it. Guess you haven't met too many people in the battlefield.
Sir, I just think you're delusional. If you had an army of only people with knives versus an army with people only with guns, who's gonna win?
Doesn't matter. Do you really know?
Answer the
'Cause have you
question.
been there?
Who's gonna win?
Have you been there?
Who's gonna win?
Do you really? Doesn't matter. You don't know the numbers.
Who's
What's the
gonna
numbers
win?
And what's who's fighting?
Who's gonna win?
It's not a direct answer.
They both sides have the same attributes. Both sides have the same training. The only difference is what they have. Either a knife or a gun. Who's gonna win?
In that aspect, the gun.
Okay, I wonder why.
Because in that aspect, they're both the same. When in
shit,
war,
this
is
is
anything
so
ever the
much.
same?
I'm giving an example. The point I'm making is that
Yeah.
even if you consider every other quality the same, it's still going to be the case that the person with a gun is going to have a heads up. Appreciate the confetti. Thank you.
my
So you're going to
point
be able to
on
kill more
is-
people with a gun than you are going to be able to kill with a knife. And even if you want to reference
Yes.
places from the UK specifically, it is the case that those they have lower stabbing rates than we do here in the United States.
Oh, yeah. You walk into most of these cities in the United States and you wouldn't
Gabrielle,
want to be
thank you
walking in
so
them.
Gabriel, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. What were you saying?
I said most of these cities anymore in the United States you wouldn't want to be walking around in.
Sorry, say that
They're
one more
not
time.
exactly nice.
Think of the confetti.
The cities in the United States are not exactly a place you generally want to be walking around in, especially at night.
Okay, so maybe we should look at the countries around the world that don't have as much access to guns, that don't have the same issues, you know?
Actually, most of the countries that have less have more guns.
Really? So like all those
Yes.
places in Europe, right? They have higher rates of gun violence than here in the United States. Really?
I'm not Switzerland, all of those, they have, same as us, guns everywhere.
No, they have lower guns per capita and they have lower gun violence.
Biggest problem on it is teach people young. They don't teach gun safety no more. When was the last time you had gun safety in school? You probably never did. I'm assuming.
Sure,
in your
sure. I would
20s.
think that gun safety could make it better, but clearly we haven't done that. So I don't see how you could
Like
say it's effective.
when I went to school, we had guns in the truck at school because we went hunting after.
Yeah, okay. Cool.
So-
Good for you, right? But the point I'm making is that you can say gun safety all you want, but at the end of the day, if a particular policy restricted guns and it led to overall less children dying, would you be in support of it?
And no gun control policy so far has
can you
ever.
before you answer that question with oh, no ever gun, I don't care. I'm asking you a hypothetical. If it is the case that it leads to less children dying, would you be in support of the gun control policy?
Because it won't. No.
Okay, so why are you pro-life?
Why am I pro-life?
Yeah.
Because I call me old school, survival of the fittest.
So you want to restrict someone's right to do what they want, appreciate the ICU, thank you so much, to preserve a child's life.
Wait, did you just
Depends on the situation.
and say that the potential death of a child is survival of the fittest?
Jesus Christ, dude.
No, the way he's taking the wrong scenario because he's trying to say abortion with gun control, and they don't go together.
No, he's asking you're pro-life, meaning that you value life, apparently, right? You value
Yes, I
life of the
value life.
fetus, but why do you not value the life of a child if
I have 6 children, trust me, I would kill a motherfucker. over
Okay.
them.
Well, no, he asked you he asked you a hypothetical. If it was proven and we knew, let's say 100%, that a particular gun control policy would save the lives of many children, would you be in support of that? And you said no.
If it was 100% proven that it could, 100%, then yes.
Okay,
But
so
like I said,
That's
in
not what you said
history,
earlier.
Never
yeah, I said that's not what you said
has it-
earlier. That's why
It
we
is
asked
what I
you.
said because
No, it
wait.
isn't.
But-
You said that
okay.
you wouldn't be in support of it even if it was the case that it led to less children
On-
dying overall.
Because, well, yeah, you said 100%, but like I said, that's never happened. That
Wait,
scenario
before
you're
you
playing
move
has
to
never
that, I
happened.
asked you an explicit reason that if this did happen, would you still think that you want to get rid of the guns? And you said no.
because the Second Amendment was created for more than just that reason. I would be more.
Wait, how do you
supportive
feel
of
about
putting
Trump
guns in school?
Jesus
with
Christ!
per
How would you feel about Trump? Trump specifically advocating for the bump stock ban, which is one of the largest pieces of gun control in the modern era.
I personally didn't even understand it, but bump stock was
That's against
a
the Second
issue.
Amendment.
It is. Well, bump stock technically was an add-on to a weapon.
Wait, that's still
a gray area.
Wait, technically an AR, like the difference between AR and a pistol, is an add-on to a weapon. You understand that, right?
No, an AR
Yes,
is an
it is.
armament light.
You
That is a
understand that? You
brand.
understand that the difference in the gun is that there are attachments.
No, an AR
Yeah?
is an armament light rifle. That's a brand. You might want to go look it up.
No, I understand you're saying it's a brand, but the point I'm making is that it has more attachments than does a handgun, right? It's still the same thing, right? They're
No,
both guns.
They all have different attachments.
Ah, there you go.
scopes.
They all have different attachments. There you go.
They do.
Well, he
Now, a
just proved
bump
my point.
stock is, you're right, but a bump stock is not. That's not even here nor there. It doesn't really change anything. I don't get why that went through. Personally, don't care.
Well, it's because the largest mass shooting that the United States has ever had,
yes,
had
a bump shot. I know.
The crazy guy had a bump stock, and so Trump responded,
Yes.
and then of course our crazy ass court system said, "Nah, that's against a Second Amendment." So the bump
Yes.
stock ban got overturned.
Yeah, and
So-
technically it is against the Second Amendment, and I agree. And that is personally, in my opinion,
So he said before it wasn't against it. Now he believes it is. Okay.
No.
He said it doesn't really go against the Second Amendment because it's an
Al Gore-
attachment.
No.
But now he hears that it did
No.
go against the Second Amendment. He's like, yes, it did go against the Second
it
Amendment.
is.
Let me change my argument now.
Second Amendment technically says thou shalt not infringe, plain and simple, means no law can take it.
Jesus
according
Christ,
to the
dude.
Constitution.
Yeah, you left out
Can you read
the
it?
first clause. What's that first
What
clause say?
The-
What's the first clause of the Second Amendment say?
Streaming. Thank you so much for the subscription.
You cited the shall not be infringed, but you left out the first clause. A well-regulated militia.
Yes, the well-regulated militia. That well-regulated militia isn't a part of it. That's not a clause.
That is a clause. It's separated by a
Jesus.
comma. It's separated by a comma. When you separate in a sentence by a comma, it makes clauses.
Yes, I know. Well, actually,
The first clause of the Second Amendment is what I cited. You cited the second clause. You might not
actually,
like grammar,
that's
but
the fourth.
that's what
If
it's
you want to
called.
go on that, being necessary to the security of a free state. The state is that's so the state can keep control from the main government. The
by
Second Amendment
having
was
a
created.
well-regulated militia.
Yeah, and how many militias are there around the country right now? Thousands.
Well, okay. And
but them going against the Second Amendment and trying to take everyone's weapons, therefore, and on this, everything through history, when the governments have tried to take weapons, what has happened?
nothing. Australia did it. No,
Hitler?
Australia did it.
Napoleon?
Australia did it. They're one of the safest countries in the world. New Zealand did it. They're one of the safest countries in the world. What's your
You
point?
say so.
Yeah, Australia had the largest mass shooting ever recorded. Guess what they did? They banned guns. They had a buyback program. Since then, not one shooting. The crime is low. Australia is safe as fuck. When's the last time you heard of a shooting in Australia of mass death? Never.
Honestly,
Not
I don't
since
pay
the
attention
90s.
to Australia, so no. I don't pay attention to Australia.
because we don't have to anymore because they actually passed gun laws. They said, "Oh, we had a huge shooting that killed literally hundreds of our citizens. Maybe we should do something about it." They did it, and now they don't have the problem anymore. Funny how that works.
Criminals are going to do one way or another.
How
Not
come
in
they don't in
Australia,
Australia?
Yeah, not in Australia apparently.
So it sounds like you want to go to Australia.
It sounds like I want to
Sounds
adopt.
like you would like to live there.
It sounds like I prefer one of their policies. Yes.
Yeah. I love how whenever I point out that other countries might be a little bit better in one area of policy and that the United States should maybe adopt.
They say, why don't you go fucking move
Why
it?
don't you live there? Why don't you live there?
Because the people on the conservative side.
Wait,
still like our old way, the way
Do you
we were
do you want Shadow? Do you want to change anything about our current system?
Honestly, I'd like to abolish it all and start over. If you
Bruh.
want the honest opinion.
If you want the honest opinion, you just sound crazy. Okay. That's my honest opinion. It's very honest, very, very honest. Never been more honest before, I promise.
What would you keep the 13th Amendment? What parts of the Fifth Amendment would you get rid of or keep? I'm just curious. You said you want to
Give me a
start
sec to
over.
reread.
Hold up, give him a second. He's got to look it up.
Well, no, I
don't
assume
know them all
you
by
weren't
heart.
started
I'll
over, so I'm assuming that you have thought about this. So I'm just curious if you would keep the Fifth Amendment protections that maybe you would
Well,
expand.
no,
the
I
Eighth
would
Amendment
not
program.
legalize slavery.
What?
Yeah, but would you keep
13th
it
Amendment
abolished?
is slavery.
Yeah, but would you keep it abolished? Or would
It
you say,
should have
well,
never
that's not really
existed in the
a
first place. Not the amendment, the fact of slavery.
Okay.
But slavery in all is a whole joke in this country.
What?
A joke is in.
Okay, it is.
How is slavery
First
a
of all,
joke?
not the fact that it happened. Okay. Who was the first slave owner in the United States?
Why is that relevant?
It's very relevant. What color was he?
Bruh.
There was
Bruh.
You mean
Very relevant. Who was the first slave owner in the United States of
I'm not engaging with that. That's just so fucking stupid, dude. Like, bro, what the fuck is wrong with people?
I always find it interesting whenever pseudo apologists of slavery go, well, they did it too, so that means it must be fine, or then it must not be as bad. Like,
Jesus Christ, that's actually disgusting.
give me a break.
All right, let's get this next individual. Everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Let's get this next person up here real quick. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Let's get to 1 million likes, everyone. Keep tapping that screen. Keep sharing the live, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's get this next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. We are just looking for some debates. Tap that screen. Let's run it up to 1 million likes, everyone. If you want to support me, Venmo, Cash App in the bio. All right. Let's get this next person up here. All right. Y'all still here? I've only been on since, like, what, 5 o'clock, basically? So it's only been, like, 3.5 hours almost. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay.
He's
DNC?
watching DNC. Tim Walz is about to speak. They're doing the
Tim Walz is about to speak. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, if you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now and we will be talking to you. Tim Walz is up. I see him up there. Is that why people aren't watching today? I'm just kidding. No, it's the account. It's the account. All right, yo, what's up? How old are you?
39.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes, I'm voting Trump
And why is that?
because he's fucking a white boy.
Huh?
He's fucking a white boy? Is that what you just said?
He's married to a white boy. That's why.
What?
She don't like black men.
Oh, you're saying Kamala Harris is married to a white person.
Right.
Okay, wait, mister, just because someone's married to someone who's white doesn't mean they don't like black people.
She needs to stick to her own kind like Trump is doing at least.
Whoa, that's fucked up. You saying that it's bad for Kamala Harris to marry someone who's white, I think is really fucked up. For you saying that
it
she
is
should
fucked
only
up
sleep
because
with people who's black.
She's married to the slave master, the dude from the Caucasus Mountains.
I don't think he owned slaves.
Bruh, what kind of guest do we have on?
Bro, what? Wait, are you saying that interracial marriage is bad?
Yes.
What color or what race are you?
I'm black.
Oh, good lord.
So you would argue against interracial marriage being legalized?
Yes.
I'm flabbergasted.
So you think only white people should be able to marry white people,
Definitely.
and you don't think that's racist?
No, I think that's the way God intended us to be.
God intended us to not
Are you a
interracial.
black Hebrewite?
That's just what I think.
Wait, so where in the Bible does God say white people should only marry white people?
I don't know. I ain't read the whole thing.
I don't know.
Yeah, maybe it doesn't.
All right, do you think slavery is okay in any context?
No.
Okay, but did you know that in Leviticus 25:44 through 46, God says that you can own people as slaves and pass them down to your children as inherited property for life?
Well, if he said it, then that's what it is.
Bruh.
Oh, dude! Fuck, bro! Jesus Christ, dude! You see how fast you turn on slavery? That's crazy. Jesus Christ, my neck hurts from that 180. God damn. Oh my god. Oh shit, dude. What about beating your slave? In terms of Exodus 21:20 through 21, it says that you could beat your slave so far as that they recover after a day or two.
That's what the Bible said?
Yeah.
Well, shit.
Exodus 21:20 through 21.
Well, shit, I guess that's what you got to do.
Okay, what about 1 Samuel 15:3, where it says where God commands Saul and his men to kill men, women, children, and infants?
Did he do it?
Yeah, he only spared the king.
Well, I guess he ain't finished the fucking job.
Actually, he did, because God then punished Saul, and then David then killed the king.
Okay, we're just gonna. That person's got to be trolling. There's no way. I don't believe it.
Nah,
All right, we got a fish in profile picture. Be wary, everyone.
Be wary.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Jack, where'd you catch that fish?
Galveston.
Yeah, are you voting Trump?
Yeah, I'm voting for Trump. What do you think?
Why so?
Well, God doesn't speak in the Bible, so that makes you ignorant. You don't know what
God
you're
does
talking
speak
about.
in the Bible. He talks to
No,
Moses
he doesn't.
directly. What the fuck are you talking about?
Nah, that's not how it goes.
Jack, what are the first
somebody
three
else
books?
wrote it. God didn't write it.
Jack, what are the first 4 books of the New Testament?
Well, you're a fucking idiot. You take God's name in vain, you're going to hell probably.
What's the first
That's
4
the
books
place
of the
for
New
you.
Testament? At least I know the first 4 books.
I'll meet you there, buddy.
Trump's gonna win.
Jack, what are the first
Trump's
4
gonna
books of the
win.
New Testament?
Yeah, let's get back on the topic.
What are the
Trump's gonna
first 4
win.
books of the Old
Kamala's
Testament?
not the candidate.
Can you name
Kamala's
to
a
me?
fucking
Can you name to me
idiot.
3 of the 10 Commandments?
Trump's gonna win.
Can you name to me 3 of the 10 Commandments, Jack?
You know, I can't stand listening to Kamala for 3 seconds. You already had 10.
Okay, so Jack, now I'll ask you this question. Oh, he left. Dude, what a guy, dude. What a guy, dude. He's so Christian. Parker, stop saying Jesus Christ, Parker. Stop saying Jesus Christ. But I don't know the first 4 books of the New Testament. I have no clue. I don't know any of the 10 Commandments. I have no clue what the Old Testament is. I didn't even know that God commands people to do things in the Old Testament. Okay. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, sorry, man. I didn't know if it was me. I'm 29.
Are you voting Trump?
How old are you?
I'm 22. Are you voting Trump?
Yes, I am voting Trump.
And why is that?
So I think Trump initially ran on the whole drain the swamp thing. And I think that me and you and probably a lot of people out there can agree that there's a lot of sleazy politicians that we need to get out of D.C.
Yeah, Trump.
What's that?
Yeah, Trump.
Oh, so you think Trump's the sleaze?
Yeah, absolutely. Right. So he said drain the
fair
swamp, but under his own worldview, appointed corrupt judges that stole the election from him. Because there were 17 appointed judges that specifically indicated no sufficient evidence to overturn the election and court cases related to the election integrity. None of them indicated sufficient evidence to overturn the election.
I do think though that it's not just him. There's a lot of people who do think that our elections are compromised at this point. I don't think it's just him. There's a lot of fucking. Once again, when you have sleazy politicians in DC, why would you expect any different? Why would you think that they want us to vote rationally?
Okay, so when you say sleazy politicians, as it relates to this, Donald Trump quite
Nancy
literally is
Pelosi,
the individual.
Chuck
So I don't know
Schumer,
why you'd vote for someone
Probably
who
a lot of
is.
the people you would vote for if they were in there. I think
I'm voting for Kamala Harris. Is Kamala Harris corrupt?
Trump's sleazy, but I
Do
think.
you,
that
do you think
those-
Kamala Harris is corrupt?
Oh, absolutely. Are you
Can
joking?
you tell me what she's done that's corrupt?
Yeah, she's put people in prison for smoking weed and laughed about it.
Okay, well, you actually can't say that on live on TikTok. Second of all, she never put people in prison for possession. She didn't do that. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what's up, man? I'm 22.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
He's gonna get you a better economy.
How so?
Well, let's talk about Biden's and Kamala Harris.
Kamala.
No, you made a
inflation
positive.
is up.
No, hold on. You made a positive claim. We will get a better economy. I'm asking you how. So can you answer that question, please?
Inflation is up. He's gonna bring it down.
Wait, how is he going to bring inflation down?
Well, it's very simple.
Okay, please tell me.
So, well, it's not simple. It's actually very complicated. But
Okay, so simple and now it's complicated. Got it.
Well, I mean, it's simple to explain, but it's complicated to get down because it takes the cooperation between other countries, and it also takes peace between other countries and war. So let's consider about how much money we're spending for the Ukraine and Russian war, and think about where that money is really coming from. Now, realistically,
How much money are we spending?
well, I can't give you an exact number. I'm not going to do that. But we can talk billions, but I'm not going to give you an exact
Yeah,
number.
it's $107 billion to the Ukrainian government. So the
$107
$107 billion,
That's a
70
lot of
billion
money.
of that, 70
Where does
billion
it
of
come
that,
from?
70 billion of that is weapons and equipment specifically from our military budget. So if you want to cut
Yeah.
our military budget, which is almost $900 billion per year,
And is it
I'm
cutting
down.
our military
I actually advocate to cut our military budget in half and bring that money here back at home to pay for people's health care, education, child care, get rid of
Agreed.
homelessness in this country,
Agreed. And let's
etc.
and let's talk about it. If we do that,
Did you know the current inflation rate is
Let's-
2.9%?
First of all, hold on. You can say it's 2.9%, and that might sound great, but the stock market doesn't say that at all. The stock market is much
What?
higher.
Wait, the stock market doesn't what?
Okay, so the stock market is going up like crazy, and it sounds like it's a great thing, but realistically, wages do not match the growth of the stock market, and the stock market is
Obviously,
almost
wait, that hasn't been true under Trump's administration. Wages
Okay,
didn't go up as
go
fast
ahead.
as the stock market did under Trump.
Wages are today. Your wages do not match the growth of economic growth.
Wait, what? That didn't make any sense.
That's not true, actually.
So
actually,
let's say-
wages.
so let's say that
I
I'm
think
getting a raise
think
of
what he means
3%
is
every
inflation.
single year.
I think what he means is wages have not increased with inflation, which is not true actually.
Yeah, it's
According
not
to-
true.
Yeah, in 2019 we had a lower real wage, weekly speaking in terms of earnings, real median wage, than what we have right now.
No, we don't.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
do.
you can look at any data about a wage growth. It's
Compared
actually
to
very easy to
inflation.
find.
Compared to okay, hold on. Let's pull up the statistics real quick.
Yeah, you can find that
go
from
to
the
the,
St. Louis Federal
go to-
Reserve.
Yeah, that's one area, or you can see
St.
another.
Louis. Hold on. Did you just say St. Louis Federal Reserve?
Yes.
Yeah, Fred.
Okay. Are we looking at United States Federal
Yes.
Reserve? Whole countrywide.
Wait, St. Louis Federal Reserve is just where the data is from. It's from that branch of the Federal Reserve.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's go ahead and let me pull this up really quickly.
You can also look at the Atlanta Fed Reserve too. They have the same data, and they use the same methodology.
Real quick, but while I'm pulling this up, so where do you guys work? Do you guys just make money off TikTok, or do you have like other jobs?
I
have
just
a
make
job.
money off TikTok. He's
Okay.
a librarian.
Okay, really nice, really nice. And so do you guys? I'm assuming you guys get W-2s or something like that, something that shows through your tax.
No, I'm self-employed,
I do.
so
Okay,
I don't get a
so
W-2.
and how many years have you been, covering your W-2s?
I mean, I've been employed since 2011, so I mean, since I was in college. So I mean,
So can you tell me that you've seen a difference in your taxes or not?
as in my wage growth, my tax, I'm paying more in taxes now because
Specifically.
I'm making more money now. So obviously, I'm paying more in taxes.
Right. Okay, well, yeah, more money equals paying more in taxes, but of course there's a percentage of how much you make versus how much your tax burden is to the federal government. And of course, state taxes. as
My
well.
tax burden is probably higher than the average, maybe probably because I live in a blue state, and so there's more taxes taken out because of the fact that I get more services that the state offers, which I'm fine with. So I'm not complaining about that. I'm just saying that my tax burden is different than someone saying like Kentucky.
Yeah, kind of like I get it. Yeah, blue states typically do have higher state taxes, but I like to focus more on a federal income tax basis because of the state differentials. Because here in Florida we don't have state taxes, so it's not fair to compare state taxes of Florida and New York since there is none here. But what I want to talk about is federal taxes. Okay.
Sean, before we do that, 1 second. There's this person that was saying that I'm paid by the DNC. I just want to ask them a question. Mental, what evidence do you have I'm paid by the DNC?
You're employed by Palette Media.
No, I'm not.
You and what's his name? Sisson. Harry Sisson. And
I have no affiliation with Palette Media or Palette Management.
Then why do you know what their names are?
Because people say this, right? Because of Harry. Harry's associated with Palette Management.
Yeah. So you're liars.
How am I lying?
It's simple. You're paid to slander Trump.
Who am I paid by?
Palette Media.
I don't get any money from Palette Media.
Lies.
What?
Okay, you can lie to me, but
I'm not lying to anyone.
Keep up with the lies.
Matt, have I ever told you about my affiliation with Palette Media?
Oh yeah, all the time, you know.
Yeah, no, I get that Illuminati, DNC, Taylor
Every
Swift
morning,
money.
I get a text message from Parker just reminding me of it. Like it's just like constant.
Yo, Kimberly, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Kimberly. Look at that DNC money coming in.
All right. So let's talk about housing. Okay. So have you guys looked at housing past couple of years?
Yeah.
Okay. So I know here in the state of Florida, I don't know about other states, but I can tell you here in Florida, back in 2008, we know for a fact that the housing market crashed. I know personally people who bought houses at dollar amount of 120,000, and we're looking at a value of these houses at maybe around 330,000 today in 2024. Now, if we consider the growth, or I guess the inflation of housing in the past 4 years, since I guess you can kind of almost consider it to be Trump at the same time. However, it was a more stable growth. And when it comes down to economic and housing market growth, you want a stable growth. Now, typically, you still want inflationary because in the words of economy, inflation is a good thing. However, as long as it's controlled,
Wait,
that's
so
good for
Sean,
your economy.
housing market doesn't relate to the president. Ali, I appreciate the $2.
It does relate, and let me tell you
DNC.
why. It does relate, and let me tell you why. Because of, first of all, tax codes, and
What tax code led
let's
to a
talk
higher
about-
amount of pricing for houses?
Okay, if your tax burden is higher, how can you afford more down payment? And if you can't afford more down payment for your loan, therefore your loan is higher, therefore your principal is higher, and therefore the money you're paying for your loan from you due to interest is higher. All of your and,
That
and
made
what
no
is your
sense.
interest? And
So
yeah.
sorry to break it to you, but it is the case.
Let's
that,
talk about if your loan is $300,000.
No, if people have
if your loan is $300,000.
Sheldon, I appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much. Sheldon, I appreciate the galaxy. Thank you. So if it is the case that you have less money to pay for a house, then the demand for that house is going to go down. Okay? So that's actually going to lead to like lower prices for housing. Mental, also, if I'm paid by the DNC, why am I not at the DNC?
Okay. I like how you muted my mic because while I'm in the middle of talking. Let's talk about it. If you let's say you want to buy a house at $350,000, right?
Did you hear anything I just said?
I heard exactly what you said, but hear me out
thank you. What did I say?
Hear me out for a second, Parker, because I've been listening to you for about 20 minutes.
Yeah,
Just
and
hear me
I
out for a
understand,
second.
but what did I just say?
You were talking about the loan principle and essentially if you have less money to put down on a house, then your demand will go down. But that's not
And the
entirely
demand for that house will go down, therefore the price will go down for the house.
Okay, that's
Sherry, thank you for the $20 for the DNC. Thank you so much, Sherry.
That's assuming that everybody has less money to put down on the home. If you're not considering companies that still have billions and billions and billions of dollars to buy houses and basically essentially cut out the American working people to
Wait,
buy houses.
Sean, I'm sorry, but like the overall economy has less demand, therefore the price is going to go down.
The
Sure,
overall
other companies
economy
will
does
still
not-
be able to demand.
No, the
That does
American
not
people have
mean
less
that the
demand.
price is
The
not going to go
American
down.
economy has less demand. Do you know who owns majority of housing today?
Like people?
No, it's not. Because
Okay,
housing,
so do aliens
first of all,
control it?
housing includes condos. It includes apartments. It includes townhomes. It includes essentially anything.
Do aliens or no? Do
That's
sheep
irrelevant.
control the
First of all,
houses?
that's irrelevant. That's irrelevant.
User, thank you so much. I appreciate the fireworks. Thank you so much.
If you want to buy a loan at $300, if you want to buy a house at $350,000, right, and you have less money to put down on that, how much more are you paying for interest? Talk to me. How are you going to be paying more on interest for a house if your loan is $340,000 or if it's $330,000?
I understand you'd have a higher mortgage. Appreciate the train. Thank you so much. Given that you have a
Yeah, for
higher
sure.
amount
You're
of
gonna be paying more towards
particularly
interest.
in your loan. But what
Yeah.
you're not understanding is that people will typically be able to get these loans based upon whether or not they qualify. Which
Yeah.
again, less people would qualify
Income.
if it is the case that they had less money.
It's income.
So
It's-
I don't know what you're saying right now.
Well, I mean, that's one, because you keep on interrupting me, and two, because you brought up aliens.
I didn't
for no
interrupt
reason.
there. I didn't interrupt you.
Not there, no, but you brought up aliens in the middle of me talking. So
Oh my god, I brought it up for a
Let's
point, but you
bring-
can't. You're fucking
that's
too dense to
irrelevant.
realize what
That's
I'm bringing up.
irrelevant, Parker. How
It's
in the
not
world-
irrelevant,
how,
Sean.
How are aliens relevant to buying a house, Parker? Make
Because
it
I said, you said, who is buying the houses? I said people, and you said no, and I said, oh, is it aliens?
Are companies people?
Yes.
No, they're considered separate entities from people because corporations
Actually,
owned by multiple investors.
actually, not according to determinations. What is it? What is that determination that made it so that corporations are people?
No, they are considered.
I think
their own
there's some
entity.
determination that made that happen. There's some Citizens United. Was that what it was? Sheldon, thank you so much for the blooming. Thank you so much. JT, thank you for the $2 for hush money. Thank you so much.
Singular people. If I buy a house,
I never said it was a singular person, but it's made up of people.
yes, it's made up of multiple investors. I could put $2 into a company, and you could put $1,000 into a company. Either way, that's $1,002 put towards a house. Did you buy that house? Did I buy that house? No, we collectively bought that house. And
So
it's
you
not
did
under
buy that
your
house,
name,
technically.
and it's not under my name.
If you
It's
like,
under the
wait.
corporation's name.
By the way, so if let's say there's 4 people that buy a house together. So yes, if you were one of those 4 people, you did buy the house, but you bought it with other people.
Yeah, that would be a four-way split. However, that's not the case for most corporations. And of course, whatever.
I was just giving an example.
Yeah, I appreciate your example, but again, how in the world is aliens? How is that? How does that make sense?
Lucius,
How
thank
is
you
that
for the
relevant to buying a
subscription.
house?
Jesus Christ, I told you. Are you really this dense? Okay, appreciate the handout. Thank you
Am
so
I
much.
really this dense?
Listen, Sean, I just explained this to you. I don't
When
want to
did
have to
I
explain
offend
this
you?
to you
When did
over
you
and
feel
over
like it's a
again.
personal offense?
Holy fucking Jesus Christ, be quiet. Okay? So you literally have no clue. I just explained this to you. Listen, okay? You said, who is buying these houses? I said people. You said, right? Okay,
Well-
all right, let me finish. Can I finish? You said no. I said, what is it, aliens? That was the context of the conversation.
Okay.
It was just semantical. Like, I don't know why you're being so dense.
Semantical. Okay. Well, yeah. Let's move on because that's irrelevant to the conversation. But so you wanted me to talk about why I believe our economy will be better with Trump. So let's go ahead and let's talk about it. So I brought up how I think that war is one of the biggest issues for an economy. War is going to hurt an economy in some cases, especially for us because we're not directly involved and we're not making any money based on what's going on over in Ukraine and Russia.
That is completely false. U.S. businesses are selling weapons to Ukraine.
We're giving weapons to Ukraine. They don't have the money to afford these things right now.
You understand that they are buying it too. Alice, thank you for the $6.66. Thank you so
buy
much.
anything on a loan that doesn't mean that you have physical.
Wait. What you're not understanding is we give money to Ukraine with the explicit conditions of them buying U.S. stuff.
So we're giving money for them to buy things from us.
Yes.
So essentially, we're printing our own.
Thank you so much.
Purchase our own equipment to give.
It's not printing. It was reallocating from our military budget. James, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. And then there was some funding that gave from Pallet Management. Thank you so much for the $10, James.
Circulation of funds from one country to back to our country.
Totally fine. Do you know what the Budapest Memorandum is?
No.
So we signed an agreement with Ukraine that if they gave up their nuclear weapons, it was our turn to defend them.
And how is a war between Russia and Ukraine beneficial for our economy?
Wait, I'm not saying it is beneficial for our economy. I don't think war is beneficial. Now, what I'm saying is that it is the case that we are getting some money from Ukraine. That is like happening. What's up?
So Parker, back to what you said earlier. You said that if we were to take $70 million from our budget of military spending, $70 billion of our budget from military spending and put it into healthcare and we put it into education.
No, I said take half the military budget, $450 billion.
Okay, whatever your number is, let's say we did that. Okay, now that's a great idea because that starts a circulation of funds. Okay, however, you'd have to end the wars in Russia and Ukraine and Israel and Palestine so that way we can cut those funds. Because at the end of the day,
not necessarily. Also, like I don't support funding Israel.
Okay, but we are.
Okay, I disagree with it.
And we're funding Ukraine.
Okay, I have no issue with funding Ukraine.
I don't either. However, if we could mitigate war in Ukraine and Russia, Israel and Palestine, we would be spending less. And if we spend less, we can cut our budget one place and add it to another.
Trump doesn't want a ceasefire.
Yes, he does.
No, actually, we have reporting that Netanyahu is close to be able to. We just need the H group to agree. But if they agree, then we have the framework of a ceasefire. There has been reporting that Trump has called Netanyahu and has told him not to accept the deal, which, by the way, may be in violation of the Logan Act, which is because the Logan Act said that you cannot directly, as a non-government official, be involved in the foreign affairs of other nations. And so Trump doing that is actually running afoul. But there's good reporting that Trump is trying to convince Netanyahu to one, not accept the cease deal. Why? Because of the fact that a cease deal now is good coverage for Biden and Harris, because it shows that they were able to solve the conflict.
Stan Mustache, thank you so much.
Okay, and explain to me how that would help us, or explain to me how that affects Trump's ability to, as if hypothetically he was president, explain how that affects his ability.
Appreciate the head mustache. Thank you so much. He's saying he cares about ending the conflict and then he wants people to stop dying. But then at the same time, because of a political incentive, he is quite literally trying to keep people dying. Mustache. Thank you so much.
Trump doesn't care about the conflict itself. Trump does not care about actually resolving the conflict. It's all about politics. What gets him to power? Right now, if we had an opportunity before us,
like anybody, for sure, any politician.
No, that's not true at all. If you are given the opportunity to solve the conflict, I don't care who's president, right? You end the conflict, right? Trump is directly trying to interfere to tell somebody, hey, do not do this. Why? Because back home, it's going to hurt me. And that's not good. And Bibi and I, we're on good terms.
How is it going to hurt Trump if we end the war?
Because he doesn't have the issue.
Okay. Again, I don't understand if he doesn't have.
Because right now the
reaching for straws there.
No, I'm not. If you let me explain it, I'll understand. I'll understand. Because the issue right now is dividing Democrats. We are slowly approaching the 1 year anniversary of October 7th. Okay, so 1 year of this conflict. Okay, the sooner that it ends, the better, and that means that the Biden administration was able to negotiate a ceasefire in one of the most hostile areas of the entire world. Okay, Trump wants to be the one to do that. Trump wants to be the one.
I get what you're saying. So essentially, you don't want. Essentially, Trump doesn't want Biden to end the war
because that's good
because it
for
makes him look good.
Yeah, because Biden's like, hey, I solved the crisis. Both Harris and I and our administration solved the crisis.
But the war has been going on for how many years now?
What? Wait, so since October 7th, it's been less than a year, but you understand the Nakba happened in like the 40s, right?
That war been going on? How long has that war in Ukraine and Russia been going on?
Well, they annexed Crimea in 2014.
No.
If you mean
post-COVID,
you're talking about two separate conflicts.
We're talking about post-COVID right now. Post-COVID.
Yeah.
When did that? How long was that war in Ukraine? and Russia
you can't wait. So then you can't just like completely ignore the context of like the 2014 scenario with.
I'm not ignoring it. I'm only talking in the context of post-Trump.
Okay, so then it's been about 2.5 years or so.
Yeah.
Okay, and what has Biden done realistically?
Thank you for asking. That's great. He has done more since Harry Truman to strengthen NATO. We have gained 3 countries to NATO directly because Joe Biden has said Russia is a greater threat now. We need to, he has convinced Turkey to allow them. He has given the necessary aid to Ukraine to withstand an aggression from one of the strongest countries on earth. He has and right now Russia is losing right now. They are actually they are losing ground in the areas that they gained because Ukraine is actually moving into Russian territory. That they are moving into it. Right now, Vladimir Putin is kind of like at a stance. He doesn't know what to do. He has no idea, right? And so that's the point, is that Joe Biden actually has done more to protect Europe than many, many presidents could ever imagine. NATO is stronger today than it was decades ago because of Joe Biden. That's his success.
Because of our funding, for sure.
No, it's because
it's 100%
his diplomacy.
Because of our funding.
We give more funding than any other country.
The funding had nothing to do with it.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Why not?
The fact that we gained 3 countries had nothing to do with funding. It has to do with the fact that Joe Biden was able to convince an entire nation that they should join NATO. That's monumental. That 3 countries that have resisted joining NATO, that once they saw what Russia was doing and how the United States was standing up for them, they're like, okay, you know what? Maybe this isn't our best interest. And Joe Biden's diplomacy is to thank for that.
Great
Donald
idea.
Trump
That's
would not
awesome.
have done that.
But I mean, Donald Trump wouldn't have done that. You're right. But here in the United States, we are giving more to Ukraine than any other country in NATO, and that's not a bad thing. That's a good thing.
Yeah.
Why didn't we negotiate that with other countries so that way
we did? Poland has given more in terms of their per capita than we have. They are actually giving men and ammunitions directly to them. Poland has actually taken in the refugees. They have bared the brunt of the fleeing Ukrainians, and they've accepted them wholeheartedly. So I actually thank Poland for this, because Poland has opened their doors when no one asked them to.
First of all, Poland's GDP per capita is better than ours. Okay, so of course they're going to give more per capita. That's that's a skewed.
Wait, Poland's GDP per capita is not better than ours.
It's a skewed statistic. Yeah.
No, it's not. No, it's not. You just lied. What's their GDP per capita?
Let's look it up.
But it also doesn't mean, right? European countries are also contributing in ways beyond military support. As I said, Poland is accepting fleeing Ukrainian refugees. They are bringing them into the fold. That they are giving them housing and healthcare and jobs to make sure that men, women, and children can actually live and survive while their country is at war. That's a huge burden on their country, and they are doing that out of the goodness of their own heart. We didn't make them do that, but they're actually doing it.
Yeah. I mean, well, again, there's nothing wrong with giving money to Russia. Not Russia, Ukraine. There's nothing wrong with that. And
I was about to say, bro, that's a little bit crazy right there.
I'm
what
not
you
gonna
just
sit
said.
here. I'm not gonna sit here and disagree with you. And that's the things that here as a Republican and you as a Democrat, we can both agree on that. However, my opinion stands on me believing that Trump, he has a better stance as far as economic policy. Okay, and we can talk about inflation all we want here. You can talk about giving money to Ukraine. However, the truth is, realistically, Americans are spending more today, and like inflationary compared to how much they're making or how much they're growing in their wages. Okay. Now, a lot of people are going to say Trump is this, Trump is dangerous. Trump is, Trump's mindset is crazy. However, Kamala doesn't seem very sincere to me.
Kamala.
So
she doesn't seem sincere yet. Trump is one of the.
Seem sincere.
Trump is a pathological liar, and literally tried to undermine the border bill, even though he said that immigration is a big issue, and quite literally said that he wants to stop people from dying, but then also is against the ceasefire. Like,
and
what?
with respect, oh my God, Elizabeth, thank you for the $50 on Venmo.
Yo,
Thank you so much.
W.
I appreciate
Jojo,
it.
thank you for the year
so
amazing.
much.
Thank you so much.
It means a lot. Thank you so much.
Context of him
Maybe
being
Elizabeth. But Sean, with respect, you haven't given me evidence to prove that Donald Trump is going to benefit the economy. Like you say that, right? That's what you say. And Muhammad, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
Okay, so
say that, but
what was the interest
I'm
rate
not
when he was
hearing.
president? What was the interest rate when he was president?
Interest rate
I have
relates
no
to the
idea.
Federal Reserve. That has nothing to do with the president.
His fifth time of stealing tonight.
Okay.
Stealing? What?
Okay, bye, mental. You're not even contributing.
Interest rate is not. It's not directly involved with.
Did you kick
with
them?
The president, for sure.
Yeah, I did.
I was gonna ask them about the DNC stuff. Why'd you kick them?
There are.
Oh, I can
things
add it back up. Okay, hold on. Mental, come back.
That a president can pass to help with the
Kimberly, thank you for $5, Kimberly.
I'm sorry. It's really hard to focus on this conversation when you guys are just
Okay, well, too bad. Cry about it. Go get some tissues. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. I actually don't care, dude. Oh my god, it's so hard for me to know what I'm saying, dude. Cool, man. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Muhammad, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you for your due. Tissues for Sean. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
47.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Harris is a communist.
Is there a way you can get closer to your microphone? And can you define communism? Christopher, thank you so much for the $30. Thank you so much, Christopher. Can we get some W's for Christopher in the comment section right now? Thank you so much.
The prices of food and everything, and giving away money and making.
She didn't advocate for
country
price
poor.
controls on groceries. That's also not communism.
Look it up. It's
Can you
socialism.
No,
Hasn't
it's
worked
not.
in Cuba.
Can you
hasn't
define
worked in
socialism? Can you
Russia,
define communism?
Hasn't worked in any of the.
Hey,
other
Carlos,
socialist
can you define
countries.
socialism and can you define communism for me, please? Okay, he ran away. Wow, what a fucking joke. All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Boss Babe, that was the dumbest thing I think I've ever seen in my comment section. I debate anyone. Only send a guest request if you are voting for Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
18.
Are you voting Trump? Are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah,
You voting
23.
Trump?
Of course I am.
Why so?
Well, listen, you know, a lot of people have not been talking about this, and I'm going to talk about it right now. Kamala Harris is going to be banning peanut butter, and I am not going to stand for that.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's going on, man?
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
Be 26 this year.
Okay, why are you voting Trump?
Gun laws for the main part.
Okay. So how do you feel about like specifically the like the bump stock ban? That was like one of the largest pieces of gun control legislation in the modern era.
I didn't catch that. Do what?
That was one of the largest pieces of gun control in the modern era.
Yeah, and I know.
The bump stock
Trump,
ban?
I know Trump passed that. I know he did. I didn't agree with it, but not everybody's perfect.
Okay. So so he violated the Second Amendment. He also advocated to violate the First Amendment specifically, and saying that he wants people who what's it called burn the American flag to be put in prison for a year.
Actually, there is a proper way whenever a flag is taken out of service that American flags actually are banned or are burned, and there's a proper technique for it. If you don't believe me, look it up. Whenever flags are taken out of service, but I could understand why he was saying that, because when you burn the American flag, technically that could be considered treason.
Okay, so that is not treason. 1, 2. It was determined by the Supreme Court to be free speech, like free expression.
Okay. Well, back to the Second Amendment thing. Anyhow, though, what is Kamala's stance on the Second Amendment? Guns and things of that. What are her gun laws? What does she want to do?
Yeah, so she wants to ban assault weapons. She wants to bring
what's
about
an assault weapon?
She wants to bring about red flag laws, and she wants to do a universal background check. I never said I knew anything like about assault weapons. I just told you what our policy was.
Okay, well, first things first, you can't ban something that technically doesn't exist.
You don't think assault weapons exist?
Assault is a verb.
No, technically they don't. Technically they don't. I mean, what they mean is like certain.
Yeah, so like what Kamala Harris means an assault
semi-autos.
weapon would just be different than what you mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like
Like it's
assault
a-
weapons
like
do
it's a
exist. She's just
word.
using a different term than you are.
Yeah, it's a term that has just been used for like decades. So, but we know what they mean when they say it. So when they say it, we know what type of guns they are like talking about.
Yeah, so like you can't say that they don't exist. You're just telling me that you use the term differently than me.
What I'm saying is assault is a verb. Every firearm is considered a weapon. Assault's just something that politicians attach to it to make it sound scary.
Wait, what is an AR? Can you tell me what AR means?
AR does not stand for assault rifle. AR stands for Armor Light Model 15.
Armor Light. It's the brand
So
name.
you never use it to refer to it as an assault rifle?
No, AR-15 stands for Armor Light Rifle Model 15.
So you don't think assault rifles exist?
In that context, no.
I mean, there
No,
are,
but like, would
okay,
you refer
buddy,
to something as an assault rifle?
Buddy, you do admit that there are rifles that are classified as assault rifles. It's just that I think
Like
from your
people are
perspective,
so annoying with defining guns. Like we
Yeah,
all use that. Like I'm sorry. Like let's just be
No,
clear.
you're
We
good.
all use that terminology to refer to it. Okay,
Yeah.
we all do. It just depends on how you're using the term. Language is subjective. Linguistics are subjective. Most professionals, as it relates to linguistics, indicate that. Okay, so you're just using the term differently than me.
Well, yeah, and I know, but it aggravates me too because politicians use that term freely to define weapons,
And they
it could
can. It just depends what they mean.
Okay, so what's your definition of an assault weapon?
I never claimed I have a definition. I'm just saying that they're using the term differently than you guys are. I
Okay.
don't. To be totally frank with you, I don't care about guns. I don't give a shit. I'm not clear with the empirics. I don't know what the empirics indicate. I just don't care enough about them. So if they want to take assault rifles away or whatever you want to refer to them as, right? I don't give a shit. I really don't care. I don't think you need it to defend yourself. I think you can defend yourself with other guns, right? So I don't see it a reason as to why you wouldn't vote for Kamala Harris, given that Trump's been held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a woman, for defamation, for fraud, having 34 felonies, trying to overthrow the government, restricting women's access to abortion, calling for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country, like all of these different things.
Okay, and back to what you were saying earlier about the bump stock ban. Yes, I agree. That was an infringement upon the Second Amendment, but that is not as large of an infringement as what she is pursuing with an assault weapons ban. You know, and I've even read she wants to ban high capacity magazines too.
I agree. Are you against red flag laws?
I'm kind of in the gray zone on that right now, but not for the reason. I get why people want them and how they could be good and things like that, but at the same time, that could be twisted in use. It could.
So, do you think? Okay, but do you? Okay, how about this? Do you think certain? So, let's lay out what. Do you think that like Bruin was argued effectively, or like was the correct decision?
I'm so I didn't catch you on that.
Do you
man.
think Bruin, the most recent Supreme Court case on gun rights, was right?
I actually haven't got a chance to read up on that.
Okay, well then I won't even talk about it then. The problem is that her
Jamie, think of the $3.64
gun control legislation that she wants to pass is relatively popular. Like it's mainly red flag laws. It's mainly bans on like really high capacity magazines, bump stock bans, things like that. Yes, she does support a quote unquote assault rifle, ban, but the likelihood of that passing is low anyways. But I think the overall effect of what she wants to do is relatively minor compared to what Donald Trump doesn't want to do. Because Donald Trump essentially
Crystal, think of the $10. Thank you so much.
Doesn't believe that there's any like there's an actual like problem. When there is a gun problem, we should try to solve that problem. She has solutions. You may disagree with them, but Donald Trump doesn't even believe that there is a problem.
Yeah, and I understand where you're coming from, but she's actively pursuing a ban on a certain, well, I'll say it for the sake of argument, assault weapons.
Yes, I agree, and that's because we did it once already in the 90s, and its effect was largely positive. We know from the data, from studies that have been done on it, that the effect of the ban in the 90s was largely positive. And so if it worked once, then it can probably work again. And I think, but again, I don't really like talking about gun control, mainly because the Supreme Court has handicapped our ability to really do anything about gun control. And so really there's no point in even talking about it, because aside from like maybe red flag laws, maybe universal comprehensive background checks, there's really nothing that the Congress can pass that will get by Bruin or the other one from 2008. Like it's just not possible.
Okay. Well, the big thing I was wanting to talk about was like, okay, so the assault weapon, again, for sake of argument, assault weapons ban that she's wanting to put in high capacity magazines and things like that.
Like, is that really your biggest issue? Like, you don't care about the fact that he was held civilly liable of sexual abuse. You don't care about him trying to say that he wants to put...
I never said Donald Trump was perfect.
Wait. So would you vote for someone who's held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman?
Honestly, the more and more I learn about each party, man, the less it makes me want to vote, honestly. But
You can say that, but at the end of the day, one of them is going to be president, right?
I
And I
know
think it's
one of
pretty
them's
clear
gonna
that
be
Kamala Harris
president.
is a better alternative. So, would you vote for someone who is held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman?
would you vote for someone that is actively looking to attack your constitutional rights?
Yeah, if it's
Yeah,
taking
because
away
the
like those types of guns, I don't
yeah,
really
because
care.
the right that
Uh,
you're mentioning, I think, is much more narrow and well defined, and is not as broad that
I think
has been
women's
defined.
rights matter more than someone's access to an AR.
It's not just so. Everybody thinks the ARs are the big problem, the assault weapon ban, the high capacity magazines, and things like that, because they have been made publicly to be scary. Okay, so assault rifles.
No,
Again,
regardless of what
just-
you think, I'm not talking about the scary. I'm just saying if you care about stuff being taken away in terms of freedom to be able to get access to an abortion for women matters to me a lot more than someone's freedom to get access to an AR.
Okay, well, so let me ask you this then. So, why do you think assault weapons should be banned?
Dude, I told you I don't care.
I personally don't. I mean, look, it's because, and I think I can speak for Parker for this too, but I'll speak for myself. I don't like guns. Like, I'm not a fan of them. Like, I don't get the fascination with them. I don't understand. But again, I'm not against them per se. I just don't care. Like, I honestly don't care. And as I already mentioned, I think constitutionally, I think we have good reason to believe that the Second Amendment should have been interpreted to be narrowly defined within what the framers thought. I don't think the framers believed that someone in 2024 would be carrying around a gun, that they had no conception what it would even look like, that someone would be going into schools with them, that someone would be, from a hotel building shooting down on them. I just do not believe that I think the Second Amendment has been given such a broad interpretation that is outside its historical and its founding idea. So that's my own philosophical belief. But again, it's mainly because I just don't give a shit about guns. Like, I just don't care. But I'm not against them per se. I just don't care.
So you if a bad guy came to your house with a gun and you're there with your wife and kids, would you care then?
I would.
In that scenario, I obviously don't have a gun. I would call the police.
Yeah, if a bad guy came to my house and he had a gun.
Wait. You think I'm gonna like be able to like fucking take out like let's say there's 5 people coming to my house. You think I'm gonna take out 5 like I'm James Bond?
If you had 100 clip, you would.
You think I can take out 5 people like I'm James Bond? Are you fucking trolling? You couldn't do that. No one in this live could do that.
With respect, though, military and police have done studies to see what the average effective range and shooting ability of the average citizen is, and even most police officers, they miss most of the time. Like, you're expecting people in these high tense situations to be able to like be fucking
Parker is John Wick, so real.
Be like Steven Seagal out here and just completely like mow down people. Like, that's not the issue. People's stress hormones are going to be so fucking high. They're going to be shooting into thin air. Like, guns are not that hard to aim and shoot. Most people don't have the time to go out and do extensive training in like the military style. It just doesn't happen, which is why I think the more you get people guns, the more dangerous it is, which is what studies indicate.
Have you ever shot an AR before, or?
Yes, I have.
No.
I have. And I didn't particularly care for it, which is why I don't own one, because I don't care for it.
If you care for it, could you
pay their hospital bills after a certain.
I think everyone's
level.
hospital bill should be taken care of the same way everyone's house should be taken care of with the firefighters
Yeah, but the
or with the
hospital
police. Should the
bills-
police not help people who are rich because they're rich?
Well, you're advocating taking guns away. We might as well take theirs away too.
Jesus Christ, dude, that's like, come on.
Did Parker
I'm
or
not
I
advocating
ever
to
actually say that?
By the way,
We
I'm not.
never said it.
I'm not. Listen, I don't give a shit. That doesn't mean I'm advocating to take away your guns. Willow, thank you for the $5 from the DNC.
The other guy is.
I'm going to say my final points on this, unless you have some. I'm sure you'll have
Frank, thank you so much for the $25 for Parker as John Wick. Thank you so much, Frank.
If it was to happen, she was to ban assault weapons. Okay, it's a law. It passes. The only thing that's going to do is keep people like me and all the other law-abiding gun owners who follow the laws from getting those guns.
Not true. Australia.
There's still what about these drug crime organizations and things of that nature? People who have tons of money. Now I know there's not very many of them, but they can still acquire illegal weapons.
Yeah, but it's significantly less likely. And also, where would they get these legal weapons? Or illegal weapons? More
Where do
likely
they
than
get 'em
not.
now?
More likely than not, these illegal weapons started off legal. Griffin, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much, Griffin. And Jesse, thank you for the $5 for RNC for Kamala. Thank you so much.
China loves to sell us weapons.
Yeah, those illegal weapons started off legal, but it's already
That's
illegal.
my point. So if it started off legal and there's not legal weapons anymore, well then how are they specifically going to be able to get access to the illegal weapons if most of the illegal weapons came from legal places in the first place?
Because if they have a shop full of the right milling equipment, lathes, and things of that nature, they can make their own, dude.
Right.
Griffin, thank you for the $5. You can say they can make their own, but what's the likelihood of that given the scenarios of like Australia and others?
Wait, actually, Buddy is actually advocating why we need more regulation precisely because people now can make their own. We need to highly regulate these types of things. Things like 3D printed guns, for example. That's a thing that the government needs to get ahead of.
They are already
this
regulated. They're illegal. They're called ghost guns, and they still get out there.
Yes, but they may be illegal, but the government needs to step in and figure out a way to actually prevent them from being made. They need to work with companies to make sure that perhaps those type of things cannot be produced. That's about making sure that we have an administration that gets ahead of the curve so that this does not become a problem. Because I don't know about you, I don't want this to become a problem where we have unregistered 3D guns just running around on our streets.
Great. More big guns.
That's the thing, though, man. Like it's already to stop that. I mean, and honestly, to stop people from making and 3D printing guns, you would have to find a way to every 3D printer in the United
Olivia,
States.
thank you for the $15 from the DNC. Thank you so much,
every
Olivia.
CNC machine and everything. You would have to ban. You would have to like get into their software and make it to where they couldn't.
We
print
already do
type
that
of
for
thing.
certain things.
Yeah, but
You
there's
can't-
people that get around that all the time.
Well, no, but no, like, for example, we don't allow people to actively look up how to make a bomb, for example. Right? We regulate that. Like Google actively regulates people when they look it up, they will forward the information to the FBI. Right? They pay attention heavily because since we had the Oklahoma City bombing and all that, these companies are mandated by law and through regulation to keep track of these type of searches. Same thing with things like online terrorism, right? They are actively and proactively looking for these things. So we can do the same thing for these other companies. We already do it for these other type of industries.
All search engines do that.
Google does, Bing does. I don't know if like DuckDuckGo does, but most of the really big
Monster.
Huh?
Monster.
Perhaps. I mean, they all get their Google or they all get their search algorithms from the same source. And my guess is that unless you're on the dark web, right? Unless you're on the dark web, people who are going to Google or going to Bing or something, and who are looking these stuff up, they're eventually going to get caught, and they're going to be asked some serious questions.
And hey, I don't know how much weight this would carry, but I'm not sure if you guys just seen it or not. There's some guy in the comments from Australia talking about the gun ban and stuff, talking about how criminals over there still have weapons and things of that nature.
No one's disputing that criminals can. What we're disputing is that it's less likely. We're saying it's less likely for this to happen.
So, but the fact still remains, if you put a ban on it, like I said, all it's going to do is every law-abiding gun owner in America is not going to be able to get access to that weapon. But then criminals, through the right sources, can still have access to that weapon.
In very small circumstances, so they're significantly less likely to.
But then what do we do against the criminals?
The police.
So my family gets shot or killed because you ban the weapons.
That is less likely to happen if there aren't these types of weapons, according to countries like that. That's the only way I would be okay with it, is if it's less likely to happen.
Do you know what studies have indicated is the #1 best home defense system from intruders? We actually have decades worth of studies. You know what that is?
Where do the studies come from?
The United States.
Oh, so the United States government made a study?
No, private institutions, universities, think tanks, the government. But even
ran by Democrats.
No, even conservative groups that study what prevents violence in the household, they all agree, well, most of them agree, that there are things that are better than guns. The top thing is actually a dog. Having a dog in the house scares away most people. Like having a dog, believe me, having a dog that barks really loud and looks scary, most people, even if they have a gun, they're not going to come into your house.
What study's that one?
I mean, you want me to find them for you? I'd be happy to.
If you know, right off the top of your head, that'd be great.
Or no, they always cite, I'm having a dog, I'm having a home monitoring system, things like that, right? We know that having a gun in the house makes it more likely that violence actually happens within the house. You are much more likely to use the gun on yourself or on a family member than you are on a criminal.
So what if I use a speaker and have a dog barking as you walk up to the door?
You'd have to test that. They didn't test that in the study.
Yeah, I mean, test it, and if it turns out that that's a statistically significant result, then more power to you.
No, I was just curious if a speaker would be.
Well, no. The idea is that people can hear the animal. They can hear it moving around. They can hear it barking. A dog just it's just a very proactive thing, which is why people actually say when you look it up, it's that just having a dog.
Heather, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Heather. Can we get some W's for Heather in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Heather, for the $25.
But again, my main point is the gun laws of the United States are unfortunately not likely to change in the next decade, really, because of the fact that our Congress is so polarized and that the Supreme Court has given such a broad interpretation of the Second Amendment. It's very likely that the status quo will hold for decades to come.
Have you read the Federation Papers?
The Federalist Papers?
Yeah.
By Hamilton and Madison and Jay. Yeah, what about them?
Okay, and then the one that talks about the Second Amendment, have you read that one?
I can't cite you which Federalist paper is about it. I agree with you that the Founding Fathers thought that a well-regulated militia and that certain parts of its citizens having guns was a good idea, but my main point is I think that we have gone off board and that we have granted it far too much.
It also said that we should have them in stores for people to buy.
Dude, I honestly don't care about guns. I don't either. I don't give a flying fuck. I'm getting so annoyed at this convo.
I care about my rights.
Oh, but you don't care about women's. You don't care about women's.
Hold on. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Whoever's talking.
This is insane.
Are you anti-abortion?
Yes.
Are you pro-life? Like, do you think it
Do
should
you
be illegal?
understand? Do you understand how you are so advocating and so passionate about your Second Amendment issue and how you are willing to talk and talk and talk and advocate? That's what we do on that issue because we care about that issue. So when you say to us we should care or that we should believe it, we say the same thing to you. You should care that the right of women to have an abortion was taken away. You should care about that and you should be advocating for it, right? It's the same thing applies. You might not care, but we do. And so we're just giving you the same energy that you would give back at us whenever we talk about our issues.
Sure. No, I agree. That's fine. That's fair.
Okay. Parker is just saying he doesn't care about guns. I don't care about guns. But as I'm telling you, right now, gun laws will not change in this country. I'm sorry. Don't mean to be like a Debbie Downer, but that's true. Nothing is going to change no matter who's president because of the fact that we are so polarized and because the Supreme Court has made it so that it's extremely difficult to change gun laws. So you guys can worry about it and go buy your ammunition and stock up and be fearful of like World War III, but it's just not going to happen. Like, I'm sorry.
Go
it's
get
not
your
going to happen.
bunkers. Go fill up on your stock supplies.
Yeah, it's just not going to happen.
Kamala's the one that's stirring the pot. She's the one that wants to ban all this stuff and make a bill. She's the one stirring the pot, not me.
That's a policy position. People are allowed to have policy positions, but
Well, why
I'm
not
being
pick
weird.
another
But
policy?
I'm the only liberal here that will probably actually tell you that this is not going to get passed.
Well,
Like I'm being real with you. I'm telling you, it's not going to happen.
Right.
As
Then
much
why
as I
don't
would
you
like
pick
it to
another
happen, it's not
policy?
going to happen.
Why don't you pick a policy that could happen?
Oh my God. Oh my
Jesus Christ,
God.
She
Like,
has. She has. That's just one policy that isn't going to happen. Like, I don't know what you're not understanding. Appreciate love painting. Thank you so much. You understand there are things Trump
this is not
supports.
difficult to understand.
There are
Like,
things.
I'm sorry. This
there
is
are
not
things.
difficult.
There are things Trump supports where he's like that
I'm-
specifically isn't going to get passed.
I mean, you know, if
He
you just-
supports getting rid of income tax and replacing with tariffs, and that quite literally is never going to get passed.
I think spending your energy on something that's going to pass or have a better chance of passing.
No, politicians do this all the time.
Okay, so can we not talk about this then? Can you just like be quiet and can we like talk about something else?
Go ahead.
Okay, so why would you vote for someone who's been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
Because I don't think Trump did it.
Okay, what do you dispute in the case?
I dispute the dress.
You dispute the dress? The dress was never submitted as evidence.
Right, I know. I
Wait,
still
inquiry,
dispute that.
what was the name of the victim?
Jean Carroll.
Okay. Yeah, do you think that I have a question. Do you think that it was politically motivated?
No, I think she's just nuts.
Okay, so what indicates that she's nuts?
I just listened to her talk.
Like, can you give me an example of what she said that makes her nuts?
I can't give you exact. You'd have to listen to her talk, and then you should be able to notice it. So when she's on NBC
I've
News,
listened to her talk, and I've never got that impression.
Yeah, wait. I listened to
Everyone
Trump
keep
talk,
tapping the screen. Let's
and I
get to a
think
million
he's
likes, y'all.
well, maybe you both heard the different. You know, maybe you didn't hear what I heard. But
Hey man, listen. Hey, look, I don't mean to interrupt you guys. I'm
Very
gonna
good.
hop off here since we're off the gun thing. But
All right,
I I just wanted to say one thing before I left. I firmly believe this because I'm a constitutionalist. I'm very constitutional, right or left. I support the Constitution. It's what this country is founded upon. If they can do what they want with one amendment of the Constitution, then they can twist the rest of them however they want. Now, you might not believe me and call that conspiracy.
Wait. So then, how do you feel about Trump saying he wants to put people in prison for burning the American flag? That's against the First Amendment.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't agree with it personally. I really don't because I mean, if you live in America, why would you want to burn the American flag?
I know, but the Second Amendment, he's against that in terms of the bump stock ban, and then the First Amendment, he's against that in terms of putting people in prison for a year for burning the American flag.
Yeah, and that's when I get well, and I see what you're saying. I completely understand, but I'm just saying if you give them an inch, they'll take a mile.
But that's two. So he violated more amendments. So if you give them an inch, they're going to take a mile. You're giving more inches to Donald Trump.
Well, technically, she's going further in depth with an amendment than he is, but
Wait, hold on. What amendment is she advocating for? She's not advocating for any new amendments to the
No.
Constitution.
He means against the amendment. Like he's saying against the second amendment.
Oh, okay. Okay. I understand.
Yeah, you're fine though. Don't worry. All right, appreciate you coming up, buddy.
I'll see you, man.
Bye, buddy.
All right. Okay, if you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now, and we'll bring you up, everyone. And Corey, you have anything else you want to say before I go on to the next person?
No, that's fine. Thanks for bringing me up.
Appreciate you. All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Let's get this next individual up here real quick. Fish incoming.
W fish. I'm trying to see what kind of fish it is. It's still loading.
They're not going to load. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Okay, they didn't get in. Yo, it's a Palladia? Hello? Okay. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get this next person up here quick. Keep tapping that screen. Seriously, everyone, let's tap the fuck out of the screen. Let's get to a million likes.
I appreciate you putting me back up.
Yeah.
Have you already been up here?
Hey, so look, I got a question. I got questions real
Wait,
quick.
hold on, JP. Have you already been up here?
No.
Oh, okay.
Then why'd you say thanks for putting me back up here?
Yeah, that's why I asked.
You cut me off when I was just talking about Tina real quick. I mean, I was only up here.
Oh,
for
that's
like
you.
Yeah,
30
JP,
seconds.
JP, are
No,
you
no, no, I'm
actually
real.
you
Don't
were
kick me
trolling?
off. No, sir. No, sir.
You weren't trolling.
I'm just from the South, sir.
No, it has nothing to do with your accent.
No, I'm not.
kicking
What's
you
a
off
troll? I
because of
don't
your
understand what
accent.
you're saying, sir.
Okay.
No, I'm for real. Love you, Parker.
Are you voting Trump?
Hey, Ryan. You there? Ryan. Okay, he's gone.
Tina wouldn't lie.
Tina wouldn't lie. So true.
Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I love Tina. Hey, Zelda, you there?
How old are you?
They're not answering.
In the arms of an angel. I can't wait to get my third account back or my main account. Ugh, I can't wait. I hate being banned. It's the worst, Chad. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Hello? Jesus Christ.
No, he's not here yet.
Maybe soon, maybe soon. He's
Maybe
coming
soon.
back, and it's going to be bigly. It's going to be very great. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
43.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Inflation.
Okay, so how did the Biden-Harris administration cause inflation?
What do you mean? How did they call it? Well, it still happened during their administration, right?
Oh, I never disputed that it happened during their administration. I agree it did happen during their administration. But how was it caused by them?
It doesn't matter how it was caused or whether or not they have fixed it.
No. So the inflation is dealt with specifically by the Federal Reserve.
So they have nothing to do with it whatsoever.
Basically, like you can have a marginal impact, but like it's not like the main thing that deals with inflation in these sort of events where there's high levels of inflation is the Federal Reserve. That's the only one that can truly like fix the problem.
Okay. So the Federal Reserve is what?
What do you mean? Are you asking like if it's a private, a public sort of entity?
Well, you got to think about it. So the Federal Reserve can just bring inflation up and down how they see it.
Kind of.
Yeah.
So like as
So
it relates
why-
to the
why-
as
why
it
do
relates to here, let me explain. So as it relates to the like what they do, they can influence the increase in interest rates, which decreases aggregate demand, which would cause disinflation, which
Okay,
means
so-
that inflation would go down.
So if they can do that, how come the president just doesn't talk to them and say, "Hey, lower it for me"?
The point
You mean,
is that
you mean
they're supposed to be
increase
separate.
it? One, it's not controlled by the president. Like Trump tried to go to like Jerome Powell and said lower the rates, like when he was in office, and Jerome Powell didn't lower the rates. So
Yeah.
they don't listen to the president historically speaking. Secondly, it is
Well,
the
they
case
were
that
lower than when he was in there.
what's up?
They were lower than when he was in there.
Yeah, no, but he wanted them to be even lower.
Yeah. So if he was
No, I'm
able
just
to-
saying it doesn't change like what they specifically do. Plus, it is the case that again, it's totally determined by them. Like they're just not gonna like I don't know what your point is with this.
Well, so it just happened to be that when Obama was in office, rates were higher. When Trump comes in,
Rates
are
shouldn't have
lower.
been higher under
And then
the
whenever Biden and Harris,
rates should not have been higher under the Obama administration.
They shouldn't have.
No. Let me check interest rates back then. Like there was a recession, so there shouldn't have been. Are you just gonna be quiet?
No, I was waiting.
No. You can talk about things while I pull it up.
Oh, okay. Well, the second thing is you guys already talked about firearms way too much. That was an intense conversation, by the way. But
we had relatively similar interest rates as what we did under the Trump administration, under the Obama administration.
Yeah, relatively, yeah, a little higher during Obama, but yeah, I mean they were right there.
Pretty much.
Not yeah. Well, I'm kind of yeah.
It's literally determined by the Federal Reserve in it.
But then you got in 2022, your average is 8%. That's pretty high, huh?
So no, the average was not 8% in 2022.
Really?
No.
Well, that's what I'm looking at. 2022, 8%. 2023 was
2022. It's 7%.
Right now, currently, it's 2.9 in July. That's
you're looking at inflation. I'm not interest rates. I'm looking at historical mortgage rates.
Oh no, I'm
average mortgage rates.
Yeah, I'm talking about inflation.
Yeah, I was referencing interest rates because that's what we were talking about. I don't know why you just randomly brought up inflation.
Well, that's because I was talking about inflation.
There was global inflation. Did you know that?
The global.
There was inflation in Asia and Africa and China and South America and Central America. So why do you specifically say that it's the Biden-Harris administration that's at fault when it was applicable to all these different countries?
So we want to be compared to China?
I compared us to all those different economies, and I compared us as it relates to the context of inflation. That's a totally legitimate comparison, genius.
Yeah, it doesn't matter though. You still compared us to other countries.
No shit. I compared us to other countries.
Yeah, we're talking about United States.
Victoria, thank you for the $5. Holy shit! Are you really that dense? Like I just acknowledged that there was global inflation.
So okay, so our president again can't do anything about it.
No, they can't do anything about it as it relates to fixing the overall problem. Can they help? Can they help the problem? Sure, by advocating for particular policies, but that's not going to fix the problem. Also, can you give me any reason why they would have caused it? Actually, I'll actually ask you this: what's Trump's plan to fix it?
Oh, I have no idea.
Okay, so what would Trump have done to fix it?
I'm not saying that he would or would not fix it. I don't know how it'd be. It's just convenient that it was lower when he was in office.
No, when you say convenient, you're just looking for things that specifically apply to him. Also, during his administration, there was 14.8% unemployment, the most since the Great Depression. I like how you don't blame him for that.
Come on. You know what? That unemployment's such a crock of shit because whenever all of a sudden Biden gets in office and they all these people, they were counting all these people that were on temp jobs or whatever, and part-time jobs, and all of a sudden because all these part-time jobs came about, and why did they come about?
Wait, can you give me any evidence that proportionally as the size of the economy, there was a larger amount of part-time jobs specifically in the economy now comparative to Trump's administration?
You can absolutely say that.
Yeah, can you give me any source that indicates that?
So what happened to the rules about having to provide insurance?
Can you give me any source that indicates that?
Wait, no, I'm talking to you as a person.
So no source. So just trust me, bro.
Yeah, I trust you. Right?
Trust me, bro, is not a good enough source.
I don't see any sources from you either. So
what do you want? What do you want a source for? I'll tell you. I literally do give sources.
So because for
the economic data, I look at the Federal Reserve or the Bureau of Labor Statistics.
So 32 hours, and after 32 hours, as a company, what do you have to do? If you have an employee and he works 40 hours over the 32, if he works 33 hours, what do you have to do?
I don't know what you're asking. I don't.
Okay, if you own a company and you have an employee,
are you trying to talk about overtime once they get past like the particular thing for a day?
More than overtime. We're talking about benefits now.
Are you talking about health insurance?
So what they did, what companies had to do is cut hours.
I don't think they're mandated to do that.
So companies cut hours to people, so that way they didn't meet the threshold of 32 hours. So that way they didn't have to pay benefits. So what happened?
Okay, that's a bad thing, right?
Now you got it. Well, it kind of is. Yeah, I agree with you. But that's what happened.
So we should make sure everyone has benefits. There you go.
So we're going to cut people's pay.
No, we provide universal health care.
Oh, okay. So you don't mind cutting your pay down a little bit to make sure everybody has it?
I don't have to cut my pay in order to do that.
Why?
But we would pay taxes
would
to
you
do
help
this.
out?
Because
Parker,
wait,
why
I
would
would.
you do
Everyone would. You just listen, please. We spend half as much per individual on healthcare expenditure in countries abroad that have universal healthcare systems comparative to here in the United States, and they have better health outcomes in those countries.
I'm going to disagree with that. My grandpa's from Canada, and he moved here for the healthcare. Canada has a horrible healthcare system.
That's actually laughable. If you look at satisfaction of Canada's healthcare system comparative to the United States, it ranks better.
Yeah, I'm sure overall it ranks better, but what happens
that's what we're comparing. We're comparing
happens when you're
overall.
65 years old and you have cancer and somebody that's
Yeah,
45
you're actually
years
gonna have to pay for. You're actually not gonna have to pay for it. It's gonna be provided to you.
you're gonna
Whereas
be put
under
on
our
a
current
list.
system right now, it is
You're
the
gonna be
case
put-
that you have to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on medical debt.
Yeah, you're going to be put on a list first, Parker.
At least you
Right.
get the care. At least you don't have
Maybe-
hundreds of thousands of dollars of
maybe
debt.
you get the care.
No, you will get the care. That's a lie. You saying maybe is crazy.
That is not true.
Okay. Give me scenarios where what percent of the people who had cancer didn't get care in Canada?
Oh, I'm just hearing from other people.
Jesus Christ, dude! Like, is it
I've
just gonna every
visited
time I ask you
Canada
for any
before.
reason, is it just gonna be like, oh, I feel like this is the case?
Well, no, I'm telling you right now. I visited Canada before and talking to those folks.
Yeah, and also Matt's
Most people that I
visited
talked
Canada,
to-
and Matt said the healthcare system is great.
I visited Canada back in July. I stayed the whole month, and it was and it was fine. Like I have
You
not
used
heard
their
that.
healthcare system?
Huh?
You used their healthcare system?
I didn't, but my a girlfriend uses it regularly, and she has no problem.
She lives in Canada.
Mm-hmm.
She's Canadian, yes.
And she's young.
She's young, yes.
Oh, well, there you go. I just said, if you're young, it's great. I'm sure the healthcare is awesome.
Thank you, you're amazing. Thank you so much,
Wait.
Denise.
Young. I mean,
What?
she's 25. I mean,
that's pretty damn young.
How does being young at all mean that you get better care?
The older you get put on the list, basically.
If anything, you're older, you would get put closer on the list to get looked at
it's
first.
Just the opposite. They look at it just the opposite.
That's total BS.
okay, hold on. Is there a Canadian in chat by chance, just to like
Appreciate that hand massage.
talk
Thank you
about
so much.
this? Because none of us here are like Canadian.
No, I know he's wrong. I know he's wrong. I know he's bullshitting.
Hold on, right here. We have a comment that says, "My family from Canada and healthcare is terrible. There is a list for everything." See, Miss Lady, right there.
No shit, there's a list for everything, right?
Well, yeah,
But
yeah,
it is
and
the case that
as
people
you
get taken care
as
of.
you're older,
Also, by the way,
you get put on the list,
shut
and
up.
younger-
Shut up. Okay? That does not justify your point that it is the case that people who are younger get help better. One. Two, as it relates to this, you citing one person in the comment section does not demonstrate the overall system. I'm referencing overall satisfaction as it relates to their system. Shannon, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much.
And with respect, we have lists here in the United States too. It just lists of an entirely different sort. So we can't pretend like we don't also ration care, because we do. We just ration it on an entirely different basis. And frankly,
Also, we have
in
less
my
physicians
opinion-
per capita.
Yeah, I mean, so like we ration care too, and I mean, yeah. Hold on,
Wait,
sorry,
Street, you can unmute. I sent you the invite to unmute, or you can click on your profile picture in the bottom right and then click the microphone.
Oh, okay, there you go. So I don't remember ever being put on a list or anything for my healthcare.
Wait, do you have?
I went
money to
to
get-
wait, by the way, I went to the ER and was on a list. I had to wait hours to get service here in in the United States.
Yeah, I remember
Well,
that,
yeah,
yeah.
because it's based on importance, not age.
Oh, importance. That's literally what their fucking system is based on, genius. Holy
No, it's
fuck,
not.
you just ran right into the point.
If you have Parker,
It is totally based upon
did you even listen
severity.
to me earlier? You didn't even listen, did you?
I did. I totally listened to you.
Oh, you talk too much. That's the problem. So
No,
what I
you
said
fucking don't
is
listen
if
enough.
you have a 45-year-old with cancer that is terminal, and you have a 65-year-old with cancer, that 45-year-old is going to get taken care of first.
If it is the case that they have the same level of severity.
Yes.
Obviously. What?
No. His
why would you take
analogy
care of
is
the
wrong, though.
45-year-old
His
first?
analogy, no.
If they have the same level of severity, obviously you'd pick the younger one.
No.
What?
Hold on,
Wow, so
Parker.
you don't care about
Parker.
old people.
Wait. That's not true.
No, hold on.
Why is he
hold
laughing?
On. Street,
listen. If it is the case that they have the same severity and you can only take care of one, yes, you take care of the younger one. Like if it's 45 comparative to 65, you absolutely do that. What?
That's not what he said. He said the 45-year-old
That's not how
is
it works,
terminal.
though. Appreciate the coffee. Thank you.
He
No,
said the
I told him.
45-year-old is terminal.
No. Listen. So I told him severity is the same in both scenarios, and he said yes. And if it is the case that you have to pick one or the other, obviously you take care of the 45-year-old in that scenario. If it is the case that was the scenario, that is so unlikely to happen, though. They both will get taken care of.
Why is the 45-year-old more important?
They have longer life to live. That's the only reason why you would make a difference between them as it relates to either one or the other gets care, and there's no way to take care of both of them.
But you have there is no studies whatsoever to say that these two people have terminal cancer, and you're going to take the
wait, Street. You gave me a scenario where you can only take care of one. Where it is the case, listen, let me please finish. You have only one scenario, right, where you gave me where it is the case that you have two people, the same severity. One is older, the other one is younger. Obviously, you would in that scenario, the younger one is more likely to recover. The younger one has a lot longer to live in typical, right? That is what would happen. I'm telling you that's what would happen. I'm not saying I want to do that. I'm not saying I like discriminating against people who are older. What I'm saying is that's what would happen if it were one or the other. Okay? Yes. That's what would happen. And you don't disagree with that even. Would you pick the 65-year-old?
But in America, guess what happens? They both get taken care of.
Oh come on, you fucking little weasel. You fucking little weasel. The whole point of the fucking hypothetical that you gave me was that both of them couldn't get taken care of. Obviously, I would be okay with I want both of them to get taken care of. You fucking little weasel. You little dude, what the fuck is this bullshit, dude? You're such a little weasel, bro. I'm actually so annoyed with you, dude.
I got you all worked up.
Yeah, you do have me worked up because it's fucking bullshit what you just did.
No,
it's honestly stupid as fuck. It's stupid as fuck. The hypothetical you gave was not those conditions. Okay? Why are you acting like I answered it like, "Oh, I would only save one if I could save both." That's fucking dumb. Okay? Obviously I would rather save both. Jesus Christ, dude. Are you gonna unmute, man? Are you gonna unmute? Do you know how to unmute? Okay, I literally already told you how to unmute. You click your profile picture in the bottom right, and then you click the microphone.
Yeah, Chad, you like when I go?
Oh, there you go. There you go. Well, it came up with a pop-up last couple times. That was weird. Why it didn't come up with pop-up now?
Yeah, Chad, I'm sorry I have emotions. My bad. Let me like turn into an AI next time. Jesus Christ, dude. I show 1 ounce of emotion because this guy's being dense as fuck. And it's like people freak out, bro.
I'm being dense.
You're objectively being dense. You change the conditions of the hypothetical to make me seem like a terrible human being when it's the case that I never said that.
The hypothetical was for Canada, right? And you said that people are more.
No, it was not for Canada. It was just in general.
No.
You were asking about who gets taken care of.
Yeah,
Bobby V, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much.
In Canada, I was asking.
No, you changed the hypotheticals a million times. Even then, it wouldn't even matter. It would, regardless of whether or not it was in Canada or the U.S., I would say the same thing.
The United States, they both getting taken care of.
No, that's bullshit. You understand? Actually, in the United States, less people get taken care of because they can't afford it. Okay, so you understand that? You understand 45,000?
You can't decline healthcare.
Listen. People have to pay medical. So listen. 45,000. Here, yo, Persephone, thank you so much for the whale diving. Thank you so much, Persephone. Thank you so much. Let's get some W's for Persephone. So, as it relates to this, 45,000 to 68,000 people die in the United States every single year due to lack of health insurance. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. That does not happen in Canada. Okay, so you can sit there and you can act like everyone gets taken care of in the United States. That is fucking bullshit.
Okay, my uncle did not have health care, and he got taken care of just fine from cancer. So how do you explain that?
I'm not saying no one gets taken care of. Wait, by the way, hold up. Let me please answer this. So I never said no one gets health care. What I said is that some people die in this country, tens of thousands of people, because of lack of health insurance. That is a fact. I'm not making this up.
So if you have a sickness and you go to the hospital, they cannot decline you. You know that, right?
You're not understanding that people will not get these types of services because they can't afford it. They don't want the debt to go onto their family, right? They don't have insurance. There are plenty of scenarios that will reduce the likelihood of them being able to get the care in the United States. So are you just saying these people die because they're dumb or something? Is that what you're telling me?
Doesn't the debt?
Wait. So why are they dying? Tell me, Street. Tell me, Street. Why are they dying?
Well, I think it's typically because they just don't know.
They don't know. So they're just
Can I
dumb.
say
Is
something
that your
real
view?
quick, please?
No, I never said dumb. I said they don't know. There is a difference between being dumb and not knowing. You do know that, right?
Straight. Hold on. By the way, I just want to correct something. By the way, under law, you can deny somebody care as long as it's not emergency care. We have a law that prevents, which is why so many people die is because they cannot
There's no
afford
preventative care.
Yeah, exactly. They cannot afford preventative care because it is so expensive, and so it becomes chronic and debilitating, and it becomes an emergency, and then they get care. But by
Yes.
that point, it's too late.
Exactly.
Because the whole idea is in these other countries, they focus on preventative care
Give them
to
money,
try to stop these types of illnesses getting to being chronic. That's the whole idea. That's one of the reasons why the Affordable Care Act has so many preventative care provisions in it. It's because it wants to actually go that far. So I don't know where you're getting this idea that someone can just walk into like an emergency room and I get treatment. They could do that, but then they're getting a huge ass bill. Like they will get a bill in the thousands of dollars.
Better than dying, right?
Jesus
No.
fucking Christ, dude.
What?
And-
No.
and then-
Wait,
and then
hold on.
you
Is
can-
it better than dying? Wait, hold on.
And
They're
then
not
on top of
dying.
that-
If someone has the flu, okay, and they
Well,
need
if you're going
and
to a
they need
hospital
like an
for the
eye.
flu, that's
Hold
a little
on, please let me
ridiculous.
talk. Street, let me talk, please.
Go ahead.
Okay. If someone has the flu and they need like a cough suppressant or they need an IV because they're dehydrated, right? And they go to the emergency room, they are going to get treated, but then they're going to get a bill. And that bill is going to be fucking huge. And then that's going to create problems. Instead of, if they had a universal system, they could walk into a regular clinic, get the care they need. They may pay a few bucks, and then they walk out, and we're all happy, right? The main point is that we want people to get the care, but not to have to pay thousands of dollars for it. Because the only care that is protected under law is emergency care, which I don't think is a good model.
Sasha, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
Preventative care is the way to go.
So that's interesting because I've taken to my daughter who doesn't have health care to the hospital before due to a broken hand. They even put it in a cast, and the bill was $350. So I don't know what hospital you guys are going to.
Wait, hold on. $350. Okay. I'm not like
The average
poverty or
American
anything.
cannot. The average
Yes,
American
I'm
can't
not in
afford a
poverty or
$400
anything,
expense.
but
The
like
average American cannot afford a
$350
random
is a lot of
$400
money.
expense. The average American is living paycheck to paycheck. The average American can't afford that for a random cast. I'm sorry to break it to you, but that's not affordable for most Americans.
my
Nextly, as it
my
relates to
other
that,
daughter
I
has-
want you to acknowledge specifically that you're talking about a scenario where this wasn't chronic, okay? You're talking
And
about
by
a
the
scenario
way-
where it didn't happen over and over again, where they had to continue to get care over and over again. You're also not referencing the fact that there are hospitals around the entire United States that have different price mechanisms and price systems than what you have specifically in the place where you got care. So you
And by
have
the
a
way,
complete
Street,
misunderstanding of how our healthcare system
it's
works. If you
entirely-
say that just because of that one scenario, that means everyone can get their care for affordable levels in the United States. That is unbelievable.
Yeah. Also, it's entirely. I'm sorry to say this, but I have to say this because I think it's reflective of reality. Why the hell does your kid not have health insurance?
Well, because of her job.
But you can get it privately.
Because
Why did you
they-
hold on?
because-
no,
because
Street.
they
Street.
put
Why
her
did you
down
not
below the
privately
32
go
hours.
and get
Hold on.
health care for your
Wait,
kid?
wait, wait. How old is your kid?
She's 24.
Okay. So, wait. Okay, well, the ACA does provide through 26. That would just be a family plan. They don't have a family
No,
plan. So
no,
she's older. That's why.
And the problem is she makes just enough money to not qualify for any kind of assistance.
Oh my God! It's almost like our fucking system sucks. Jesus.
Yeah, well, what happens is what they cut her hours.
So
in order
maybe
to
we
get rid
shouldn't
of-
tie someone's job.
So corporate greed.
to
You
their
just gave
health
an example.
insurance.
I like how he just gave an example of corporate greed. He's like,
I'll-
yes, let's
I'll
give
do
them
that.
more tax cuts. Corporations that are greedy as fuck. Let's give them tax cuts. Oh my God! More money to these rich people. It's gonna trickle down. It's gonna trickle down. I promise you. These greedy corporations that won't give his kid health care. You know that put the hours on that specifically. They're gonna trickle down the money.
I make so much money, it's crazy. Oh my! I just can't believe the Democrats.
Samuel, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Like, I think it's utterly hypocritical and unbelievable for you guys to be like, oh, I think these corporations are too greedy, right? That we shouldn't have these set up this way. But then
No,
at the same time, you're like, oh yeah, let's give these people tax breaks. They're gonna trickle down the money.
You know what I told her, Parker? I said, "Sucks for you. Better get a fucking better job."
Yeah, you're that's disgusting to say to your daughter. You should literally say, let's create a better system so that you don't specifically have to do
Let's
that.
keep her down working at a fast food restaurant, and let's not.
Wait, I'm
bring her up.
I'm not advocating for.
Let's
I know.
not bring
Hold
her
up.
up to a better position.
Yeah,
I'm not advocating to
What a
say
phone, man.
that you shouldn't benefit your quality of life or conditions or try to get a better job. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that regardless of the job, everyone in this country should be protected. And that's what you don't understand. The same thing with firefighters, the same thing with police, the same thing with streets, the same thing with basically all these other things. I don't know why you think it's okay to restrict people getting access to care just because they can't afford it. I think it's so fucking insane that I have to come up here and I have to argue these things. Because tens of thousands of people in this country die every single year because of a lack of lack of access to health insurance. And that should not happen. Tens of thousands of people. Easily preventable. And it would cost less as a system. Like, geez, dude.
And your daughter, if she didn't qualify for Medicaid, then she could have gone on the ACA and then could have tried to got a private plan because she's young. Her premium would have been low, and she would have got probably like a pretty hefty tax credit to help satisfy that overall premium. So
Okay,
I'm
rocking. Her premium was going to be $250 a month. Okay.
That's actually. I mean, that's low. I mean,
Wait, you just said that average people are having a hard time paying $400 a month. $250 is not that far off.
No,
So-
I agree with you that it's too high. I'm just
$250 a
saying
month.
there are options.
She doesn't get what a
but
random $400 expense is.
So
Dude.
a
Does she
random
not have enough
$400
disposable
expense
income
versus a
Hold on,
monthly
with
expense.
respect, hold on. Does she not have not have enough disposable income to pay any type of healthcare expense?
Oh, everybody does, I think. You hey, turn your cell phone off.
Geez, I want to right now. Holy fuck.
Yeah, I mean, hey, listen, if you have $100 a month cell phone bill and you're complaining that you can't afford stuff, there's a reason
I'm not
why
complaining.
There's a
I
reason
didn't
why.
complain.
No, I'm not saying you.
Like,
Rock.
we're literally sitting here and we're advocating that people should have health care. And, like, why are you saying that you disagree with this?
No, you muted me before I was going to talk.
I didn't mute you then.
And then I had, yes, you did. I had to just
Not
unmute
right
myself.
here. I did earlier, but
Yeah, well, okay. You just did like 2 minutes ago. Anyway, so what I was going to say, Parker and Rockin', because I don't know your real name, but anyway, I can agree with you that yes, everybody should have some form of health care at a cost, whether it be a percentage of your pay or whatever it may be. And I'm okay with that, a percentage of your pay.
Congratulations, Medicare for all. You pay for it through your taxes. That's a percentage of your pay. There you go.
Once you hit 65, yeah.
No, Medicare for all. All people get Medicare, and they pay through it through their taxes. Boom.
What happens if they don't pay taxes? Then who pays for it?
The same thing happens now. Then they get Medicaid.
dude, it's like he doesn't know how he's talking about in terms of the system. Like, dude, how are we gonna pay for Medicare for all? The same way we pay for firefighters, the same way we pay for police, the same way we pay for all these other social programs. Yes, absolutely. We spend
I'm not talking
in
about that.
countries around the world, they spend half as much per capita as we do here in the United States, and they have better average health outcomes.
If they
So
could
instead of us
figure
sitting
out-
here and being like, "Oh, we can't do it," when countries around the world have been doing it, Let's acknowledge that we can do it. Let's acknowledge that we should do it, and stop having these dumb conversations, because our society is held back so much because we can't talk about other shit because you guys don't want to fucking provide healthcare like almost every other industrialized nation on the planet that quite literally has been doing this for decades. The conservatives in those countries support universal healthcare.
And let's also talk about the big elephant in the room. Trump has no healthcare policy. He
Literally
has
literally no healthcare
none. I'm
policy.
sorry, but like, can you tell me what Trump wants to do about like anything involving healthcare? Anything. I don't care what aspect of healthcare it is. Name me something that Trump wants to put in place to ease healthcare costs, access, availability. I don't care what it is. But I mean, I'm sorry, but he hasn't had a plan for 9 years now. He has nothing.
9 years.
Arcane,
Yeah,
thank
he
you so much
first
for the
ran in
subscription.
2015.
Yeah. Devin, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Yeah, but he ran in 2015. He started.
Catherine, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Well, what is it besides a huge amount of cost to people? Okay, let me go back to a little bit. Also, as whenever our kids were younger, we were forced, because we couldn't afford the healthcare, so we were forced to get Obamacare, even though I was willing to pay out of pocket.
The individual mandate was taken away by the Supreme Court. That also was originally put in by Republicans.
But for 2 years, we had a penalty that we had to pay because we didn't get them health care.
That was set up by Republicans.
How? That's
Wait, hold on. Okay. No. Hold on. We can explain it to you. When the Heritage Foundation first formed what would eventually become Obamacare, they had the mandate in there because they knew that in order to make people get health insurance, there had to be some kind of either consequence or mechanism to make people do it. Even conservatives wanted to do that. It was not until Barack Obama put his name on it that conservatives were like, oh no, this is scary. No, this was a conservative idea. The individual mandate is a conservative idea. In fact, liberals were the one who no, they didn't like
Literally,
it.
that's what I'm saying, bro.
The ones who started it and believed in it were conservatives.
And I think of the fireworks.
And once Barack Obama's like, you know what, let's put that in my bill, all of a sudden then they're like, wait, hold on, we can't have that. Like, we can't have like a Barack Obama being on our side. So they're like, no, that's bad. But, so like, you want to blame somebody, blame the conservatives, because they are the ones that formulated the entire idea.
So the president couldn't have stopped that? Obama couldn't have stopped it?
Obama agreed with it because he knew.
Yeah, he agreed with it. Why?
Hold on. Because he knew that the only way to get people to use the services is to have some kind of penalty, because that's what we do whenever you don't have something that we see is beneficial for them. Now, of course, the court disagreed, and that's fine. Okay, fine. The court disagreed. But I'm saying that was the rationale behind it, and conservatives all throughout the Republican Party for decades thought that was a good idea until Barack Obama came along. So I'm just saying that Barack Obama is not really the fault here. Yes, he put it into the bill, but this was a conservative brainchild. It was nobody else's. No big Democratic think tank thought of this. It was a conservative bill. Okay.
So we can blame Trump for all the Democrats for them pushing bills, but we can't blame Obama?
No, I didn't blame Trump for. Wait, hold on. I didn't blame Trump for anything so far.
You were branding conservatives.
Wait, we were just saying that.
That
was not Trump, by the way.
Yeah, that's not Trump, by the way. I said conservative.
He wasn't even in office.
I thought we were all together because Parker said you guys, and I thought he was profiling.
Bruh, come on, that's language.
Do you see how dense this guy is? He's purposefully. Okay. Like, I feel like he's purposefully rage baiting at this point. You're not coming up here to engage in a constructive dialogue. You came up here to try and make me mad.
No, I'm constructive now.
Then why would you just say that?
Why?
Because
you're using your certain terms. I'm using my certain terms.
No, straight.
You know what I meant? Like what?
That is being disingenuous because I was citing people from the fucking 1990s. I was not citing Donald Trump. It's clear as day who I was citing. Donald Trump wasn't even in the picture. Like, I'm sorry, but like, I'll get to blaming Donald Trump.
I mean, believe me, like, I can blame him for a lot of other things. I'm not blaming him for that. I said conservatives. Donald Trump wasn't even a fucking conservative at this point.
I know, and you guys are still mad at him. That's what's crazy.
No, I'm mad at him because he's a fucking insane lunatic who started.
I'd be mad at Donald Trump if he was a liberal.
You guys,
I
like
would be
Nancy
mad at
Pelosi?
Donald Trump regardless of whether or not he was a Republican or a Democrat.
Yeah.
The fucking issue is that you wouldn't do that, even though it is the case that he has all these terrible values. But I would do that even if they were on my side. And I think that's fucking despicable. You can't put the country over the party. You can't do it. You're allergic to it.
I remember first learning about Donald Trump probably in like 2004 or 5. That's when I first came to like know him, right? And I didn't like him then. Like, I just don't like the guy. I don't think he's and at the time he was liberal, and I thought he was a pompous ass then, and he's a pompous ass now.
Like a wise individual once said, "They ain't like us."
Yeah, they ain't like us. So I mean, it doesn't matter what he believes. I think his beliefs has gotten worse, but he's still like an ass.
Yeah, I'll agree with that. There was times where he was like probably talked out of his ass, and I was like, God damn it! Now, quit fucking talking, quit tweeting or twittering or whatever the fuck it's called, But yeah, I mean, shit.
But again,
I want to ask him this question.
Yeah.
Would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
In his case, yeah. You know
okay.
how
Would you vote for Trump if he were held?
Do you know how many people that are wrongly convicted?
Very low. Very low.
Very low, huh?
Yeah, false reports are at 2 to 10%. So even lesser than that would be it because it went through a civil process of a jury unanimously determining that he was held legally responsible of sexual abuse. But let's go further. Would you vote for Trump if he were held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a minor with Jeffrey Epstein?
Oh yeah, for sure, absolutely.
You'd vote for him still?
No. I'm sorry. I misread your words there.
Oh, you wouldn't vote for him?
No, absolutely.
So why would you vote for him if he were held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman, but you wouldn't vote for him if he were held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a kid with Jeffrey Epstein?
If there was strong evidence.
Wait, both of them are civil cases, so there's no difference in the evidence.
No, trust me. The sad thing is I can go around and I can go to the bar tonight and I can fucking pick up this chick and go home and sleep with her, and all she has to do is say I raped her.
That's not true at all.
What the fuck,
dude? Not true.
How is that not true?
Because I'm sad that I have to explain this, but a consensual like sex doesn't have the same. Oh no. It doesn't have the same physical things that happen to the body as during grape. It just doesn't.
And psychological.
Yeah,
right?
and psychological.
And you can see those in the case of E. Jean Carroll with the medical records, with the stories in reference to her friends. This is showing not a state of mind now, right? Because of politics or whatever the fuck you think it is to be able to make money or whatever the hell, right? It shows a state of mind that she was traumatized and abused. And that's what specifically indicates this. Okay?
How is that proven?
What do you mean? How is that proven? We have medical records of her from the 90s that specifically indicate her explaining these stories to like her therapist.
And specifically saying it was Donald Trump?
Yes.
Wow. I haven't heard that.
She had two friends who she confided in shortly after the event, who also named Donald Trump. She had the dress that Donald Trump conveniently didn't want to give his DNA to test against the unknown male DNA, and then he waits till the very, 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 very last minute, and then says he'll do it, knowing that the judge would turn it down because he had already waited 2 freaking years.
To me, that's just him being kind of a dickwad. You know.
Wait, hold on.
He was doing that. Wait, I was talking. I've been courteous to you guys.
No, I appreciate that. That's why I was trying to get.
Okay, so he's been doing that all along. You guys look at his taxes. How long did he hold on to and not show his taxes for? Because everybody thought, oh shit, everybody thought he was going to 100% get nailed on that shit, right? And he kept holding on to it. I think he just loves to play a game with everybody, and everybody feeds into it. That's what's crazy to me. Everybody.
So he's playing a game with him being held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman. Like none of this makes any sense at all. Why would he risk paying $88 million of damages? You know,
And by the
when
way,
he could have just
that's
taken a
nothing for
DNA
them.
test.
That's
Him
nothing.
putting his DNA against the dress and then it turning out that it's not his DNA would be a huge advantage for his case. Like that's a big advantage, and because she submitted it, and then all of a sudden it turns out that it's not his DNA. I mean that like blows a big hole in the whole credibility.
I agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah, but he didn't do that. Maybe because and again, I don't know why. Because because I would give up my DNA. Like,
I would too.
I mean, that would prove like pretty definitively that it didn't happen. Because she's saying I have the dress, it has his DNA on it. Turns out it's not my DNA. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I mean,
but the problem is see, I would do the same thing. I agree with you. But the problem is we're average folks, man. These rich folks, they don't trust me, man. They don't think the same way we
they're
do.
not like us.
That is one thing that we all can agree on, that the rich is definitely not like us.
Wait, yeah, but hold on. But maybe we should
That's
hold
literally
them.
Donald Trump.
But maybe we should hold them to
Look
a
at Tom
slightly
Cruise.
higher standard then, because they have the resources. He can afford the best lawyers in the world, right? He knows that his lawyer probably said, submit your DNA, and if it's not going to, Trump, did you do it? No. Okay, let's submit your DNA, and then that will prove that it's not on the dress. And he's like, nah, I don't want to do that. Wait, why? And then he does, and then behind closed doors, I don't know what to say behind closed doors, but there's a reason why he didn't do it, right?
Yeah,
There's
and
a
that's-
reason, and I'm saying it looks a little suspicious when you clearly deny that it happened in such a forceful way. She has something that can pretty well prove if it did or didn't happen, and if it didn't happen, then just give your DNA. It didn't happen, and then I would say,
Yeah, if they never met each other, right? Well, then obviously there's no way she had his DNA.
Yeah,
that's just not how it works. And
Yeah, I
Allison,
don't
thank
know.
you so much for the $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much. Give me some W's for Allison in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Allison.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Who knows what they said behind closed doors? That's only they'll know. Unfortunately, we'll only know the story that they want us to tell.
Can I actually also give you another thing? I can give you two other places where Trump lied. Trump lied when saying that he never met her. There's pictures of them together. He also said that he wouldn't have sexually abused E. Jean Carroll because she's quote unquote not his type, but then in a deposition mistook E. Jean Carroll with his ex-wife.
Yeah, I don't know any about that.
That's a total contradiction, right? He totally lied multiple times. She hasn't lied at all. The story's consistent with medical records, with her friends indicating this, with the fact that Trump didn't give up his DNA, right? Nothing about her story is a lie, but Donald Trump has multiple lies. Donald Trump didn't give up his DNA. Donald Trump has a history of misogyny, right? And claimed that every single woman wants him, that he grabs them by the vagina, he doesn't even have to ask. He thinks every woman wants him, even when it is the case that they clearly might not.
Yeah, look at Anna Nicole Smith, man. If you got money, you're gonna find them.
So if she did this for money, why didn't she come out with this case in the 90s, right, to make money back then, so that she could have specifically had the money earlier on in her life and didn't have to wait so long?
Because probably because his dad was still alive. I don't know.
Fred Trump didn't. No, Fred Trump was dead.
No,
by then.
He probably. I mean, he was well known still, but he probably wasn't the.
Wait, hold on. Why would she?
Wait. How would she know that he was going to get bigger in the future?
Oh shit! You knew right away he was going to get bigger. Come on, now he was a Democrat back then. They force feed that shit.
No, come on. That's such a ridiculous statement for you to make. Also, she already was a millionaire.
Who was already a millionaire? She was.
E. Jean Carroll. She's already a millionaire.
Okay. That's pennies compared to where he's at.
Bruh. It just
I'm just
decreases
saying,
it decreases the probability that they would make up a lie for this.
You look at Anna Nicole Smith, man. If you got money, you're somebody's gonna.
Hold on. Why are you bringing up Anna Nicole Smith? Like, I'm sorry, but like she's been gone for like 2 decades now. Like, what's the point about her?
Well, because we're bringing up rape from 2 decades.
I don't know anything
so
about that
50,
case. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm sorry, but I don't know what you're talking about.
What
Yeah,
I'm
like,
talking
what's the
about
relevance?
is the relevance is you say Trump said that women flock to him. It's probably true because of his money. And then I said, look at Anna Nicole Smith. She flocked to him. Why? You really think she was in love with him? Come on. If you do, you're denial.
Okay. So again, what's the likelihood of a false report? It's 2 to 10%. So the likelihood is exorbitantly low. Okay, if it goes through the context of the court system, has all of these conditions that I just mentioned, and it is the case that the report prior to all of these conditions, right, would indicate that there's only a 2 to 10% likelihood of it being wrong. You have very high confidence in saying that this happened. Like we have over, I would say we have 95 plus, given that standard.
Yeah, I'm not a lawyer or a judge, so I wouldn't even put a percentage to it. I'm not sure.
I can. I absolutely can.
Okay, then you must be a lawyer and a judge.
Again, if the lowest possible percentage is 90% for it being true, and then all of those conditions I applied, like at least 5% increase from that.
So for each condition applies how much percentage?
You could, even if you assumed less than 1% for each.
So that goes with any case? In any case you can assume that?
Yeah, you could do that. We could do that as it relates to the context of reports, and then if it went through a civil case, that it'd be even more likely to be true. So you'd have to have good reason to indicate it's false, as a reason as to why you wouldn't accept the case.
Oh.
Otherwise, you wouldn't really have accurate determinations of being able to figure out what's right and what's wrong in a particular scenario.
Well, you have evidence, you have proof. Yeah, I get you.
Yeah, we had the evidence, we had the proof, we had the court case, the jury determination, we had Trump lying, we had
lying is that's not really against the law. Is it?
Wait, I never said it's against the. In some scenarios, it is, but
Well, yeah,
I do
really,
think
yeah.
that it indicates that he's likely trying to hide something if he's lying about this.
I'm not.
And if he's
disputing
trying
that.
to hide something, that incriminates him, or at least increases the probability of it.
Could be trying to hide a lot of things. You never know.
Yeah, and when you hide things as it relates to this scenario, that indicates like a greater likelihood of criminal activity.
Possibly.
Okay. No, I don't say possibly. I think it is. I guarantee if this were true in any other scenario, you wouldn't vote for this person. Like, for example, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
If you had like the choice of two different bus drivers, right? You have kids, right?
Yeah. I just said I do.
Let's say the bus driver for the day was Kamala Harris. Would you let them go on the bus?
Yeah. Why wouldn't I?
Yeah. So if it was Donald Trump, would you let them go on the bus?
Sure. Why wouldn't I?
Because he has a history of sexual violence, misogyny, sexualizing fifth graders, saying he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years.
As a bus driver, you got to do background checks and everything. So he wouldn't be a bus driver. That's irrelevant. That doesn't make any sense.
No, the point that I'm making is that you're not going to trust them. Like, I could use a babysitter, right? Say you need a babysitter, right? Who would you rather trust to babysit your kids, Kamala Harris or Donald Trump?
Kamala Harris, because a woman is always a better babysitter.
Jesus Christ! Of course it's not. Oh my God, dude.
Are they not? They're more caring. They're more loving. They're more patient.
I would say it's true with the context of Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, but it's not because just she's a woman,
I'll
right?
tell you
And
right
just
now,
he's a man.
My wife is way more loving and caring and patient than I am.
Okay, well that's again you projecting even further.
So I would rather have her watch kids than me.
Wait, but you understand that I can give you plenty of scenarios where like a man would be better than watching a kid than a woman. Like I would trust myself watching a kid right over like a woman who's a serial killer.
Well, yeah, because you're a little more feminine. A serial killer woman, that's probably a dyke looking bitch.
Bruh. That took a
So fucking gross, dude.
That took a turn.
Ugh, bro, these people are disgusting. Like, you're never gonna get past the fucking allegations of being weird. Like, literally never. Like, literally never.
Yeah.
What a weirdo, dude. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Cole, thank you for the $4.44. I can't, and you're driving. Let's get this next person up here. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio. Everyone tap that screen. Let's try to run it up to like 1.5 million likes. Everyone really tap that screen. I want to see how many likes we can get to, y'all. Yo, what's up? Oh. Dean was at 3 million today, everyone. Dean was at 3
Nah,
million. We're getting
fake
cooked by Dean.
Fake
We're
news.
like getting absolutely cooked by Dean.
Dean is fake news.
Yeah, I know. He's faking likes.
Yeah, total fake news. He's buying them.
Total fake likes. Yo, what's
Oh,
up, how old are
hey,
you?
This guy said that you make up everything, so that should be fun.
Oh, okay. Evan, you there?
Yeah.
Are you voting Trump?
I can't vote.
Oh.
Why are you getting the?
Thank the fucking Lord.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank the fucking Lord. They said I make up everything. Thank the Lord.
Thank Jesus.
Thank Jesus, everyone.
Someone said
Holy.
that I was worth 4 million tonight. Yep, I was on a live that I didn't even do. Magic.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up?
Yeah, are you voting for Trump?
I think I am, honestly.
Why so?
I don't know. I definitely felt like there was a lot more. I saw the last 4 years when Biden and stuff was president. I think obviously there was a pandemic, but the prices definitely skyrocketed and stuff like that. I don't know. I think the economy was in a tad bit better situation than
Okay,
well,
so
when Trump
what
was
did the
president.
what did the Biden Harris administration
One
do that you
question before you
dislike?
get. How old are you?
I think it was. I'm 19, so I can't vote. I think it was just what they didn't do, man. The whole border thing's a little bit scary, especially with the manual type of labor work I do. I definitely see it a lot in the industry where there's a whole bunch of immigrants coming in. They're just taking up all those jobs for super underpaid labor and stuff like that. It sucks because they're underpaid, but that kind of undermines a lot of the people who actually do. The
So
manual
why don't you
labor
support the
stuff like
border
that.
bill? Right? Why did
Um,
Trump try to get the border? Why did he block the border bill?
He did.
Yeah, he tried to get Republicans in Congress not to vote for the border bill. Even people like Lindsey Graham said this. People like Mitch McConnell said this. People on the right were saying this. He said it himself. He said, "Blame it on me if the border bill fails." Now
mean-
he did that specifically because he didn't want to help the election prospects of Biden-Harris.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying both parties are perfect, but I think what was really sad was Kamala Harris was just a horrible excuse of a vice president.
Kamala.
She
What
was
did
in
she do that was
charge.
bad?
She was in charge of the border. There was over
Oh, God.
15 million illegal immigrants.
Wait, what authority over the border did she have?
That was her role. She was selected as head of the border.
Wilson.
No, she wasn't.
What constitutional or statutory authority did Kamala Harris have to solve the border crisis?
She was selected as director of the border. And you can look that
Director.
up.
Okay, one. There's no role called the director of the border. That doesn't exist. There's a role called the director of Homeland Security. That's Alexander Mayorkas. He's in charge of the border. Kamala Harris is not because she does not have any constitutional or statutory authority to solve the border crisis. What she was in charge of is trying to bring investment into 3 Central American countries to help reduce migration from those countries, and she succeeded on that. Now we have very little migration from those countries, and she got $4.2 billion to go into those countries. So her mandate was to do that, and she succeeded.
So 15 million illegal immigrants crossing the border was succeeding. I mean,
By
maybe
the
it
way,
is,
I'd like to see the
but-
number you have for that. 1, 2, as it relates to
What do
this.
you mean, where
Again,
I see
she
the
didn't
number?
have
You can
she didn't
look
have
up-
constitutional authority over that. He
Go
just explained
on
it to you and
the
you didn't
Department
listen.
of Homeland Security. It's on their website, man. Like, I
It
completely
doesn't say
understand both
15 million.
sides.
Wait,
It
what's
is-
the title?
It is almost. I think it was around 10 to 15 million. I don't know the exact number. I'm not looking at it, man. It was around 10 to 15 million illegal immigrants. 1 out of
Surprising.
4 were actually a convicted felon, rapist, or
Maryland, thank you for the $2.19.
Dan,
Wait. How would you know that if they're
Yeah,
undocumented,
yeah.
genius?
How would you know that?
That's from the Department of Homeland Security's website.
No, you just made that up. You just totally made that up.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, you did. You totally made that up.
Alright.
Just letting you
What
know,
are
by the
your
way.
reasons?
Just letting you know, by the way. Due to a study from PNAS.org, undocumented immigrants commit violent crime at a 2 to 3 times lower rate than natural-born U.S. citizens. Did you know that?
No, I did not.
So
learn something new every day.
significantly lower rate.
Okay. So, do you think that we should just completely open up our borders?
No, that's not what I'm
No one's
advocating for.
advocating for that.
So, under this department, or I guess this, whatever it's called,
That's not what we've done.
Didn't
That's
see
a
Biden
complete
Harris.
lie.
Would you agree that there was a border crisis?
So yeah, I could say that there was a border crisis, but then
And-
also, do you think there's a border crisis right now?
Absolutely.
Okay,
it's
so then
still
we have this.
not-
We have actually lower levels of border crossing numbers right now than we did at the end of Trump's administration. So if we have a border crisis right now, we had a border crisis at the end of Trump. So please tell me why Trump didn't get rid of the border crisis.
What do you mean?
We have the same level of border crossings right now, actually lower right now.
Biden
Daily
decommissioned
crossings.
the building
Listen.
of the wall. So Trump-
Wait,
Trump
whoa,
kind of-
wait. You can't tell me what and then not listen to me. Come on. I literally just explained to you and you didn't listen.
All
We
right,
have the
all
same level of border crossings right now, if not lower. We actually have lower right now than we did at the end of Trump's administration. So if we have a
Okay.
border crisis right now, well, then we had a border crisis at the end of Trump, which means why didn't Trump get rid of the border crisis? Why didn't he fix it?
I mean,
Like he said he was going to do.
He was completely walling off the border and stuff like that.
How much
so
of the new wall did he build?
What?
How much new wall did he build?
I'm not sure. I don't have the exact number, man.
Yeah,
but,
he
I
built
mean,
3.7%.
Okay, and how much did Biden and Harris build?
I'd have to check. It's
0%. They completely stopped it.
No, there was some.
No,
Wasn't there? Hold up. Wasn't there like some that was given to it, and they also like in the border bill that they were referencing.
They completely stopped.
Shut up. In the border bill that they were referencing, that they supported, they did actually give some like funding to build some more a little bit. So like that was like a conservative part of the bill. Mary, thank you so much for the $50 on Cash App. Can we get some W's for Mary in the comment section right now? Thank you so much for the $50 on Cash App.
I'm
Thank you so much.
curious why-
And Heather, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. Yes, thank you. I appreciate
Why
it.
do you support Kamala
Yes, that's
Harris?
so funny.
I'm curious. I'd like to hear both sides.
Yeah, because she hasn't been held legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud. She doesn't have 34 felonies. She didn't try to overthrow the government. She didn't try to restrict women's access to abortion. She didn't call for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country.
How
She doesn't
has
deny
Trump
science and
restricted,
say that climate
women's
change isn't
access to
caused by
abortion?
humans. What's up?
How has Trump restricted access to abortions when he clearly
Yeah, he put
stated-
multiple Supreme Court justices in office with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade, which restricted 1/3 of women's access to abortion in this country, did not provide federal protections for rape victims, and even in some states, women can't get access to abortion, even in instances in which it could lead to death in the future. They have to be
You know-
actively dying in order
You
for it to
know
be
that
applicable.
Almost under 1% of all abortions are rape. Did you know
Regardless
that?
of whether or not they're 1% or not, that should never happen in this country.
No, I agree completely.
So,
but
Wilson-
Trump never actually stated that he supported the Roe versus Wade. He is delegating all that to the states. power.
Wilson.
Yeah.
Dude, you didn't listen.
Do you agree that Trump wants to keep the issue of abortion completely to the states? Do you
I would
with that?
agree that. I mean, that's what he stated
Okay.
at his rallies. So
Then why did a couple days ago did he say that he's open to revoking the FDA approval for mifepristone, which is the #1 used medicated abortion pill in the United States? Why does he want to use the FDA to get rid of the main primary way that women in all 50 states get abortions? Because apparently he believes that it should be stayed in the states, but now apparently he wants to use the power of the federal government to restrict it.
did he do it? No, he's open to it. Did
Hold on. No, hold on, Wilson.
Dude,
You
what
walked
is
right
this?
Into it. You walked right into it. I asked you, does he want to completely keep abortion to the states? You said yes. And then I gave you, when Trump said that he's open to using the FDA to get rid of the primary way that women in all 50 states get abortion care. And you're like, well, he's open to it. Yeah, but that means he doesn't care about states' rights because he's open to using the power of the federal government.
Okay, I understand your view. Now, so Kamala Harris said,
Kamala.
She was Kamala, whatever.
Kamala.
Kamala. All right. She was completely open to actually completely banning the production and the usage of diesel and gas vehicles. She said she was open to converting completely to electric.
Wait. At what point? She's not for it right now. That's complete total BS. Even back then in 2020 time, like when
During
she was
whatever
running,
interviews,
she was
said
not
she was
advocating.
open to
Not
completely
right now.
switching to an electric industry for all public schools, for school buses and stuff like that.
Oh,
For school buses
Hey,
is
listen,
totally
listen.
different. You see how the goalpost constantly changes? Sophia, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Sophia. Can we get some W's for Sophia in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Sophia.
All right. Like I said she was completely open to getting rid of all internal combustion engines for school buses. Does that mean she is banning or
Wait, who cares? That's totally based.
okay, you could say the same thing about Trump, man. It's the same concept. I know it's different subjects.
No.
It's
Do
the same
you agree
concept.
with that? No, hold on.
I don't
would
mind
only
that
be
at all. That's actually pretty
analogous.
decent.
That would only be like the same thing if she said that, and then like yesterday she said, "Well, I'm open to keeping no." She said nothing like that, and so I'm giving you a clear instance of Trump saying one thing and then saying something completely different on the entire separate. So you can't say that Trump is for states' rights on abortion when he's open to using the federal government to ban the primary way that women get abortions. That's I'm sorry, but that's not states' rights.
Okay, I mean, I understand that. That's definitely your opinion. I think it personally should be, delegated to the states and stuff like that, depending on what state you live and what the rules are there and stuff like that. I'm a guy. I don't really have a whole bunch of opinion on it. I'm not a woman, so. But I think
Nice and strong opinions on it, by the way.
I definitely think it's a smart choice, kind of leaving it up to the states and stuff like that. Because no matter what party's in government, you could definitely swing it one way or the other. Let's say it was Democratic government, could completely be controlled by the federal government, saying abortions are allowed everywhere, or regardless if it's Republican, abortions can be banned everywhere. So I think it's a smart choice. That's why we have this government we have is where states can be left up to some of the power and federal power.
Wait, so do you think abortion is murder?
I don't know, man. I mean, I think, in my opinion, once the
If
baby,
it's not murder, why should women have restricted access to it?
I think, shit. I'm not a doctor, honestly, but I think once it's past a certain trimester and stuff like that, when the baby's definitely a lot more formed. I don't know if I'd call it murder, but
Persephone, thank you so much for the whale diving. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Both sounds pro-choice.
Yo,
Persephone, thank you so much. I appreciate the whale diving.
Hey, W Persephone, damn.
Can we get the W's for Persephone? Thank you so much. Everyone also tap that screen. Let's get to 1.5 million likes.
Now, I do got to ask you a question. What do you think about Kamala Harris being a clear being a clear, she definitely switches up her personality a lot. She was completely, during her recent rallies and stuff like that, was super supportive of police and stuff like that. And she was behind one of the major things for defunding the police. Same thing with Tim Walz, the governor of Minnesota. He completely let...
Saying defund the police doesn't mean that they're anti-police. Saying defund the police just means that they're going to look at the budget as it relates to the police.
Thank you so
and
much.
if there is more efficient things to put their money into to decrease crime, they're going to support that. It doesn't mean they're anti-police. It means that they want to change the police, how it works, and it means that they want to specifically provide other things like social services that are more likely to decrease it, or social workers, or people who are more likely to be able to deal with this, or they might advocate for more training, which includes more investment in the police.
So when your entire city is burning down over Black Lives Matter riots and stuff like that.
Wait, did you know that Trump praised Walz's response?
Yeah, I knew that.
Okay, so then you have no argument. You literally zero
I'm
argument.
not arguing Trump was right or wrong in this scenario, but Tim Walz was the governor, and he let his entire
So if Tim
city
Walz was
get
wrong,
burned
well then
down.
Trump was wrong as well.
Yeah, I'm not
So
saying
why did Trump support that same thing?
I'm not saying both parties are perfect. I'm just clearly stating.
Okay, so then you can't use this against us if you're not going to use it against Trump.
Nothing's against it. I was just asking you a question. What did you think of that? Did you support that?
I'm against political violence.
Okay.
So I typically err on the side of trying to stop political violence. Now, do I think that the police use the best mechanisms of doing that with protests? No. But yeah, I'm against political violence.
Okay, yeah, it's fairly reasonable. What did you think of Kamala? Doing all the when she was what part she was Kamala? Yeah, incarcerating or at least blocking the evidence of that one guy who got completely.
You're talking in terms of death row?
I'm sorry. What did you say?
Are you talking in terms of death row?
Yeah, death row. So she actually withheld the evidence or
Did you want
blocked
that one?
it.
Oh, sure. Yeah, the guy was actually found to have been guilty. His DNA was eventually tested, and it was found to have matched the crime, so he was actually guilty and remains on death row. I don't think he should have the death penalty because I'm anti-death penalty, so I don't think he should have it. But still, he's on death row, and he actually is guilty. She has come out and said that she does regret not testing it. So she has taken full responsibility, which is more to say for Trump. Trump never admits that he is wrong, that he made a mistake, that he never apologized for anything. I would rather have a politician as my president who is willing to admit that they make mistakes sometimes and then move forward in a positive way than a crazy politician who thinks that they're perfect all the fucking time.
And I understand your point of view of that, but would you rather have? I mean, let's be real here. I mean, I obviously there is definitely a thing when you said that. Those Trump isn't the most well-rounded person when it comes to presenting himself and stuff like that. I think there's a big ego there and whatnot. But I would say that under Biden Harris's presidency, that I don't know a whole bunch of good came out of that in terms of the economy and stuff like that. I know we did come out of a pandemic, but a lot of stuff is completely through the roof. Gas prices, grocery bills, and stuff like that.
Yeah, so how did they increase those prices?
Those are okay, sorry. Yeah.
You can go.
How did they decrease them? I mean, that's the thing,
No. Well, hold on. With respect, also too, one, the Biden administration did not cause those problems because one, they have no real control over it. These are global trends, global things. For example, the conflict in Ukraine has helped to contribute to higher grocery prices because Ukraine produces so much wheat that we and the rest of the world use. Gas prices are also a.
Do you mind if I pause you for a second right there?
Sure.
So for the whole wheat and stuff like that thing, under Biden Harris administration, Trump actually said he would ban this. Is the Chinese government purchasing a whole bunch of agricultural, land usage and stuff like that. So Trump said he would ban that and kind of revert back to the United States being the main, producer of wheat and actually, I guess homeland grown food and stuff like that. Because you realize the Chinese government holds up most of the farmland in the United States, and that was under the Biden Harris administration. They did nothing to stop China buying up all the farmland. Would you?
Okay. One, if China is buying U.S. land to use as farmland, then okay, I'm okay with not having them do that. But wheat and corn, things that are our primary exports, I think we export a lot of it because we are a global market. So I don't think Trump trying to influence that market is a good thing. By the way, I think he should let the market be. I'm saying that that these overall trends are global and that the president of the United States, without the help of Congress, can't really do anything about them. But what I will say is that the Biden administration with Harris has produced some of the most monumental long-term policy that we've seen in decades, such as the Chips and Science Act, the Inflation Reduction Act. These are all long-term bills that are not will not produce results in the 2 or 3 years. It will take probably 5 to 10 years to see any good results from them, and that will be the positive effect. I think what we're seeing is the overall economy just starting to mellow out a little bit because we are coming down from the global shakeup that was COVID, and that's primarily the overall driver of what we are seeing happening with prices and everything.
Yeah, no, I mean, I can definitely see your side. I mean, I don't think the economy is mellowing out at all. I think the stock market actually just crashed a couple weeks ago to super all-time low. I think it was comparable to.
Then what happened?
Never happened.
No. Then what happened?
I'm not an economist. I mean, obviously it came back up, but
yeah, exactly. I mean, trends up and down happen quite all the time. They were spooked because of Japan, so this is not new. They saw Japan plummet, and they freaked out, and then they rallied back. I mean, I'm sorry, but it just happened. So I mean, we shouldn't freak out when it happens. It's still at an all-time high.
Yeah. So in terms, I mean, I appreciate you guys being very open and stuff like that. I've been a couple live streams before where everyone's just kind of super pushing their side and they don't hear the other person out. What do you think about the whole current thing right now in terms of especially the Democratic Party? They were super oh, Biden is completely stable and stuff like that, stable for presidency and stuff like that. Then after a couple weeks or so after the debate with Trump and him, which I think there was a clear winner, I guess if you could call it that Biden was in no shape or way to, be able to act as president after that debate. I mean, it sucks. I don't think it's very fair that the Democratic Party is doing to them. I personally believe it's elder abuse. Clearly he has something mental, Alzheimer's.
Wait, letting Trump continue to run is elder abuse.
No,
you guys should tell him to step down, because I really think you guys are abusing elderly people, and I think it's such a bad thing that you let such an incoherent, delusional maniac like Donald Trump continue to run for president of the United States when it's oh so very clear that he's utterly fucking incoherent. Let me give you one example of this real quick. I got you.
Where there's so much water you don't know what to do with it. It's called rain. It rains a lot in certain places. But no, their idea, did you see the other day? I opened it up and they closed it again. I opened it, they closed it. Washing machines to wash your dishes. There's a problem. They don't want you to have any water. Where there's so much.
Yeah, I mean,
I'll give you another one.
But on the other hand, their windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. Nobody does anything about that. They're washing up on shore. I saw it this weekend. 3 of them came up. You wouldn't see it once a year. Now they're coming up on a weekly basis. The windmills are driving them crazy. They're driving the whales, I think, a little batty.
Wow,
we have another one.
What would happen if the boat sank from its weight and you're in the boat and you have this tremendously powerful battery and the battery's now underwater and there's a shark that's approximately 10 yards over there? By the way, a lot of shark attacks lately. Do you notice that? So I said, so there's a shark 10 yards away from the boat, 10 yards, or here. Do I get electrocuted? If the boat is sinking, water goes over the battery, the boat is sinking. Do I stay on top of the boat and get electrocuted? Or do I jump over by the shark and not get electrocuted? I'll take electrocution every single time.
Yeah, I think this is utterly,
I had the same conversation with my nursing home resident. No.
Yeah, seriously, this is elder abuse.
Now,
you guys
would you
should
say
stop
that
supporting such a candidate? I can't believe that you guys are doing this right now. I think this is so bad. We told our candidate, who was incompetent, right, according to your views, that they shouldn't be continuing, right? We told
you
them to
don't
step
think
down.
Biden was
We got them to step
incompetent?
down. Okay, so he's
in
not
your
to the.
views?
So I think he can meet the necessities for president. The same way I
Yeah.
think Trump can meet the necessities for president.
Exactly.
But obviously not to like what I would want from a president, from either or.
Okay.
Right, but that's why I don't give my full-throated, support for either of them as it relates to that.
Okay. Yeah. No, I completely understand from your point of view and stuff like that. I mean, I definitely think though that a party that supported Biden all the way up until he basically dropped, saying, yeah, he was completely competent to run for president. He was more competent than Trump and stuff like that. That's just not a party I don't think I could see myself getting behind and stuff like that. I mean, clearly the guy definitely has some dementia or mental
Can I give you
things
an
going
example?
on.
Can I give you an example, like
Go for it, yeah.
how I see it, or how I kind of like parse this? So,
Rachel, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you.
Biden
And Savannah,
has-
yo, thank you so much for the $30 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Savannah in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Savannah.
Biden has the cognitive capacity to complete his term as president.
You
I
really
don't
think so?
Yes, right now I do. I think he has the cognitive capacity right now. Oh, I thank you for the lights. He has the ability to do it right. What I question is his ability to do it for another 4 years.
No,
Right?
yeah.
Because by then he'll be like 86, right? So I don't
which is
think that's
super
the
old.
case. I don't think that's the case. I think the same applies to Trump. Trump will be like 82 or 83.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
sorry,
old,
but
yeah,
like
it is
that's a little bit, that's too old, right?
But yeah,
If
no.
that's the case. Once our party saw what happened in a debate. We saw somebody who looked old, right?
Guys, thank you for the
One
$2.
minute,
Thank you so much.
He looked old. We knew that it just didn't seem likely that he could win the election. So we made a change, which was entirely lawful. It made sense, and we've gone this through the new process. I think the Republicans should do the same thing. By the way,
Now,
I think
who is
Trump-
we though? Because Kamala Harris was never actually really didn't go
Sure,
through the
I can
full
explain that
process
too.
of being nominated.
We don't vote in any party politics. By the way, we don't vote for a pure candidate. Meaning, like, I don't tack on my ballot for Joe Biden. I tack on for delegates who are pledged to vote for Joe Biden. Okay, so I am voting for delegates who goes to the party convention to vote on my behalf. Okay, if something happens to Joe Biden, those delegates become unbound. They can vote for whoever they whoever they want. Both parties have that process. Okay,
Yeah.
So I vote for delegates. You vote for delegates.
Mm-hmm.
Those delegates determine who the party nominee will be. They just will respect who their state votes for. But because Joe Biden dropped out, he released his delegates, meaning that they became unbound, and then therefore they could vote for whoever they wanted. They could have voted for Donald Duck if they wanted to, right? But they went and they supported Kamala Harris because Joe Biden endorsed her. The Democratic Party, who are elected, went around her. Polling showed that Democrats thought that she was the best candidate, and then those delegates then gave their support behind it. I support that process. That's a process that's fine because I voted in those delegates.
Yeah. No, I completely understand. Now, what do you? I know we talked about it a little bit before, but I mean, from what I'm seeing is I don't see. Obviously, I know being vice president is a little bit different job of being president, but I genuinely do not see anything that Kamala has actually, promised in terms of
Kamala,
policy.
by the way, also she had the most tie-breaking votes of any vice president ever in the history of vice presidents. Not only that, but it is the case that she advocated for things like the Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill, the Chips and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Inflation Reduction Act.
Did you know, Wilson, that the a $35 cap is her idea?
For $35 cap for what?
Like adding that to the Inflation Reduction Act.
Yeah, for insulin. That was her idea.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying I don't support that. I'm not diabetic or anything like that. I don't think it's a terrible idea.
I'm saying that's something that she got added to the bill. She also got added to the bill a expansion of rural broadband internet. That was also her idea.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, I just don't see what she's actually. I mean, I've been seeing a whole bunch of interviews. I mean, here's my thing. I know I'm sorry. I keep on going over it, but I would much rather a candidate that actually does interviews and stuff like that and actually answers questions. Yeah, maybe Trump's not perfect, but I will respect that he can actually.
She will. Okay, I guarantee you, she will give interviews starting next week. You want to know why? Because she'll be the.
I have an interview of her, but it wasn't like a long form interview.
I mean like a sit down interview. She'll be giving those interviews.
Literally, you can stick your hand like.
What the fuck? Okay. She'll be giving in-person sit-down interviews starting next week, most likely, because she'll be starting tomorrow, one day from now, she'll be the official nominee for the party. And she'll be sitting down with a lot in she has been extremely busy.
Who has actually confirmed that, though? That's the thing, It could be.
Well, okay, no, hold on. If she does not, in the next 2 weeks, sit down with somebody to give an interview, I will publicly criticize her. And I have no qualms doing that. I will come on Parker's Live and say she should do this. It's wrong that she's not doing it.
Yeah, I would totally agree.
But I guarantee you that within the next 2 weeks, she's going to sit down with somebody. Because she's going to be the
Kamala Harris, sit down with me. Fuck.
Yeah, with Parker. So she's going to sit down with somebody to answer questions.
Okay, now do you think that Kamala could actually sit down with the same type of tough questions Trump's get? Because I mean, you can't give.
Yeah, you want to know why? You want to know why?
Hold on, I'm not done yet.
Okay.
You can give him some credit. I mean, he goes against some super big news stations and stuff like that that are obviously very openly against him, like CNN or ABC or whatever. And I think there should be some respect given where he will actually go to those platforms that are clearly heavily against him and stuff like that, and actually sit down and have an open conversation where she's been nominated for what close to a couple of weeks now,
nominated? Right? No. Nominated. No. She is the presumptive nominee. Yeah, she's the presumptive. Once she's nominated, she'll do interviews. But she's also been extremely busy. She's had it condensed, basically like 6 months within 3 weeks.
So she's been extremely busy. Okay? And so I don't fault her for not giving an interview. But what I will say is I do give Trump credit for speaking to people who are often his adversaries. I do give him credit for that. But the problem with that is, though, is that he doesn't answer the questions.
I mean, I wouldn't say he doesn't.
No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. Whenever they ask him a question, he pontificates and he obfuscates and he just doesn't tell the truth and he doesn't answer the question. For example, he's asked repeatedly, for example, how he would solve the child care big crisis that we have in this country. He won't answer the question. He says things about how bad it is, how we need to do something, how people are talking about doing stuff, but he never says it. When he's asked about his healthcare policy, he doesn't get it. When he talks about his tariffs, Mr. Trump, how will you pay for your tariffs? He doesn't say anything, right? He doesn't answer questions. So he can give the interviews, but if what comes out of the interviews is just bloviation and nonsense, then there's no point.
Okay.
So,
yeah,
yeah.
no, I definitely do see where you're coming from. I mean, I definitely respect you guys actually having this. I mean, I don't know. I was watching this live a little bit. I feel like a lot of people just kind of came on here and just only spewed their opinion. I'm definitely open to hearing like what else you guys do think she would, do in her presidency and stuff like that. Or at least, what has she done now that's been, I mean, obviously, like I said, vice president isn't a crazy big role. I'm not saying Mike Pence was a crazy big role or anything like that. I don't really know too much about them because then I couldn't really
Vice presidents are by their constitutional nature highly constrained. They can only do so much because Article 2 only gives them very, very certain types of parameters. And so there's not much that they can't do. I mean, not much that they can do. Like they don't have the role to do it. Like it's just not there.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I don't know. This is how I look at it, is what's been done underneath the Biden-Harris administration. And what I've seen is nothing. I'm not saying Trump was perfect, obviously, right? But I think there was a lot more positive. Okay, that sounds kind of bad. But there was a lot more, stability in terms of the country and the country's economy under Trump. I know the pandemic was kind of towards the end of Trump's presidency, in the beginning of Biden-Harris's presidency. But what I'm kind of looking at is like the main things is I think the border crisis is a really big thing, which that's what Biden-Harris was in charge of these last 4 years.
Wait, but the border bill. So there was a solo border bill and another border bill that they specifically tried to get passed that Trump got people in Congress to shoot down.
Okay, I mean,
that would have done something at the border. The Border Patrol supported it.
I never knew anything about that.
It was written by a what's it called, a Republican.
Yeah, no, I mean,
Also,
I'm not saying both parties are perfect. This is, I think, the kind of the main problem with politics is like, one side has to be right, one side has to be wrong. I think there should be kind of a general, line of understanding of like, hey, this was clearly messed up. I mean, there's a serious increase in fentanyl overdoses underneath the
you can't say that.
Wilson Chin said that. Dang it. Man, that guess was actually pretty good. Damn it. Awesome. Hey, Chief, you there?
Yeah, thank you for the naughty. Thank you so much. By the way, everyone, you can't say those.
Yeah, chat, don't say those
You gotta
words.
say like F drug. You can't say those things on the live.
Don't say them.
They age restrict my live, and I have to kick people as soon as they do it. Why can't we talk about that? TikTok. I would talk about it. I would totally talk about it. I think it's a really big issue to bring up. I think it's important to talk about, but we can't because of TikTok.
Yeah, you have to use so many fucking like weird words just
like
to
that.
get
That's when you have to, because I know every single time you get the age restriction from that. Yo, Sale, thank you so much. I appreciate the fireworks. Thank you so much.
Love you.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Amanda, thank you for the $3.
43.
Okay. Were you in my comment section saying I'm paid by the DNC?
You're paid by the Democratic Party, yes.
Okay, what evidence do you have of that?
Most of your supporters that gift you are Democrats, and they fund you.
Wait,
that doesn't mean
that's not the
I'm
party.
supported by the party. That just means I'm supported by people that like the party. That's like saying that someone who's a Republican is being paid by the Republican Party because certain people who are Republicans, right, who vote for Republicans, are like, giving them money.
Supporting
That's
them,
a ridiculous
Oh,
statement.
I'm not going to come up here and say that you're
you know.
Wait, by the way, you're paid by the Democrats too, because they just sent you some coins.
Sure.
And some Republicans also sent you some coins, so you're paid by a Republican Party
But this
and
is
Democrat
not my
Party.
job. But this is not my job.
So you're paid.
It's not my
It's
job.
not my job, and I
But
make
you're paid.
points of money.
Thank
so
you.
am I paid?
Thank you for gifting me. I'll gift it to someone else. Thank you. I'm not going to use it for myself.
You made like 0.25 cents. So I mean,
Okay,
like,
perfect. Thank you. I'm whatever. I'll give it to
Paid
someone
by
else.
the RNC now. Look at that.
Parker, where is the 818,000?
What do you mean? 818 what?
I know what you're talking about. I got this.
Wait a minute,
So
ask Parker. Where's the 818,000?
I can answer this for you.
818,000 what? I don't know what you're talking
The
about.
818,000
The job revision. The job revision.
that you all lied about.
It wasn't lying. This
There being a
happened.
job revision is not a lie. They do job revisions all the time.
Wait, Amos, did you know that under Trump's administration there was a 516,000 job
You
revision?
stop
Did they
deflecting.
lie
I want to
under
know
there?
why there was 818,000 jobs that were lost, and we just all of a sudden
not lost, they
they
were never
just
created.
appeared. I mean, this is the strongest economy we've ever had. You know.
Oh my God.
We're
They didn't disappear. You just don't understand what a revision is.
G7.
You don't understand what a revision is. They didn't like disappear. You just don't understand what a revision
And also,
is.
I already told you that Trump had the exact same thing happen.
And
He
it's
had
not 818, is it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. But many analysts think that is a overcorrection. So it's probably lower actually. So
Actually, higher.
no, it's actually lower. If you actually read into
That
it,
is-
today
Yeah, it is
on all
818.
the sources.
So that's under who? Whose administration?
Oh my God, I'm trying to answer your question.
That's
I
not
just
determined
told
by
you
the president.
This happens all the time under administrations.
Ooh,
Trump
okay.
had the exact same thing happen. This is not new.
So what Rock and Liberal
They call me
and
mad.
Parker are
They
trying
call
to
me
say is 818,000 jobs were lost. Extra were lost under the Biden.
No, he has no.
He
You
doesn't know
have
what-
no clue what
no.
you're talking about.
No.
Amos, you're like actively lying. You're actively lying right now. I know you're gonna sit there and you're gonna act like you're not lying, but you are actively lying. We didn't lose.
I
those
know
jobs.
so little about
That's
economics.
such a fucking
and even I
ridiculous
know that
statement
that's
to
not the
make.
case.
So what the Labor Department estimated was that the job growth averaged 174,000 a month in the year that ended in March. A drop of 68,000 a month from the 242,000 that were
Yeah.
initially reported.
Yeah.
The revisions are preliminary, right?
Yep. Finalized
With the
February.
final numbers being issued in February
February.
next year. So
What?
these aren't even the final numbers yet. It's a revision of the original ones, which is still an estimation, by the way.
And
Yeah,
as I already
mustache,
told
thank
you, many analysts think that the BLS numbers that were put out today are an overcorrection, and that it will actually be lower. But as I said, this always happens. Trump had it happen at the exact same time. Trump had a revision downward of 516,000 jobs. Okay, we didn't freak out and say, "Oh my God, Trump, lost 516,000 jobs," because that's not the case.
When
we didn't
was that?
lose jobs. It means that they overestimated jobs.
506
Those jobs didn't exist.
So Trump had the same. So he had 516,000 jobs lost under him.
No, you don't understand revisions.
See,
I
they're like,
just
when you
explained it.
mute, when you mute,
Amos.
that's really suspect.
Amos, listen to what we're saying. A BLS revision does not mean that we lost jobs. It means that the jobs were added where they did not exist. These are jobs that were
No,
added.
this guy's
that
like
did not
dense as fuck.
exist.
This guy's dense as fuck. Honestly,
This is
like,
not that hard to understand.
This is not a difficult
You
thing to
guys are
understand.
fucking talking over each other, muting me, and I'm as dense as fuck.
Yes.
No, Parker and I are agreeing on everything. We're agreeing on everything.
Fuck, man.
Do you want to respond to anything he said, or do you just want to keep saying the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life?
I'll say it again, Amos. I'll say it again. Okay? Listen to what I'm saying. A revision is not about the loss of jobs. It's about showing that we overestimated the number of jobs created, meaning those jobs did not exist. So there is no job lost, only that they just didn't exist, which happens all the time because it happens every single year. Trump had a big one during his administration where he had a revision downward of 516,000 jobs. That does not mean that
Matt,
Trump
you're gonna have to
lost.
tell him again.
Okay,
He's
wait
not
a
gonna
minute.
get this.
No,
He's
no,
not
no.
gonna get it.
No,
You're
no,
not,
no.
you're gonna have to tell him again, Matt, because he's still not gonna
Stop
get it.
being a jackass.
Okay, well, you're gonna say the same fucking shit. Watch it.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not
Clockwork.
at all. So
Go
you
for
guys
it.
weren't talking
You
over each
understand
other.
now?
So you guys were talking over each other, so I was listening, okay? And now,
Okay.
I get that. Okay, so the total number of jobs that they thought that the American people had was grossly overestimated, okay? And
Sure.
that's why the number changed. I get it, okay? But that doesn't really make sense when you're actually in the building industry and you're from 16 now into this administration, and how hard it is to find all of these jobs that you had comparatively in 17. I'll just say 17. Okay. So how does that even make sense? What you're saying?
It makes sense because
No, it
BLS.
doesn't.
Hold on, can I explain, please? Or are you going to yell? Let me explain to you. I'm going to give you the answer. The BLS numbers are estimates. They don't finalize it until the next fiscal year, which is what Parker said. February. Okay, February. These are estimates, and they get their estimates from state governments. State governments report non-farm related job creation to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, and then they use the estimates to then give a figure, and then they correct those estimates based on new data that comes in over the year, with a final estimate given every February. Okay? So it's very simple. Okay? So
I
this
get
makes
it. I
perfect sense.
get what you're saying. Okay, and it does make sense. Listen, if you're not in the workforce, if you're not out there in the trenches and actually seeing homes being built, developments being built, and all this stuff, I get what you're saying. If you're sitting in the library and reading books and saying,
God.
"This
That is
what
me.
this-
Oh, God.
this is what the statistics are," I get that your argument works, but you're not in the workforce. You don't see the loss. You don't see it on a day-to-day basis, guys.
Okay.
You
Matt
see
quite
it-
literally is in the workforce.
I
a
may be in a
librarian.
library reading books, but
That's
I
a
know
work. That's part of the workforce.
yeah, but these statistics are not like outside
Yeah,
of the
but
realm
I
of,
get like cuts from skill saws. He gets paper cuts. I mean, there is a difference. Okay.
I actually work with.
Oh wow,
I actually
wow!
work-
You're such a good individual because you engage in physical labor rather than mental labor.
I know
Wow,
that-
what a
I mean,
fucking
blisters on
wow,
your
what a
hand.
fucking great dude! What an incredible guy.
blisters on your hands. That's
by the way,
terrible.
but
I know.
okay.
There's no women that like guys with they're manly anymore. That's
Dude, no one cares about whether or not women like you. Women don't like you because of your beliefs
My
and because you're a shitty
intelligence
person.
that I got from books is highly masculine and highly sought after, which is why.
And you clearly don't care about
No,
women. That's
you
why you're
see
voting
the
for a
guy
guy. Wait, that's why you're voting for a guy that has a history of sexual violence against women, taking away women's rights and misogyny. So yeah, women aren't gonna like you because of your fucking beliefs and because of the shitty things that you do in your life.
Dude,
so don't even talk about who women's gonna like, dude. That's the cringy shit I've ever heard.
Voting or not voting for Trump because he's a felon and all this bullshit. Okay.
Some people are actually, yes.
That actually
People
they
that
literally
are-
polled
people
that.
that are in their feelings. Yeah.
Trump.
Amos,
lost
you're in
support
your
because of
feelings.
that, actually.
No, I'm not really.
Yeah, you are.
I vote off of facts and what I see in front of me. What's put
Wait,
on the
wait.
table.
Weren't you just disputing the facts by saying all my feelings about what I experienced in construction? Like, what are you fucking trolling?
What are my feelings? No, it's facts.
You just said that. You just said that
seen.
he was. You just said his position was invalid because he used the facts and because he was a librarian getting paper cuts.
No, I said those are his.
First of all, you don't
facts.
understand what library
I
work
said
is today.
his
Most
facts.
library work
Don't
is
put
quite
words
literally
in my
digital.
mouth.
Yeah, yeah.
I said
I
his
actually
facts.
don't touch many books.
His
Believe it or not.
facts are what he reads in the library and books. My facts are what I see in the workforce. Okay.
Oh my God. We
Yeah, and
all
I
do-
trust Matt more than I trust you, dude.
We all
for sure.
get our sources from books and from like.
If you, wait,
data.
by the way, if you trust Matt over Amos Moose, type 1 in the comment
Yeah,
section.
I got a question. What do you trust Matt doing? Would you trust him to fix your kitchen for you, or would you trust him to read a book for you?
I would trust him doing that over you any day. Absolutely.
Doing what?
Anything. Literally
I could
fucking
fix the
anything.
kitchen if you give me time to learn it.
Yeah,
See,
if I would literally
that's what you don't
trust.
understand, Amos, is that
If I was stuck on an island alone with someone, I would so much rather pick fucking Matt than you.
Would you trust him to get one of the tampons out of the boys' rooms for you?
Jesus
Good
Christ,
Lord.
you have no clue what Tim Walz's policy was. It did not force you to put it into boys'
I know that the
bathrooms.
guy's
It just said
weird.
anyone who's menstruating would have access to menstrual products. Like you're just delusional.
I think that his kid is kind of looks like he's a little strange egg. If you want my opinion on it, yeah.
Oh,
Not Donald Trump Jr. who said his 17-year-old daughter is sexy.
Donald Trump Jr.?
Yes.
I think Trump's children are incredibly smart.
Incredibly smart for sexualizing a fucking 17-year-old?
Educated. Yeah, I think they're great.
Incredibly smart, great for sexualizing a 17-year-old.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. By the way, I want to
He
say
called a
Amos,
17-year-old sexy.
Hold on, Amos. Hold on. What Amos is doing, by the way, I assume, is he's talking about Gus Waltz and the fact that Gus Waltz was so proud tonight of his dad that he was sobbing because he saw his dad up there standing and accepting one of the major nominations in the history of this country. And he was so proud, unlike, by the way, Donald Trump children that don't cry because their dad gets things. They just look at him funny. Or a fucking J.D. Vance who just yells
Or
at
Melania that is trying to get away from Trump.
Trophies.
Wait. Does anyone remember when Melania kind of like snapped at Trump?
Yeah, snapped away his hand. Yeah, let's talk about that.
Did he cry when his daddy? Did he cry when his daddy had?
Also, I also don't like that you're trying to say that he's weird because he's neurodivergent. I think that it's a fucking terrible thing to associate being neurodivergent with being weird or trying to stigmatize being neurodivergent.
That's what you guys all say about MAGA.
He was
They're just
overcome
weird.
with emotion because his dad was accepting a major nomination, and he was so proud of his father because he loves his father. By the way, something that I think many in Donald Trump's family don't know a damn thing about, which is why Melania isn't around him so much. So maybe they can look at the Walls family and see what actual love looks like.
Does he love the fact that his daddy carried weapons of war in combat zones? Is that we think?
Wait. When did he say combat zones?
Yeah, he never said.
He just said he
zone.
carried weapons of war. Genius.
Yeah, he did. And he already admitted that, like, he
What did he say?
So don't play that
genius.
game.
What was the quote? What was the quote, Parker?
He already admitted, by the way, something that Donald Trump will never do. He already admitted publicly that he misspoke. So he has taken responsibility for that. So you can move on.
Did he take responsibility for shooting people with paintball guns to go back in their homes during COVID too? Is he taking responsibility for that?
Oh, good Lord.
It just keeps going, guys. It just keeps going. It's so...
Wait. Did Trump take responsibility for gassing legitimate protesters
Did his
outside
son
of the
cry
church in
about
DC?
that too?
Oh yeah, I remember that. Wait. Do you remember Trump? Yeah, Trump literally gassing people to literally do a photo op with a Bible.
I can't wait for
Trump asking General Milley why we can't just shoot protesters in the knees.
Jesus Christ,
wait
dude.
for J.D. Vance to
Or like Trump asking why we can't put out alligators and different types of harmful species and lizards and reptiles in the fucking Rio Grande.
I can't wait for J.D. Vance, to debate Tim Walz, because maybe he'll have to go home and cry and get some of that couch love.
Parker, I do have to say one thing about your live, okay? But I do appreciate that you don't have moderators in your live and you let people freely speak the way that they want.
We do have moderators, we do mute slurs, we mute spam, we mute like crazy shit.
I mean, capitalizing and all this stuff. You let a lot of stuff go, and I think that
we do let a lot of stuff go.
So I have to say that your moderators do a great job. I wanted to say that. So.
Okay, I don't know if I should take that as a good.
Just take it, bro. Come on, just take it.
Okay.
Anyway, I wanted to say that. If it's true, I have to say that it's true. All right. They do a great job.
Yeah, we let people have their free speech or
I guess W mods?
They don't go fucking crazy. I'm a mod here, and I let people make fun of me all the fucking time in comments, and I let it slide because people can. I'm not gonna just fucking mute people because
we're gonna bring them up here and we're gonna show if that's fucking disgusting and abhorrent.
They can say whatever the fuck they want, and I'll just ignore them because frankly I don't got time for them. So I'll just move on with my life.
Well, I won't take any more time. I think there's a lot of people that want to talk to you guys. So anyway, thanks for bringing me up, Parker. I'll
see you.
All right, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Everyone tap the screens. Try to get to 2 million likes, y'all. Why does Parker have 2 accounts live? Because I have an account warning on my main. Appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much. Next ban is a perm. What's up, how old are you?
23.
Are you voting Trump?
All I have to say is, Rockin', take a breath, brother. You're gonna break your nails. You're dying of
It's just fine. You just don't
Dude,
like
what the fuck is wrong with you? He literally was just talking about this. Preston,
So,
are you like
Preston,
okay?
Preston, you don't know. Preston, you know what blocks are? No, hold on, Preston, hold on. No, be quiet. You know what blocks are? So obviously you don't. So you never talk to somebody that has a stutter. You don't know what it's like to have blocks. My speech pauses are called blocks. It means that my throat freezes up and my vocal cords will not produce sound. That's what you're hearing. I am breathing just fine. My heart rate is just fine. I am not going insane. I'm not loud. It means that my vocal cords are freezing up. If you don't like it, then you can get out of the fucking live.
Based, Matt. Let's get some W Mats in the comment section.
So I am breathing just fine. Okay? Go talk to people that have stutters and you'll learn something. So there you go. You can unmute and say whatever the fuck you want.
Oh, I accidentally muted him again.
Oh, well.
Trump 2024. Let's save this fucking planet, baby.
Wow, save the planet? You guys don't believe climate change is caused by humans? You guys are voting for someone who's been held legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud, has 34 felonies, tried to overthrow the government, restricted women's access to abortion, called for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country, had housing discrimination lawsuits where they specifically wouldn't rent to black people, right? They specifically also, he started like popularized the birther movement, saying Barack Obama, because he's black, wasn't born in the United States and actually was born in Kenya, even though we have birth certificates of him born in the United States.
Yeah.
He has no healthcare policy 9 years into running for president of the United States and doesn't give a flying fuck about you. Why the hell do you want to vote for this guy?
Give him more felonies, give him more assault charges,
Okay.
Yeah, okay, you know, fine, yeah.
I totally agree. You know, we'll end it there. Next person.
Trump for prison 2024.
Yes, Trump for prison 2024, we agree. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Hello. Can
Are you
hear
voting
me?
Trump?
No, I wanted to speak on the uncommitted movement. I wanted to know if that was something that.
Yes, it's important, and I hope they get a voice. I support Palestine and bring the hostages home. There you go. That's my statement.
Yeah, free Palestine. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. All right, let's get this next individual. Do give it a second, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be... Oh, this person's name is But I'm a Realist. Okay. Let's see about this.
Bro fell asleep. Very real of him.
Jesus Christ. Alright. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Hey, Shark, you there? Okay, Shark's gone.
Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. Tap that screen. Let's get to 2 million likes, everyone. Let's really get that like button up there. I can't wait to get my other account back because these fucking account-related following glitches are so frustrating.
Yeah, I know.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo.
Are you voting for Trump?
You guys hear me?
Yeah.
Are you voting Trump?
Okay, David. Why? Okay.
Okay.
Alrighty.
All right.
Thank you for doing it.
Was he underwater? Yes. Yes. Oh my. Okay, none of these people are being accepted. Do give it a second. Do tap that screen again. Let's get to 2 million likes, everyone. Tap the fuck out of the screen, everyone. Everyone get it. And we'll easily be able to get up to 2 million.
Thank you, Crazy. Mr. Turner, are you there?
Nope, they're not here either.
Okay.
I want
Type
the
Mag
crickets
in the
back.
chat, too. Type Mag in the chat, and
we
I'll
can bring you
start
up.
adding you. Yep, and I'll start adding you. Debbie, are you there, Debbie?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, Debbie.
Debbie, you there?
Okay.
All right.
I'm gonna get somebody on. I don't know if they're actually. I'm just adding people. Okay, that person didn't join.
Everyone's not joining in. I'm sorry, everyone. Do give it 1 second, y'all. It is past Mega's bedtime. I forgot about that.
Yeah. Past my bedtime, but fuck it. I could sleep in tomorrow.
Fuck it.
It is. Fuck it. I can sleep in. Tomorrow's my work from home day, so I can just sleep in a little bit.
Base. I'll probably be on earlier tomorrow, everyone. Totally depends on if I can hang out with my girlfriend or not. But
Mad as maggot? Absolutely not. What the fuck?
okay. No one's getting added, everyone. I'm really sorry, y'all. This is
Yeah, no, it's
actually
not.
ridiculous.
Yeah. They must all turned in.
Yeah, I'm like actually trying, everyone, and it's really difficult. Okay. No one's getting added up. I'm sorry, y'all. Give me 1 sec, y'all. If you're like an insane MAGA, join up, everyone. Insane MAGA that's gonna like yell at me, join up.
Hey,
Join
Sam, are you a MAGA supporter?
Sam, how old are you?
Damn
Hello?
Hey, Sam, you there? How do people click on the
dude.
live and not like come up?
It's like every person in the guest box. They really need to fix the guest box and make it so that like you have to click I'm here every 2 minutes. Like it's actually unbelievable. It is disgusting.
Blake, are you a MAGA?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
26.
Are you voting Trump?
Damn right, son.
Why so?
Yes.
Okay, both good.
Why so?
I just believe that he's him. He's the truth. Plain and simple.
He's the truth? What do you mean?
I just think so.
Was he telling the truth when he said he didn't have sex with Stormy Daniels?
Possibly. I don't know. I don't know
Possibly?
much,
You
but
don't know? I thought he's the truth.
I just think he's him.
Okay. How many consonants are there?
6.
And what are they?
Lost me. I don't know what talking about.
Okay. They're definitely trolling. There's no way.
Okay,
yeah, DP, are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
I just believe that he's the best course for the future of America.
How so?
Well, in the past 3.5 years, we've seen prices go up for literally everything. Wages haven't increased. Wars are in the world. And I just believe that the Democrats don't have the best plan for America. If you look at the poor, the rich, everyone's hurting. It doesn't matter who you are.
Saying
What
the rich
state
are hurting
you're in.
when they have like the highest corporate profits ever is pretty crazy. But like, just
Well, the corporations aren't hurting. You have a
By the way, DP, you explained what the problems are, but I didn't hear much solutions about what the Republicans and Trump want to do about it.
Well, the solution, I think, is to not continue doing the same thing, which is
Like
what you'll
what?
get with Harris.
So how did they cause this?
How did they cause what?
These issues.
Well, you pretty
Policies are like causing this.
Disbanded everything that Trump put in place.
So disbanding what
They
led to
did away
inflation?
with. With inflation,
Yeah, disbanding what got led to inflation?
well, there's a lot of. I'm not an economist, of course, but I believe that I can see that it's gone up.
Well, not like an economist, but I have a degree in economics.
But like once again,
Appreciate it,
you're
Emperor. Thank you so
explaining the problem, but not what caused it. So we're just asking you if they got rid of everything that Trump did, which is not true by the way, but let's assume they did, then what policy did they put in place that made things worse? So just like name something, and then we can talk about it.
Well, I'm not a very good on the economic area of it, but
Well then, okay, but then with respect to that, then I mean, I'm just saying, like, with respect to you, then you can't really say that Biden or Harris have done anything to like cause it, or it's like causal or anything, because you don't know enough about it, and that's fine. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm just saying you can't really talk about it then because you don't know enough about it. Just saying that things are bad isn't really going to move us forward, because I'm asking you what the plan is to fix it.
Well, you can obviously see that things aren't going good.
Okay,
I agree with
that
you
doesn't mean
that-
it's caused by the president. Like, for example,
there you go.
things are going great in my relationship with my girlfriend. Now, is that caused by the Harris administration?
Actually,
Well, no, of course not. That's not
Okay.
caused by the Harris administration.
So if not, that's
There's a
not
lot of
caused by the
things
Harris
that-
administration.
There's a lot of things that the president doesn't control in
Exactly.
the country. You're right. I don't disagree with you on that. But what I do disagree with you on is that the policies that they're doing aren't working.
But
if they were working, we
once
would all
again,
be able
I
to
asked you what that was.
Yeah, which policy?
And you said you can't talk about it because you don't know it. So I'm just asking you, what are the policies?
Yeah, I don't know what the policies are.
Okay, then you can't say that the policies are doing it because you don't know the policies.
Why don't you tell me what the policies are?
The PACT
I
Act, the
don't
Inflation
think the
Reduction Act, the
policies are
CHIPS.
causing the issue.
Wait, no, so the PACT Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, CHIPS and
Inflation
Science Act,
Reduction.
the infrastructure bill, those bills specifically benefit this country. You say that we didn't do anything. These bills actively benefit the country. Do you want me to tell you what was in
I
these
agree
bills?
that they give jobs, but on the other hand, they shut down the Keystone Pipeline, which
That was the Supreme Court, which they followed through with a court order. One, two, that was a Canadian-owned pipeline. 90% of it didn't go to the United States. Think of the confetti.
Plus, it was sand tar anyway, so it wasn't even going to be used until it like got like mill down to where it needed to go to get like refined and all that. So it wasn't as if it was pumping like things that like we could use like right away and everything.
Well, I live in an area where there's a lot of oil drilling, and I know that people have lost jobs. It's just difficult for everyone. They can't pay their rent. They can't pay for food.
Okay. Once again, problems, but no solutions. What are Donald Trump's solutions to the problems that you have admitted? Now, you said he wants to do not what the current administration does. Okay, great. What is that? What does he want to do?
Well, whatever they are doing isn't working, so it doesn't really matter. Something.
Well, actually, it does matter because he could make it worse.
They could.
And actually, I would argue he would make it worse.
Yeah,
Tariffs
he could make it
specifically
worse.
cause inflation. If you think inflation is bad now, it would be
That's
worse
why we have an
if there
election
were
every 4
tariffs.
years.
What's up? Thank you for that.
That's why we
appreciate
have an
the
election every 4 years. If they make it worse, we toss them out.
Okay, come on, man. Come on. We're just simply asking you to name the policies or the solutions, and you're like running around it. Just like name something that Trump wants to do, and we'll talk about it. Just name one thing.
Everyone keep tapping the screens. Get to 2 million, y'all.
Well, I know he wants to get to energy independence for this country.
Okay, how? By doing what?
Well, it would be opening up Alaska would be one thing that they could do. The other things that could do is drilling in California, where other places that they're not allowed to drill anymore.
We've accepted more drilling permits under the Biden-Harris administration than we did under the Trump administration.
Yeah, maybe in Texas, but not everywhere in the country.
No, everywhere in the country. I'm saying overall.
Not in California. They're not allowed to open one new rig. Not one.
That would be due to state policy.
No. I think it's because California waters are protected. That's why. Same thing with Alaska. I mean, the reason why we don't drill in Alaska is because it's one of the last refuges of like pristine, wilderness preserve.
I thought California had some state policy about that.
Tell that to people who can't fill up their gas tank.
Do what?
Tell that to people who can't fill up their gas tank.
Okay, no, wait. Again, I agree that we want to help people.
I'll tell them that the environment and the pristine, beautiful nature of the Alaskan tundra is more important than their $1 more expensive gas. Yes, I'm sorry, but I care greatly about the pristine, beautiful nature of the state of Alaska, where I don't want it tainted by pollution from oil that will kill tons of plants and animals, which is why it has never gone through, because we have fought the good fight to make sure that it stays pristine and beautiful. So yes, I'm not going to apologize for
the same people that you say that you're trying to help.
Yes, I will.
You understand that we can help
ways.
in other ways, yeah.
I will help you in other ways. I don't have to destroy the planet to do that.
I don't have to destroy the planet to do that. I'm not going to risk
Not destroying the planet. It's not
Yes, we
destroying the
would.
planet
Yes,
by any
we are
means.
already destroying the planet by what we're doing. Us drilling in Alaska would absolutely contribute to that destruction. Not to just talk about how absolutely insane it is to just take away from the last pristine, wonderful wilderness that we have within the United States. Like it's just, I think it's a terrible idea. Terrible.
That's your point.
Yeah, and luckily most people agree with me. Like you can poll it, we can poll it, and most people say, yeah, let's protect it, which is why it has never gone through, because we believe that the Alaskan tundra should remain pristine and overall protective. W people.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, DP, would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
I think that's no. I wouldn't vote for someone who was held liable in a criminal case.
Okay, so would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child?
No.
Okay, so why would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman, but not someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child? Because the only differences between these cases is the age of the victim.
You have a point there, but on the other hand, there's the he said, she said. I understand that a jury of his peers...
Is that not the same thing with a child?
What's that?
Is that not the same thing with a child?
With a child?
Yeah.
No, someone convicted of a...
Wait, but a child saying something is he said, she said.
No. That's completely
Okay,
different.
why is a child saying something not he said, she said, but a woman saying something is?
The child should always be believed.
Okay.
So why shouldn't women?
Well, it's just, to me, the case, I didn't follow it that closely, but it seemed to me that she was, I don't know, that she waited a long time. There was...
Happens all the time.
Okay, wait, child victims wait until they're older in plenty of scenarios. They could have came out with it when they were 20, when they were 30, when they were 40, but you don't say it's bad that they didn't come out with it when they were 40, okay?
That's two completely different situations.
What? Wow, why? They're an adult later in life, and they're both great victims.
No. That's a completely different situation.
I don't see how you would take away from the credibility of this.
I wouldn't vote for someone who hurt a child ever.
Okay, so you understand that civil liability, it is the case that the same standard of evidence exists in both cases. So if the same standard of evidence exists in both cases, the standard of evidence is not the reason you would dispute the case. You could only dispute the case on the severity of the crime.
Right, and he's going to pay.
Okay, so then you don't think raping a woman is bad enough, and that's insane.
Of course it is.
Okay, so if it is bad enough so that you wouldn't vote for someone, well then you wouldn't vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman.
Well, it depends on whether I believe them or not.
Okay, so you always believe the child, but you don't always believe the woman. Wait, what do you dispute about the case related to Trump? Wait, actually, do you know the victim's name?
There's probably not a good likelihood that a jury in New York would not convict him.
Do you know the victim's name?
E. Jean Carroll.
Okay, so you think a jury in New York, even though there were multiple that were likely Republican, right, were just so biased that it is the case that you wouldn't accept it at all?
Pardon?
So you wouldn't accept it at all because you think that the jury would be too biased?
Oh, could be. I really don't have any bad things to say about the woman. I feel bad for her situation. I think that if something like that happened to anyone in my family, I'd probably feel the same way. But a vote is something different at the stage that we're in right now.
Wouldn't it be the case because Trump is a terrible person? Like
I know a lot of terrible
then you should go
people.
against. So you want to vote for those terrible people?
I know a lot of terrible people who get the job done.
So what job is he going to get done that's so
Not nice
beneficial?
people.
Wait, what job is he going to get done that's so beneficial that you'd vote for someone who's held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
I think that he'll bring back America First policies.
Actually, I'll ask you this question: do you have a kid?
No.
Okay. Would you let someone who's been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman take care of a kid?
That probably wouldn't be the wisest choice.
Why not?
Well, they have a history of assaulting people. That's not a good thing.
But they were also held civilly liable of sexual assault of a woman. So when you say that same thing with Trump, like how is he supposed to like create, a better scenario for women if it is the case that he has a history of misogyny, violence against women, and trying to strip their rights away?
I think that you guys go back to this over and over again because you really don't have anything on your side that you can say that Kamala will do.
We gave you multiple
thing
things.
The only thing that you have in your arsenal is to put down Trump as a person.
The Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill, the CHIPS and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, specifically the $35 cap on insulin, right, which was specifically provided by Kamala Harris. The access to high-speed broadband for people in rural areas, that was specifically added by Kamala Harris. Right, I can absolutely mention things that she specifically advocated for,
But then
and
I
that she
hear on the
helped
other
get
side of the
passed.
story that the vice president has no power.
She
That
can
doesn't do
influence to
anything.
get things passed. What people are saying is that she had some border czar or authority over the border to do whatever. She doesn't have that, and they did try
So
to
she has the
influence.
ability to pass these acts.
Yes,
but not
so
actually-
she influenced.
Yeah,
She influenced to get passed. Listen,
yeah,
listen.
yeah.
She tried to influence to get past the border bill, which Trump got people in Congress to not vote for. So actually, he's the one that undermined it when she would have been able to help get that passed.
Nothing's
She went
stopping
down
her
to South
from.
America and Central America and did nothing for us. She
That's
didn't
not
get
true.
one
That's not
piece
true.
of
Complete
ass.
lie.
That's simply not true. She got
How did she get
$4.2
that?
billion worth of investment to go into 3 Central American countries. She got it to where most of the undocumented migration patterns is not from Central America anymore. That was her mandate. That was what Joe Biden put her in charge of, and she succeeded on that. She was never put in charge of the overall border because that's not her constitutional or overall statutory area. That's just not how it works.
She was put in charge of the border.
That's
She
not true at
was.
all. That's not true at all.
Yes,
You
it
can look
is.
at the You can look at the.
What authority did she
document.
have over the border?
She was the one that was charged by the president to go down to the Central American
Shelby, think of this
countries
description.
and stop the migration.
Then name me the document that Joe Biden put out that gave her the constitutional or statutory authority to do that. Because guess what? It doesn't exist. You won't find it. Joe Biden put out a news release that told us exactly what she is to do, which is exactly what I said. She is to go to Central America, to those 3 countries, try to get private investment in those countries to make jobs so that people will not go and migrate to the United States. And she succeeded. She got $4.2 billion worth of private investment in those countries. And now we don't have migration from those countries very much anymore.
Now we have 18 million undocumented people in this country.
And where
Thanks
are
a
they
lot.
coming from? Not
Thanks
those
a lot,
3 countries.
Kamala.
No, because they're not coming from those countries. She succeeded.
Where are
Under
they
the
coming
Trump
from?
administration, no. Under the Trump administration and during the first part of Biden administration, most undocumented migrants came from those 3 countries within Central America. She got it to where it went to a very low level. Now they come more from South America.
Also, by the way,
It's still
there were increases in border crossing numbers under Trump's administration, and it peaked in 2019.
They're still coming, and she's doing nothing about it.
Okay, actually they did. The recent Biden executive order decreased border crossings by 40%. We're at the same level of border crossings right now as we were at the end of Trump's administration.
But we have
So if
18
there's a
million
border
inside the country.
so if there's a border crisis right now, Well, then there was also a border crisis at the end of Trump's administration.
What are we going to do with all?
Okay,
Well, how are
you're
they
not
going
you're
to
not
leave?
answering my question or answering my point. If you think there's a border crisis right now, well, then there was also a border crisis at the end of Trump's administration, which means that he didn't fix the border crisis. So why didn't Trump fix the border?
He wasn't allowed to. The Congress didn't allow him to.
Actually, he was the one that stopped the border bill, dude. He said, "Blame it on me if the border bill fails."
What bill did he propose in Congress to actually solve the crisis?
I'm not sure if he did.
Exactly, because the only only institution that can solve this crisis is Congress, and yet he didn't work with Congress to pass a bill that would solve the crisis. And then when Joe Biden, with Republicans and Democrats, negotiated the most bipartisan border bill that we've seen in decades, he
Why
shoots it
did
down.
Joe Biden stop the Remain in Mexico? Why did he stop that?
Because he's found it to be ineffective and not good, and that's what he ran on, and he won, and so he got rid of it. And instead, he put in his own policies, and then he tried to pass a border bill that would actually codify these fixes into law.
Why should we continue with the same in this country?
Okay,
you're arguing for the same.
No, no. What's the same? No, DP. What's the same? The administration. DP, what's the same? DP, hold on. What's the same? The administration that was able to negotiate with Congress a bill to actually solve the crisis, or the old administration that all he wants to do is just talk about how he wants to do it on his own, and yet nothing actually happens, and then nothing is fixed ever because we don't have any new law.
Remain in Mexico and build the wall. It's a simple
Those are
strategy.
temporary fixes. Joe Biden wanted to do a permanent fix. A law, by codifying it, is a permanent fix. Joe Biden sat down and did the tough work of negotiating with Congress. And yet Donald Trump's like, nah, let's not do that.
Do you think that bill would have stopped it? Honestly?
That bill would have improved conditions. Absolutely.
Wait, even the Border Patrol endorsed it, and he cares so much about the Border
The
Patrol.
Border Patrol has endorsed Trump in every election.
The Border Patrol endorsed the border bill.
They supported the bill. Mainly because
Crickets,
that bill
like literal
gave them
crickets.
more funding.
Everyone tap the screen if you want to support me. Venmo, Cash App in the bio. This guy's getting
I
cooked.
only added
guy.
a super cool up here because they thought it was cool to make fun of my stutter. So I wanted to ask them why they thought that was cool. So, a super, you want to answer for that?
Wait, say that again.
You commented on my stutter.
And listen, but that kind of. No, and I replied to 3 different people. I'm so sorry. I joined. I didn't realize that you have been here with Parker for a while. I haven't watched in a long time. No, I apologize. I didn't know. That's not what I was up here for at all. I am so sorry.
Oh, all right.
And I never commented anything about a stutter, so I don't know where that came from.
He
But
told me to take a breath and I should breathe better, which I have a stutter, which is why I pause.
So Matt just lied, made it up.
I directly added you because I saw your comment because you tagged me.
Oh, I see. No, I see. You were talking right when I joined, and from what I know, Parker usually adds opposition. And I mean, I get you're passionate about this, and that's why I was just saying, that's what I usually hear, is people who are way too. And then once I heard, I commented right away. Once I heard, I learned, I saw, and I apologize for it right away. But if that's what you added me up for, real. But I was just waiting my turn to talk about the conversation. But no, I do genuinely apologize to you, Brain. I didn't know that. I didn't mean that.
Are you MAGA?
And after listening for the past 15 minutes,
No, you're good. Are you MAGA?
No, I'm not. I'm not MAGA, but I'm also. I was set. Well, wait. Let me tell you. I was set on voting for Biden, and now that Biden dropped out, after Biden dropped out, I'm torn again. So
why are you
that's
torn?
why I've been listening, and I was going to give the reasons for why.
Why are you torn?
I mean, this is gonna like come off as so bad, but like for the taxing the rich stuff that I know you guys talk about all the time, it's like the rich should be taxed more, whatever, and the economic policies, and then it's also like I watch this all the time. Biden's just following off of Trump's policies. That's why inflation's so bad. That's why the economy is so bad.
What policy do you disagree with hers that you didn't disagree with Biden on that makes you indifferent to her, but you were going to vote for Biden? And Christopher, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Christopher.
When you say what policy is
Sorry,
indifferent, what is her policy? What policy of Kamala's?
She just came out.
She doesn't have
recently.
any. Yeah.
Kamala, she just came out with stuff recently. She said specifically
A policy
that.
Proposal, sure.
Yeah, do you want me to tell you what they are?
That's what all policies are, by the way.
Do you want me to
No,
tell you
I
what
know
they
what
are?
her policy proposals are. I've been watching what she said, but how do I put this into words? Sorry. I guess okay, sure, yeah. Tell me what it is. In your words, what the policy proposal is, because you say her policy she has done. What she's going to do, is she going to accomplish them? I want to vote for Kamala. I am blue. I usually vote blue, but the DNC made me not want to.
Super. Just tell us what's your concern, because obviously you have a concern. So what's the primary concern? Is it that she doesn't have certain policies? Is it that she supports this or that? Is it, I mean, just like, what is it?
She's not a part of any policy that has been done. That has already been done.
She has been part of every
Inflation
single policy.
Reduction Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, the Infrastructure Bill, the Chips and Science Act.
She directly negotiated to get the.
No, sorry. Go ahead.
No. She directly negotiated and added the $35 cap on insulin. She's the one who got the expansion of the rural broadband internet. She has been highly influential in certain policies that were added to these bills.
That's what she says.
No, that's what that's what the overall Congress says. The people who she actually worked with. That's what they say. Not she. We get this information
staff
from
says
Congress.
they all quit.
Well,
what?
So, for me, like, what I'll say is, I mean, Parker knows that. I don't know. Maybe he doesn't, but I've kept up with this even before Biden dropped out of the race, like months and months ago. I listen to everything you guys say. I do my research, and I take notes of things. One of the things is when you searched Kamala's name before before Biden dropped out of the race, it would be like she endorsed this. So it's never like hands-on action of getting something done. It was just that she put her 2 cents in saying, yeah.
So wait,
I support
are you
it.
disagreeing with what comes up on Google or like what she's done?
What do you mean?
You're disagreeing right now with what came up on Google, not what she's done, because we just gave you multiple examples of what she's literally put into these bills.
But what I'm
the $35
saying
cap on
is
insulin and the high-speed broadband.
Okay, but what I'm saying is, yes, she was the vice president when all of those were passed into Congress and enacted, but it's not. It's taking the just because she's the vice president. But before this, of course, all of that is going to say it now.
Super cool. You're misunderstanding. So again, she literally got this put in the bill. Okay, like I'm not just saying because she's the vice president. I'm saying she literally got this put in the bill.
Or, for example, the $4.2 billion private investment in 3 Central American countries. That was her. Like, that wasn't anybody else. That was actually her. Like, no one else did that. It wasn't Joe Biden. It wasn't, Pete Buttigieg. It was Vice President Harris. That was her, right? So that's a direct accomplishment that she has to add to her overall, goal. Now, as far as you're talking about, many people in the administration worked on those bills. She's part of the overall administration. She helped craft those bills about what should go in it, which is why she gets some of the credit. She gets credit for being part of the overall success, right? Which is fine. And that's what we're saying. So if you're voting for Biden, or if you were going to vote for Biden, I don't know why you're not going to vote for Harris, because as I said, Joe Biden and her have many of the same policies, like in terms of what they want to actually like go forward. So I don't understand why one is not a vote for the other.
Everyone voted for Biden. No one voted for Harris. Not one.
Oh my God. I've already
That's such a
explained
lie.
this like 10,000 times.
That's such a lie. All right, everyone voted for Biden-Harris. It is the case that Biden steps down, Harris.
No one
steps
voted for
up.
Waltz then.
They also voted for the delegates. The delegates make the determination. People are voting for Harris Waltz. If Harris dropped down, it would be Waltz that steps up. If something happened
help
next
us
time,
there.
and it was the case that like we were going 2028, and Harris stepped down due to some reason, Waltz would step up.
Wait, no one voted for J.D. Vance. Like J.D. Vance wasn't on any ballot.
So undemocratic, dude.
Like, how dare they? No, what DP's understanding is that's how party politics is since it's been invented. Like, duh, this is not new. Yeah.
David, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Christopher. Thank you for the two.
I didn't want to interrupt
No,
or anything.
Go ahead.
But
Go ahead.
no, I understand that. I guess what I'm not articulating it very well. It's also it's probably later for you guys. It's late here, and I've been waiting for a bit.
Wait,
and
hold
so
on.
that's
Let me
why
ask you
I
this.
wish, because I don't know, I
let
get
me-
stage fright when there's successful
Okay,
people.
no.
How do you
Let me
get
ask you
somebody
this.
quicker?
Let
But
me ask you
anyways,
this.
Well, they
with
need
the
their
peop-
posse,
Okay,
you see.
sorry.
Bruh. Let me ask you this. Did you talk to Chris about this issue already? Did you talk to Chris
Which
about
issue?
this? About your concerns
What
with Harris.
issue?
Your concerns with Harris.
No, I haven't joined a political
You talked
live
to
since Biden dropped out.
Matt, you're lagging.
Yeah, I actually, me?
No, Matt was.
Oh, okay. No, actually, that's a good question. I did talk to Harry. That was the first live I've joined for a long time since Biden dropped out. And what I asked Harry was, he was saying, I'm so confident in Biden's capabilities of being president. And then he dropped out and it's Kamala, and it's now like, oh, yep, Biden made the right choice for the American people. Like,
Well,
he
actually,
didn't feel
Harry
fit to
was.
serve. And that's the only...
Okay, you know what, DP?
Sorry,
okay,
what
you know
was
what?
that, Rockin'?
Okay, listen. I still don't understand what your concern
But no,
is.
other than that,
just
I have
don't
not talked.
understand what your concern is. Like, a vote for Joe Biden is a vote for Kamala Harris. Like, I'm sorry, but like,
The only difference that I could see from a left-wing perspective, literally, is that she like rhetorically speaking and in terms of policy, right, is better, right, on the situation of Gaza, right? She seems seemingly a little bit more against guns, right, than Joe Biden is, and that's about it. And Joe Biden also advocated for the same policy as it relates to guns. So it's just the rhetoric for guns. So what is this
I
big
guess-
like craze? I really don't understand why
To-
you
to
like
answer
to be
your
totally honest, she's
question,
a
though-
significantly better candidate than Joe Biden is, objectively speaking.
No,
okay, from a left-wing perspective,
no,
objectively she's a better
absolutely.
candidate.
Well, he's almost dead.
Absolutely, she is. But what I'm saying is, absolutely she is. But I feel like it's all so phony. And to me, like even the Kamala Harris HQ TikTok account,
Kamala, by the way.
and it's just that's what I said. Kamala
You
Harris
said Kamala.
TikTok account.
okay,
Kamala Harris HQ. Okay, it's just phony, and it
I'm
seems
getting-
like
look,
it's
Super, I'm
what
sorry.
you do.
Wait, Matt, let her
you-
finish. Matt, let her finish real quick.
Okay.
Go for it.
No. Yeah.
What I was
Super
saying
good.
is, I just feel like what the difference is because there was such this uproar of, oh, he's so senile. He can't be president. Blah 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 blah. I like his policies. And then once it switched to this, he announced he was dropping out of the race. It just seems so phony, and that any like social media thing they post, I feel like when they follow the trends and they're making it this big spectacle of social media banter and following the trends it's very demure, and just everything that the Kamala Harris HQ post.
I honestly don't care. Like,
No, no, actually,
to be totally fucking
she
frank,
was a
that is
troll, I think.
these are the dumbest
That's what I'm
fucking
trying to
reasons
say.
ever. David, thank
pushed
you so
their
much for
own
the $10.
candidate
Thank you
out
so
of the
much.
way.
Apparently she trolls. Yeah, I just got that message from David.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
Deborah with $100 on
Deborah,
Cash
W.
App. Can we get some W's for Deborah in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Deborah.
Deborah,
Let's
W.
get some W's in the chat right now. Thank you so much.
W,
Holy
Deborah.
shit, Deborah, with $100. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. That is nuts. That's nuts. Okay. All right. Let's get up another MAGA. But W Deborah's in the comment section. And everyone tap that screen. Let's get to 2 million likes, y'all. Yeah. So, DP, what were you saying?
Oh, I was just saying that Democrats pushed their own candidate out of the way in a very
He dropped out himself.
unnice way after he was getting pressured on all sides.
So you guys are literally like, yo, you guys should get Joe Biden to step down. He's mentally incompetent. But now when he steps down, you're like changing the narrative so hard, bro. Fucking weirdos.
Well, I just think it wasn't very nice the way they did it.
But nice,
And,
nice. Since when did you care about nice?
Well, I care about nice.
Really?
Everybody
You're
cares
voting, you're
about
voting
nice.
for
There's a little bit of goodness in everybody, you know.
you're voting for Donald Trump. Don't even try to act like you care about being nice. Fucking dumbest shit I've ever heard.
I try to be nice, but I often fail.
If you'd say so.
Hey, I've been very nice. Like, what the fuck?
Everyone's been very nice.
Okay. All right.
There's a lot of haters of me in the
person-
chat now. I'd like to add them up, but
Go
they're
ahead.
not adding.
Add 'em all.
No, they're not like joining because they're afraid or something. But
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
That's it.
Are you voting Trump?
Bye, Ryan. Hey, Wendy, you there?
Okay, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump, y'all. We'll probably be on another 27 minutes. 27 minutes. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Thank you, Lucy. Thank you so much. Okay, dude. All right. Matt, after this live, I gotta ask you about which rally video I should post next. I was gonna call you after.
Yeah.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? I also finally pinned my 10 mil video.
W.
I pinned it. It's almost at 11 now. It's at 10.9. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Alright, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. We're trying to get the next person up here. Alright. Do give it 1 second. Post another longer YouTube video. Yeah, I might do that out of my rally content. I might make a longer YouTube video. I might try to do that tonight, actually. Like after this. I'll probably edit that. Until I go to sleep. Yo, it's a pal to you? Hello? Jeez. Alright, let's get this next person up here. Do give it a second, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
I'm 21.
You voting Trump? Okay. Dude, what is going on right now, chat? What the hell is going on? Yo, Devin, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much just because I see it from both sides. We voted her... Let me see. Let me click on this while I add someone up. So give it 1 second, everyone. We voted her to take over during her presidency, never to run a full presidential campaign without a primary vote on it. I think it's in either context. I think that we voted for either context. Plus, even if you don't even consider it that way, it is the case that most of the Democratic Party supports her. So the delegates are going to vote based on that. Yosef, how old are you?
22.
You voting Trump?
I actually voted Biden in 2020.
W, I guess.
Okay, good for you. W. Tap that screen, everyone. Get to 2 million likes, y'all. Where's Harry? DNC. Harry's at the DNC. He got invited. Yosef, how old are you?
Fuck?
Yeah, are you voting Trump? Hello?
Yo.
Yeah, you voting Trump?
Yeah. Am I voting Trump?
Yeah, dude.
I sound on the fence, you know what I mean? Right? I mean, Trump's great and stuff. And so is Kamala Harris. Like, she's a girl. So that's totally fabulous. Let's get a girl in there.
Would you vote for someone who's been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
I probably would vote for Kamala Harris for trying to milk the system into actually putting people in jail and making the government pay for it. You know, she's great for the government, right?
What are you saying? Would you like to respond to what I just said?
What's wrong with milking the people?
Do you want to respond to what I just said?
I just did.
No, you didn't. Would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
You're going to cancel me because this is what you do, and you're going to call me whatever you want to call me. So what's up, dog?
Are you okay?
We're all good here. Everybody loves dogs.
Are you okay, man? Like, I don't know what's going on with this guy, bro.
I don't know. I think you're a fabulous debater, and we can debate.
So, if someone was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman, would you vote for them?
Pro-abortion, yes. So, abortion, right? Because I know
just
that's
like a non-interactable NPC.
Right? No, it's fine.
I didn't know non-interactable
It's
NPCs
fine.
could join my live.
It's fine. And
Devin, they get the $5.
Are we
Thank
good
you so
here?
much. No, I understand you, Devin.
Are we?
I am totally okay with.
Well, you jumped topic like
just like rape victims and like stuff like that. Like it's horrible. Like
Yeah,
when
can you answer
really
my
think
question
about
now,
it,
please?
It's horrible.
Yeah, would you vote
No,
for someone who's
it's
been held
just- it's
civilly
a
liable of
campaign
sexually
thing,
assaulting a
right?
child?
It's a campaign thing.
I'll give you one more time to answer my question. Would you vote for someone held
Okay.
civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
Again, I do not need anyone. I have daughters, right? So I do not condone anyone doing anything bad to any women at all. Exactly, 100%. Women.
Oh my God.
They are the grandma. We wouldn't be here. You came out of a woman.
Hey, professional,
right?
professional.
You
ass,
came out of a woman.
Dude, this is like the
Professional. Let's
ultimate
be
level of
professional.
like yapping, like not responding.
That's what I'm
to the
saying,
question.
man. Like, you came out of a woman. We all came out of a woman, right? Like, let's be honest.
Professional.
Let's
Would you
be
vote for
professional.
someone held
That's
civilly
what I'm
liable
saying.
of sexually assaulting a woman.
Why? Like, what are you talking about?
Right? What I'm saying
You're
right now.
gonna
is
cut
not
me
hard.
off. You're gonna cancel me. You're cancel culture. That's fine. This is the
are you-
Kamala culture.
Sir, how much have you had to
This
drink
is
tonight?
the thing that I like to understand is why do you want to cancel people and cut them off before they can say things? Why?
Sir, you haven't answered the fucking question. Are you okay? Are you like actually fucking on like planet fucking
Obviously,
Earth?
don't do bad.
Are you on planet Earth? Hello? Am I speaking to you right now? Jesus Christ, what I'm saying right now is not fucking rocket science. It's not difficult. If you have more than one fucking brain cell, you can understand what I'm saying right now. You can't fucking understand what I'm saying right now because you're fucking literally 0.34 fucking BAC blood alcohol content, bro. What the fuck are you talking about, bro? Answer my damn question. Jesus Christ, you should not be able to fucking operate a damn motor vehicle. Jesus Christ.
Neurons are not firing.
You gonna cancel me? Cancel culture. Because we don't want to vote for someone who fucking sexually assaulted a woman. Jesus Christ. No, can you click the unmute button by clicking the profile picture in the bottom right and then clicking the microphone? If you can figure that out.
He's going to have to drop, and then he's going to claim that he got canceled.
They're canceling me by muting my microphone. They're canceling me. Look at them canceling me. I knew they were going to do this. He still can't figure it out. Oh my god.
Okay.
Someone really asked in my comments who sexually assaulted a woman. Hello? Hello? What dude, what? Trump has been held liable for sexually assaulting a woman. What the fuck, dude? Jesus Christ, dude. Patrick Starr.
Yep. Finland.
Literally, bro. Dude, he still hasn't figured it out.
Yeah.
Jesus, this is like the most intelligent MAGA.
He's trying to work it out.
Professional, I sent you another invite to unmute yourself. Jesus Christ, dude. All right, we'll just keep talking to people while he sits up here and he figures it out.
Ah, lordy.
He's probably talking to himself right now, mad at the phone.
Probably.
Yosef, how old are you? Hello?
Tim, you there?
Yep, Tim, you there?
Tim G. Okay, Tim G is gone.
We'll get someone. Don't worry, chat. 14 more minutes or so, somewhere around that.
There's this person named Hammy in the chat who I keep inviting, but they're just too much.
Yo, what's up? How old are you, Denise?
To like not come up.
Denise, how old are you?
Hello, Denise. Paging Denise. Okay, Denise.
I can like hear them there, dude. It's like,
yeah.
I'm actually like so sad, dude. This is like ridiculous.
Yeah. It's a struggle today.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Hello, Annie.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were talking to me.
Are you
I
voting
will
for Trump?
say, no, I am not. But I did want to say I am a Kamala supporter. I do have a father.
Base.
I have a father too.
Base. Yeah, same.
Funny how that works.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am in my 40s.
You voting Trump?
I absolutely am.
Why so?
So I'm voting for him basically because of what our country has accomplished during his tenure. I know you keep asking people why they would vote for someone that has been convicted, but my question is, and I'd love to hear your answer on this, is how much faith do you have in our justice system at the moment? Trump in general.
Yeah, I typically accept jury determinations on like what occurred.
A scale of like 0 to 10, 7 to 8 probably. I mean, they get it wrong sometimes, but more often than not, they're right.
Yeah. If not,
Okay,
I'd give it a little bit higher than that.
So the reason why I asked the question is because there are a lot of people currently in jail on death row, and they're innocent. And stuff has come out years
4%
later.
of people.
I'm sorry?
4%.
Okay, but still, it's a point that this is something where people's lives are on the line, not just somebody being assaulted or, something not as...
I'm against the death penalty. Trump is advocating for
May I
the
ask,
death penalty.
So are you for the death penalty or against it?
I'm against it.
So Trump
just
is for the
because
death
of-
penalty.
Right,
Yeah,
but...
that's
but
a
the-
negative strike, right?
No, not necessarily, because I can vote for somebody and not be 100% on every single topic that they have.
This seems like a pretty big issue because you're talking about the how the judicial system is not always right because of the people on death row who are innocent, and your primary nominee doesn't really care about that because he supports the death penalty. So why? So like, there's kind of like a problem here because your like nominee kind of is like, you know, not believing in one of the things that like you believe in about the system.
Right, I understand that, but at the same time, when you're looking at a candidate, we're not just looking at one or two things that they're supporting, right? We're looking at broad spectrum things, and we're looking at both candidates. They're completely opposing parties. So,
Sure. Okay, well then how about this then?
opposing policies. So you kind of have to pick a side that you favor more than somebody that you 1,000% agree with on every single topic.
Oh, no, I
right?
understand that, but okay, then how about this? What policy of Trump's do you agree with right now that you think is better for the country?
Ayo kakaknya nomor berapa lagi yo? Ayo kakaknya nomor berapa lagi? Ayo buruan, mumpung masih ada kesempatan ya. Mumpung kakaknya masih ada kesempatan. Buat ke Aries, oke siap ke Aries ya sudah follow. Thank you sekali ya ke Aries ya. Buat ke Aries ya sudah follow. Thank you sekali kakaknya. Mau dikasih sepil-sepil di atas nomor berapa nih kakaknya? Kakaknya mau dikasih sepil-sepil di atas